All right, y'all, let's do it again. StreamYard's been doing this lately. It just shuts down in the middle of the stream. So give me a minute to get everything back up, guys. I'm sorry. That's twice that's happened in 2 weeks now. So here we go. Welcome, Oppa Bottom Jeans. All you guys, welcome back. Sorry. Share it back out, everybody, if you will. Sorry. That's gross. Give it just a minute. We'll get right back to where we was. We're back. Yeah, so StreamYard, I don't know what's been going on with them lately. There's some kind of a glitch. Okay. Unfortunately, we have to hit the like button all over again, you guys, and get it back up there. Sorry. Hold on. Let's get this reloaded too. I don't know. It's some sort of a glitch where it'll just be sitting here. I'll be talking to you guys, and it'll start to do that. What the hell do you call that buffering thing? And then it just poof, it's done. And I'm like, what the hell happened? And it says, how did it go? The stream ended, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh shit, no. So I don't know, guys. My apologies. I don't know why it's happening. I can't control it. I would never do that, but thank you, my heart. Let's give it a few minutes, guys, to get everybody that was here back in here to see that the link is live again. Just bear with me, please. This is so irritating right in the middle of it. And we got to get everybody back in here, reliking it, and all that other stuff. Just takes time away from it. Thank you, StreamYard, for what I pay for you every month. You should definitely be doing better. Welcome, Molly. Good to see you today, hon. Wishful thinking, missing heels. Welcome. Good afternoon to you. SRB, apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. No, there's no timer. There's no nothing, Carolyn. It just does it sometimes. I don't know why. Always me, 1969. Rachel Rach, welcome. Juju B. Some of you guys I didn't even get to see last time. So come on, Ian. Welcome back. For those of you that were here. See sources. Good evening. Again, guys, share this back out, please, if you will. Good God. What a mess. Let's re-like it. Reset it. Turn this back on again. Okay. CZ, welcome back. Walks with Dogs, Genealogy, Gypsy, Mocha. Thank you guys all for coming back in again. You have to hit the like button again, please, to get this back up and out there. We have 38 likes so far. So 80 people in here. Come on in, everybody. Welcome back, Katie. Good to see you. CZ, Straight Talker, Miss Victoria Burgess, Butterfly, Straight Mocha, Brandy B, Carolyn Miller, Virginia Wolf. What's up, brother? Miss SRB, thank you for joining us. Again, Carolyn Miller, My Heart, Doodlebug, Miss Sherry, Rachel Rach, Lucky, Garrido. Come on in, everybody. Hold up. Okay. Hold on a minute. What just happened here? Okay. Come on, everybody. See something, say something. Welcome back. Victoria, welcome back. Misty Day, welcome back. 83 peeps now. Let me see. You refresh. Nope, I won't do that. All right, we're getting there, guys. It's loading back in. Doris Martin, welcome. Thank you very much. And I appreciate just sub to your channel. I love watching different views to this case and keeping an open mind. Thank you for a respectful platform and starting from the beginning of the case. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy enough to want to come back. Very much so. Welcome, Sarah Tequila. Great Pearl, welcome back to you. Anybody that had to come out or jump out and jumped back into this, thank you guys. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I can't control what is going on. Welcome back, Paula. Cat's Eye, good to see you. I don't know. StreamYard, just for whatever reason, sometimes I'll be sitting here and it glitches and boom, it shuts off. So I don't know why it does it. Welcome back, Clue. Thank you for joining me again. I just don't know. That's crazy to me. But it just shuts down. It's done it a few times. Welcome, Claire. Thank you for joining us. All right. Let me pull this back up now. Hold on. Nonsense. Hey, Becky, good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Hope you're having a great day today. Evie Marie, welcome back. All right. I kind of wanted to wait for as many people as I can to jump back in here, but bend me over. Welcome back, or welcome. Good to see you again today. Thank you, SRB. I appreciate that very much. Don't work too hard, Kimber. Jules, hello and welcome. Cat's Eye. I think I covered everybody. Again, guys, welcome back. I'm sorry. Race to the algorithm again. Yes, of course. So irritating. We're at 50 likes with 100 people now. We're getting there slowly. Again. Walt Harris, what's going on, Walt? Thank you for joining us today. I think we have almost everybody back in here. We're getting close. 105 peeps. Roe, welcome to you. We got a couple extras too. Emily Pickles, hello. Miss Brittany, hello. Good to see you. All right, guys. Cooter Brown, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Jules is saying hello, Clue. Southern Gal,
Hello. Sorry, I had to put this down so I could go wait. And
oh, you're
let me
okay.
do it on my television.
There you go. Come on, hit it, slap it, or lick it, whatever works for you guys.
Get down.
Hit that button. Thank you, Salt or Sherry.
Here we go.
SJ216, like number 57 in the house. Hey, Dago, Clue Mods in chat. Hello to you. It is Cinny K and Big O How Ow, the big man. What's up, Cinny? Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. If I kick it, then it's mine, though. Do what you got to do. Jolene, 420, welcome. 108 peeps, 67 likes. We're getting there, guys. This is ridiculous. What the hell? Hold up. What did I do? Here we go. Here we go. Okay.
Here, go on somewhere. One. Chewy. Oh, we missed it.
All right, everybody. Again, grab your notepads, your pens, whatever you got you're working with. I'm about to pull it back up and get it rolling again. We're taking notes, and we're back. All right. Please hope this doesn't happen again. Well, that's what I said, Emily. We're all taking notes on this. Not all of us, but quite a few of us are, because that's what we're doing this for. Is we're going back to. That's awesome, Walt. That's very awesome. I'm glad to hear that, my friend. Very, very awesome. We are going back to the beginning of this case. We did a whole series yesterday, or a whole episode yesterday on it. You can catch that on the replay, and then this one, of course, we're doing today. This is part 2, to show what happened in the beginning of the case and pick up on things. That's why we're taking notes, things that we may have missed, not heard, whatever, or did hear, but it relates differently now. What I said yesterday is I'm trying to keep a wide open mind and trying to kind of forget some of the stuff I know already. I know it's hard. It's very, very hard. But again, that's part of the point. So do your best. If you got a pen and a pad, take some notes. I'm telling you, it'll definitely help. What did Walt do? Hold on. Were you making fun of something else? I thought so. You're an ass. You're an ass, Walt. I kind of thought that when I said that, but I wasn't sure. Anyway, thank you for being here, Walt. As always, much fun. All right, guys, here we go. Let me know if I need to rewind, audio, any of that stuff. Let me know.
Not everybody's perfect. That's why I told everybody you need to drop your egos and understand that Sebastian is the focus of this.
Kind of an ironic statement coming from you, sir. Sorry.
I'm saying the same thing.
The end goal is to find Sebastian alive and well.
Mm-hmm.
And some people decide to let their egos get in the way.
Gotcha. And so because of that, and of course they were getting threats, allegedly, that's why they're gone. Are they coming back at all? Did they just take a day off? What's the story here?
They called me this morning, and they said that because of the death threats, that they have to pull back because not only are they getting threats, but their family members are getting threats.
Oh, come on, man.
I cannot be liable for somebody. I'm trying to find my son.
No doubt.
And the last thing I want is somebody. I cannot on my conscience have somebody having their family getting threatened because they're trying to help me find my son. I've already told my volunteers, be careful, stay in groups. At 5 o'clock, I know we still got a couple hours of daylight left, but I want my volunteers to be safe too. So I've told them at 5 o'clock, I need you all to go ahead and call it quits for the night. You may not want to, but your life is precious as well. My son's life is precious, but I'm not willing to risk other people's lives for my son's life.
Gotcha. I
Mine,
agree.
man, I ain't worried.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry. Say that last thing.
Said mine, on the other hand, I'm not worried. I'll be your Huckleberry.
I heard that. I heard that. And yeah, it is frustrating and tragic that they. That's frustrating and tragic that they left. I got to be honest. And as a father as well, I can only imagine how that feels. But as far as volunteers go, has that changed in the volume and the reception and the attendance of volunteers down there?
A little bit. I mean, people are conscious of their own well-being. I can't expect people to, be threatened or anything else to help me find my son.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry that's happening to you, brother. But I want to bring this up really quick. Go ahead.
This is what it tells me.
Shoot.
People don't want me to find my son. Well, they can rot in hell, and people in hell also want ice water. And I have iced tea.
I got you. But for those of y'all who want to stay in heaven and want to help volunteer, can you let them know where they can go and volunteer? They need as many boots on the ground, out there, guys. So can you tell them where they can go and when you guys are starting your search tomorrow morning and all that?
Right now, you just need to kind of pay attention to the Facebook pages. I will be at church tomorrow. I mean, I'm taking this weekend to get my leads in place so that I have viable leads on where I can send people. There's a couple groups that are out there that feel the same way that I do about my son. You can't scare them. They're meeting. They've got things on Facebook.
Gotcha.
So where they're showing up, they showed up today. I think it was like 35 or 40 of them. And they went and handed out flyers and searched a couple areas. I know all that sort of stuff. At the same point in time, during this interview, I've already ignored 8 telephone calls from people who are calling in to find out what the game plan is and to tell me information.
Well, I won't keep you on very long. I know that you got a lot going on. I got a few more questions for you, but I do want to bring up all these things so that people know where to go. So is it still 90 Volunteer Drive, Hendersonville?
They are not there anymore.
Okay. So where do they go now?
We do not have a location currently for everybody to meet up. When I choose a location, it will go out the night before. That way I can get there and scope the area, make sure that it's a safe gathering spot for people.
Okay. So how are you going to let us know, or will you let me know at least so we can put it up online, let people know? Go ahead.
Let you know. I have your number. I have a couple other YouTubers' number, and I've got people with Facebook.
Right. And I also, just to clarify, guys, the threats that the Cajun Navy were receiving were not from content creators. It was actually just people living in the area or outside the area that just wanted to muck things up. Okay. So it's not any content creator that threw out any threats, just to correct the conversation in the family chat, just so you know. Okay. Now, go ahead.
Me personally, I've been balancing media and content creators for over 30 days now since I started this. And I love y'all. I mean, I understand some of y'all want clicks and y'all want followers and things like that. And that does not bother me. Everybody's got to have a job so they can make money. At the same point in time, I know that the more clicks and people that you have following you,
whoever it is that's backstage, you got to show me your face at least once back here before I can pull you up on the panel. Maybe you can hear me. Otherwise, I can't, especially if you're not somebody I know already. I can't see your face. I see your ceiling. Oh, you're an ass. Why did you do that?
Because I should be incognito. I'm not
Okay.
here.
You could have told me it was you, though, butthead.
I
Anyway,
did in the chat.
I didn't see it. Sorry. Okay, I see it now. Anyway, that was weird. Moving on. Sorry, guys. It's an ice cream cone, folks. Hello, ice cream cone. How are you? Angela, hello. Thank you for joining us.
The more people will hear me. That means more people out there. I told you, I want the world to help me find my son.
No doubt. That's absolutely right. The more engagement, the more likes, etc., the more this story and this conversation gets out there and more awareness goes out there for Sebastian. And that's what we're here for. Real talk. That's what we're here for. So let's get back into it. Footsteps or footprints, I'm sorry, that were found near this water retention pond. Can we talk a little bit about that? Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and oh, there went the light. And they searched it. I asked them about it because I listened to the phone call from the dispatcher to the officers, and I brought that to their attention, and they said that they searched that pond.
Okay. And they found, obviously, or I'm assuming they found nothing, because if they did find something, we'd all know about it by now, correct?
Yes, that was 30 days ago.
Gotcha. I'm going to go back into the conversation about things around the house and whatnot. Now, the cars, okay? There's something that's just really been burning away at me, and I'm just curious about, have they looked at I understand that they've gone through Katie's car. They've combed through that like crazy, but have they looked at the navigation of her car?
Information.
They won't divulge that information. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I'm not part of the investigation. Questions like that would be things that would be part of the investigation. And yeah, they're not going to tell me that stuff. So gotcha. I don't even bother asking about it.
Gotcha.
Because, yeah.
I see. Okay. Now, I know that you, a long time ago, because I know you just did a recent interview, and this is the one thing that I got a little confused about, and I understand, could be lack of sleep, could be just answering the same doggone questions 15,000 times over, and it just, but I remember in the interview that you had in the past, you said something about the dogs catching a scent going into a construction site and it just stopping in that construction site. But just recently, I think just yesterday or the day before, you did an interview with local news, and you said that the dogs did not catch any scent. That's
what they're telling me now.
So the scent that the dogs picked up near this construction site was not that of Sebastian Rogers?
That's what they told me.
They said the
information that I received when I asked questions previously was false information.
Interesting. Interesting.
Okay, so now I have a question with this, okay? I do, Stephen, I do. We all know, we heard this audio. I know we're supposed to act like we didn't, but we did. We're going to hear it again. This was March 29th. This was the first visual interview that Pascal gave. He did another one on the phone where Seth had called in before that. And thank you for that info, Paul. I remembered after you said that. Thank you, Doodle, for that as well. And thank you, anybody that donated to these links. God knows I appreciate you. Anyway, so at this point now, he's claiming here that he's told that a TBI told him that wasn't a hit on Sebastian. It wasn't Sebastian's scent. What this is where I get lost, okay? This is why another reason why I wanted to do this.
Say that again. You said that we heard the TBI say it wasn't him, right?
He says that. That's what I'm saying. He said the TBI told him that was not Sebastian's scent. I'm going to play it back one more time just to clarify that that's what I heard. But again, I don't know, guys, because I didn't hear that come out of TBI's mouth either. So I'm just saying. Hold on. All right.
No, because they said it wasn't confirmed.
Confirmed, right. that's why I'm saying we need to clarify some of these things as we're writing this down, because that's why I'm doing this. Let's hear this again.
Catching a scent going into a construction site and it just stopping in that construction site. But just recently, I think just yesterday or the day before, you did an interview with local news, and you said that the dogs did not catch any scent.
That's what they're telling me now.
So the scent that the dogs picked up near this construction site was not that of Sebastian Rogers?
That's what they told me.
That's
They said
very
the
interesting.
information that I received when I asked questions previously was false information.
What do you think, Chloe?
Well, I think Caroline has an excellent point that the sheriffs were out there doing that, not TBI.
That's a good point. Thank you, Carolyn. That's a very good point.
Well, and here's the other side of it too, right? I have no doubt in my mind that at this juncture, this is the end of March.
Yep.
And they've seen no hide nor hair of him, nothing on well, we assume nothing on video, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If they were starting to turn things into, because they have always said it's still an investigation, if they were starting to turn things to looking at people closely connected to him,
Right.
they wouldn't be telling anything.
Yeah.
They would lie. They can lie. You know what I mean?
Of course. Of course. Yeah, we are going to go back and find the audio interview he did first, because I remember that one too. I just forgot that came before this. So we will get that one too. Don't worry, guys.
Well, and it's super long because I know Nonsense. I watched her go over that one.
Is it
And
a
I mean,
long one?
it's like 4 hours.
Okay, so we'll break that one down and speed that one up.
And I'm sorry, there's one of them that may be longer than that. If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken. I don't remember.
Right. Welcome, Vicky Harrison. Good to see you. Absolutely. We'll make it work, folks. I'll figure it out. All right. Hold on.
Interesting. Interesting. It's very interesting. You know, I guess I keep wondering about those things because I know it was said before, and then things have changed. You know, like things that we've heard from the Proudfoots, they have changed over time. Now, I get it that during trauma, during nerves, being interrogated, sometimes information slips through the cracks, right? Sometimes you forget things, so on and so forth. But there's been things that have been added in later on in their conversations and in their interviews. Like, you saw the Nancy Grace interview, did you not?
No, I kind of stopped watching the interviews after a particular one where I found out a lot of stuff, about CPS and stuff.
Yes.
I kind of, I guess I probably should turn around and watch more of them, but that kind of hurt me. So
you found out about CPS from watching the conversation that they had with another podcaster. That's the first and only time you heard about Chris putting his hands on your son, Sebastian, that would garner him a visit by CPS. Am I correct?
yes.
So you never heard anything from any officials of any sort about this, even Katie Proudfoot as well. You never heard anything from her too.
I have a question about that to anybody. Anything I've ever known about CPS, or CSB as we call it here in Ohio, if there is a dual parental entity going on, one parent has custodial rights, the other parent is the secondary, whatever you want to call it, okay? If there is a case opened, do they or do they not always, maybe they don't in other states, I don't know, but don't they always include the other parent as well?
Typically, yeah. But I think I'll go look at some point, Jesus, and see the rules, because if it's like, say there was a claim made, let's take the situation they said at the school, right? Someone at the school was like, he said, you
Right.
hit him, blah, blah. If the worker goes over there and Because I mean, a claim can be unfounded or unsubstantiated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, then I don't know that they would have to alert the other parent.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was thinking. So if they go there and say, hey, this is what was said, the school sent us here for this and that, it's unsubstantiated, then there's no point to contact the other parent. So on and so forth. Okay, that makes sense there. Welcome, Miss Barbara. Good to see you today, hon.
Katie B, that's what I was trying to say. Like if the case, so
It's
like they
not
get a
open.
complaint,
Yeah.
right? But it's not a case until they go there and see.
They check out the complaint before they
Right.
open the case. Is it? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So that would be why he was not informed, obviously, because there was nothing there to substantiate opening the case. That makes perfect sense. Okay.
So see something, say something said CPS may not know there's an outside parent to contact. It depends if the person doing the complaint tells them. A lot of single parents, I do agree with that. However, considering it came from the school, I would imagine that the paperwork would reflect all the, because I know here they ask you for like a parenting plan. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I was muted. They do that here too. I had to go through that with my ex's brother when we ended up with his daughter. Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
And if you, as like, if you're like the primary person and you don't want that person picking them up from school or anything, like you have to show them a parenting plan that says you basically control everything. Do what I say.
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. All right. Just a question to this. That's all. All right. Moving forward, guys.
No.
All right, I'm going to ask you a hard question. Has Sebastian ever spoken to you about the dynamics inside the Proudfoot's home?
Nope. I really wish he had. Because here in Tennessee, everybody's a mandated reporter. And if I had known some of the stuff that was going on, it would have been a phone call. I'd have called Clarksville PD, Montgomery County Sheriff's.
I bet. I would too.
My son would probably still be here right now.
So, question.
That makes no sense.
What?
He's
Is
basically,
it? What?
go ahead.
Oh, hold on. What? How was that worded? I'm sorry.
That my son would still be here right now. That's what caught me off guard with it. Here, I'll play it back real quick.
So you never heard anything from any officials of any sort about this, even Katie Proudfoot as well. You never heard anything from her too?
No.
All right, I'm going to ask you a hard question. Has Sebastian ever spoken to you about the dynamics inside the Proudfoot's home?
Nope. I really wish he had. Because here in Tennessee, everybody's a mandated reporter. And if I had known some of the stuff that was going on, it would have been a phone call. I'd have called Clarksville PD, Montgomery County Sheriff's.
I bet. I would too.
My son would probably still be here right now.
So, question, because he says he only used the belt once and CPS was called. Do you believe it only happened once?
Doesn't really matter what I believe. I know that he admitted that it happened.
Gotcha.
That's a great point, Nonsense. Very, very good point. Thank you for that.
Well, it's more, my question with that is, so when you saw the fear, he just didn't want to go back there, wouldn't say anything about it, blah, blah. Why didn't you do something then? If he wouldn't talk, you know what I mean?
Why did you give your child some time to correct his behavior before coming to live with you as a punishment? Let's talk about that. Come on, explain that one to me, sir, because that doesn't fit with this. Okay? It don't fit with this. Good God, some of this shit pisses me off.
Hang on.
Maybe my son would still be here now. That doesn't even match up.
Look at Kitty World.
Everyone in Texas too, and Robin didn't report what she knows. Thank you very much, because according to Robin, there were things that were said to her. Why didn't you report it, Grandma? If you're so worried about that, why didn't you report that? Because I don't think it ever happened. Just as much as I don't think this did either.
Yeah, because the only options are you didn't truly believe him,
Keep going. I'll be right back.
or he said keep going. You either didn't believe him or you just didn't care. I'm trying to read y'all's comments. I'm a mandated. Take it extremely seriously because it can be wasted resources too. I can't stand when people throw out the mandated reporter thing and use it for BS. I think so. Kitty, or no, she's a NP, a nurse practitioner, right?
Retired.
She's retired, but
Yeah, that's what
she
nurse
was a
practitioner.
nurse practitioner.
Yes. Y'all, I'm sorry to interrupt. I've seen it all now. There's, swear to God, some 90-some-year-old man with one tooth in his mouth just went driving past my house on some rickety-ass, broken down, orange riding lawnmower, pulling a cart behind it. Granted, I said he's 90-some years old. He had a straw hat on. At first, I thought it was Bobby Boucher coming by my house. And then I realized he was way older. He's pulling a cart behind him that had another cart inside of it with a big old speaker blasting NWA.
Hey, now,
What the actual hell just happened?
where the actual hell do you live?
I'm in the country. That's the thing. I'm in the country.
I didn't know you moved over here by us.
I ain't never seen that in my life, ever.
That's old Eddie.
What the hell?
Babe said that's old Eddie.
I've never seen that happen in my life. And this thing was like sputtering and spitting like it's about to die.
No.
Molly said, hey, that's my kin. Straight out of Ohio.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that yard tractor.
No, he's just got that set up that way so everybody thinks it's broke. Nobody steals it. He's a good dude.
This guy, that was too much. Listen, I opened my front door because
NWA,
I heard music. And I'm like, where the hell is that coming from? What's the matter?
I can't tell you what it means. Because you're not supposed to say those type of words on the YouTube.
Oh.
She don't know what NWA stands for.
We ain't gonna talk about that right now, Caroline. I'll explain it later.
Google, girl.
Yeah, just look it up. Anyway, so as I come down to the front door and open it real quick, I hear, woke up quick at about noon. And I said, no, he's not listening to this. And I turned and looked at him, and he turned and looked at me and went like that. I said, oh my God, y'all, what the hell is happening in my neighborhood? This is insanity. Hey, Mama Bear. I've seen it all.
We're living in clown world.
Amen.
It just blew my mind. Sorry. Anyway, what's up, KT? What it do? Yeah, don't say it. Nobody. It's something with attitudes, Carolyn. That's all I'm going to say. Leave that alone. Moving on. Here we go. Okay.
It's interesting because we dissected it this morning, and he said something completely different on Nancy Grace and said that wasn't the case. The inconsistencies are not good and very frustrating, just as a fellow parent here as well. And I keep wondering if there was ever any conversation or any hint at Sebastian having any issues or any problems with Chris or anybody at that home. Please continue.
Well, there was a couple times my son would get frustrated on days that I was taking him back to his mom's.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to go back. I hate going there. Well, he's a kid. I understand. I don't like to leave my house either. But when I asked him about it, he wouldn't tell me. And if he had, then I could have done something. But he didn't. So now I'm looking for it.
I see. So if I'm correct, you've asked him directly?
Yeah.
And he said nothing to you?
Said nothing to me. I don't know if he was trying to protect me from what was going on there. I don't know what his reasoning was for it.
Yeah.
And my job is to protect him. And it kind of makes me feel like I failed because he wasn't able to tell me, so I can do something about it.
What did the comment mean that everybody in Tennessee is a mandated reporter?
I think that means that everyone here is responsible for reporting any.
I mean, you don't have to be like a nurse, a doctor, police officer, some kind of a city
No.
government worker. Okay.
No, so there are some states where anyone is responsible for that, not just a certain like job title or anything like that. There's some places where everyone, I think Kitty was saying Texas is the same way, right? Everyone who encounters it suspects it, whatever is supposed to report it.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, both of you, Nonsense and Clue. Because I know here there's certain specifics like doctors, nurses, EMS workers, firefighters, police officers, of course, CSB workers, and people like that are mandated. Period. If they think something, they have to say something. I think everybody should be that type of a person anyway. Every person, period. You know, that should be the consensus everywhere. But that's just, you know. By the way, I do agree. If the guy comes back on this, I hear that. I'm taking a picture to prove to you guys that happened. I'm telling you, if he comes back this way, I'm doing it because I'm gonna post it on my thing too. That's insanity. I still can't get past it.
He have to come back, right?
Maybe he's heading somewhere that he's staying for a while. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know what the hell that was. I'm still kind of like, what the hell, you know? So anyway. All right, I just thank you for clarifying that about that. I was sitting here wondering, like, wait a minute, do you mean everybody, like your next door neighbor and everybody? So yeah, okay, cool.
Well, something I do notice is obviously whoever Stay Puffed was talking to, ain't in the truck.
Yeah, I got you.
What's wrong, Digger?
Nothing. I got you. Let's move on next. Here we go.
Seth, I'm sorry. This is how you found out. Real talk.
Me too.
I'm really sorry. This is how you found out. It does break my heart that all this has gone down the way it's gone down. I really wish there was more clarity with these timelines, with the math, because the math is just
not mathing.
It's just not mathing. It's just not mathing to me. So I'll ask you, because you did ask Sebastian when it was time to go home or time to go back to the prophet's home, he would get upset, right? He would get.
That was the second. That was not the last time that I took him, but the time before.
Did you?
And I asked him, did he? I don't get it. I don't understand why you didn't tell me.
Has he?
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Really wish there was more clarity with these timelines, with the math, because the math is just
not mathing.
It's just not mathing. It's just not mathing to me. So I'll ask you, because you did ask Sebastian when it was time to go home or time to go back to the prophet's home, he would get upset, right? He would get.
That was the second. That was not the last time that I took him, but the time before.
Did you?
And I asked him, did he? I don't get it. I don't understand why you didn't tell me.
What? Okay. What?
Wait a second.
See? Okay.
What are we talking about?
That's what I'm trying to catch here. So did we miss something here a few minutes ago or something? Because he's saying here that Sebastian got upset when he wanted to take him back to the Proudfoots. Not the time he had him before. Oh, it's in the other one. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Nonsense. Okay, so they're going back to something they talked about once before about Sebastian getting upset, having to go back to the mom's house. I think I remember that now. Okay, and he says, "Why didn't you tell me?" Oh my gracious. Hold on. Cammy Q gifted 10 memberships. I cannot see who got them. Cammy, thank you so very much. That's so generous of you. God bless. Anybody that did get them, thank you so much for becoming part of the family here. Welcome to the sauce. I can't see who it is, but welcome to all your new meatballs. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
You want me to read them?
Yes, if you have. I can't see them because of the video. Yes, please.
Yeah.
If you will.
WSU Mom Kim CZ KT MD Book Princess Brittany Snowflake's Nightmare Irene Clauber Rachel Viola and Kitty World.
That's awesome. Thank you again, Cammy, so very much. Thank you for joining us. And welcome to all the new meatballs. Welcome to the sauce, guys. I appreciate you guys being part of this family so very much. So welcome again. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're awesome, Cammy. God bless, hon. It's great to see you today, by the way. All right. All right. All right. So that's what I'm gathering. That's what this was. I knew there was something we missed, but he brought that back up. And he's claiming that that's when he had supposedly learned about this, the CPS call or whatever. And says, why didn't you tell? He said to Sebastian, why didn't you tell me? Well, maybe because it wasn't founded, maybe it wasn't a big thing. And he said not the time he had him last, but the time before that. So 4 weeks before, I'm guessing 4 weeks before he went missing? Because didn't he not have him for a weekend or something?
No, that's not true.
Okay. All right. I was trying to remember. I was misunderstood a little bit, but.
Well, because I think people got confused when he was talking about when he bought the boots or whatever.
Yeah.
But
right.
no, there was, as far as I know, there was no missed.
Okay. Got you then. Thank you. So this is what this is all about, you guys. For your notes, note taking, whatever. And we will go back and check that other interview here at some point, I promise. Something happened over the holidays, in my opinion. Grace says, not sure who or where or what, but something transpired, perhaps, I do believe. Okay. Thank you, Gray. Good point.
But what holiday? Like Christmas?
That would have had to have been, right? That was the last holiday that they had before he went missing. Is that what you're talking about, Gray? Is Christmas or the New Year running there somewhere? The kids were separated for the Christmas holiday. Thank you, Carolyn. I think the Sebastian video under the porch on Martin Luther King's holiday 116 is important. Okay.
That is not him, in my opinion, but
I've never even seen that, so I don't know what you got.
it's that some YouTube channel just happened to someone found this YouTube channel and there was a video of what you could see, like just the top awning of a place.
Mm-hmm.
And in the background, you can see this woman moving around the yard, messing with a dog chain or something. I don't know.
Oh, that one video. Okay.
Right.
I didn't, yeah, got you. I didn't know when that exactly was, but thank you. Okay. I get you. That makes sense. So that was over Martin Luther King Day. Okay. Brittany says, I heard that it was January 28th, the CPS report. Okay. The porch looks like the same porch set. And I think those are two different porches. See something? We went and looked at that and analyzed it. There's two different, there's pieces of it that don't look the same. Gotcha, yeah. Gray. That makes sense to me now. Thank you for that. Okay. Welcome, everybody that has jumped in. I can't tell exactly who it is, but thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Doodle says Valentine's Day, maybe. I don't know. Okay. There's some stuff, guys. I'm gonna say this here. Okay. This is an opinion I have. This is not based on any fact that I have, but I'm gonna say this based on what I have heard, what we have heard through some of this. We're going to get to these other interviews too, but there were certain inappropriate behaviors that were experienced at some point in time. Somewhat recently, I'm going to guess, okay? And I have to beg to wonder, if those behaviors are related to certain other experiences that have been had, if that makes any sense. Hold on, I gotta turn this down. Sorry, you guys. And I have to wonder if it's related to anything that has taken place, happened, and or been related to this stuff. Okay. I don't know for a fact yet, but I'm just saying. Oh, you guys are insane with this Discord stuff. That's all I'm saying, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it at all, but maybe we'll figure it out. That's the whole point in doing what we're doing here. I don't know. Welcome, Tomboy. We are in trouble over here. Sarge got on. Where are you at, Scooter? Where's Truth, by the way? I'm surprised he didn't come in here yet. Is he still live from this morning?
Let me look.
Good Lord. Well, not that it matters, but
Sarge was gonna make a video.
oh, Sarge is making a video.
A video to Fat Bastard.
Oh.
okay then. All right. Well, moving on. Yes, still live. Okay, so be it. So be it. Okay. All right, moving on. Here we go.
Has he told anyone in your family? Has he told anyone else about this at all?
Don't know. I do not know.
I gotcha. Because
But I gotta find him so I can make up for it.
of course. Of course.
I gotta find him so I can tell him that he's got to talk to me. He's got to talk to me so I know what I can do.
I understand that. And I hope you do have that opportunity to have that conversation
I'm
with your
praying.
son.
Praying every day.
Me too. We all are.
You need to go to church though.
I do. I most definitely do.
At least
But-
make sure you go on Sunday. I mean, it's Easter Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course. I'll be there on Sunday.
I need
whole
an Easter school, okay?
Yes. I mean, everybody needs to go. Okay.
maybe-
Whatever you pray to.
Maybe it's just you need to go into church. It's just that one prayer that gets him back to me.
I'm with it. I have no problem doing that. And I'm sure everybody else in the family chat and of course, if you agree, if you're down with it, fam, put in that green heart emoji in the chat right now for Sebastian. Okay. Show as much love as you can. He needs it. Because I understand that there could be a possibility of him running away because he's trying to get away, possibly get away from the household in which he is in. If he's not happy at the Proudfoot's home, there's a possibility of him trying to, you see what I'm saying, run away or get to you. Have you thought about that possibly?
I have. I've been to, me and his godfather have been out to the homeless encampments trying to get a hold of people, turned around and I had somebody contact Montgomery County for me. And then I passed that information on to Sumner County to pull video cameras from the Parks and Recreation so that hopefully they can find some information along those lines. There's flyers everywhere in Clarksville, Oak Grove, Guthrie, any place that I have driven through that would be close. So that way, and I've talked to the police departments up here. They know.
I see.
I'm going to make sure everybody knows my son.
Of course. I think a lot of people know your son, but yeah.
And when I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Father have been out to the homeless encampments trying to get a hold of people, turned around and I contacted
As you can. He needs it. Because I understand that there could be a possibility of him running away because he's trying to get away, possibly get away from the household in which he is in. If he's not happy at the Proudfoot's home, there's a possibility of him trying to, you see what I'm saying, run away or get to you. Have you thought about that possibly?
I have. I've been to, me and his godfather have been out to the homeless encampments trying to get a hold of people, turned around and I contacted.
So that was him and Seth and his godfather.
Him?
He said that him and his godfather have been out to the homeless encampments. A lot of people were saying that was him and Chris Proudfoot. That wasn't the stepfather. That was godfather.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness, the reason people are saying that is because according to my crystal ball, because I don't know about this yet because we're not there. He says later on that him and Chris searched homeless encampments the first day.
Right. I never. Who's the Godfather? Does anybody know who the Godfather is?
Yes.
Yes.
Who would that be?
He is TMB Fleming's husband.
What'd you just say?
The
The Cash
Cash
App.
App owner's husband.
Okay. The Godmother. Got you. Okay. Cash App's husband.
He said Cash App's husband.
God, Mom. Thank you, Cletus, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right.
I had somebody contact Montgomery County for me, and then I passed that information on to Sumner County to pull video cameras from the Parks and Recreation, so that hopefully they can find some information along those lines. I mean, there's flyers everywhere in Clarksville, Oak Grove, Guthrie, any place that I have driven through that would be close. So that way, and I've talked to the police departments up here. They know.
I see.
I'm going to make sure everybody knows my son.
Of course. I think a lot of people know your son, but yeah.
And when I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while.
Oh, yeah.
When I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while. That's always been an interesting comment. And an interesting look to go along with it. I don't know exactly what he's saying when he says that. And or why. But he said it. So, hey. When I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while. Now, it's always bugged me. I'll say that much. I'm glad we're covering it again. Is it because of all the... I'm going to play devil's advocate here a couple different ways. Is it because of all the media coverage? Is it because you just want to go spend some time alone with your son after this? Is it because you're trying to keep him from somebody or people, a whole group of people or whatever you're trying to do? That comment is just, I don't know. Take it how you take it. Don't go all conspiracy theory on it. I'm just saying.
No, it's strange. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
It's definitely wild. Yeah, it's a strange comment. That's what I'm saying. And I wonder if it means that he's going to take off with him permanently for a while, too. That's another thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got him now. You ain't getting him back. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that. Don't clarify or don't take that and run with that as a factual comment. I'm just saying it's a very odd comment to make in this situation. That's all I'm saying.
Well, how could he do that?
He shouldn't be able to, in my opinion.
So it almost makes you wonder, come back with the public's knowledge or just come back?
100%. Yes. I got you. Moving forward. Right. And that's it right there. Based on what the rest of this conversation was before he said that, okay? That's why I'm asking that. Andy says, like, he doesn't think Sebastian would want to spend time with his mom. Katie's missing him too. Is he saying that we're going to have to disappear for a while because of the conversation you just had, that there is quote unquote believed somewhat versions of abuse happening over there, that Sebastian wouldn't want to go back there? Because I'm not buying that. I'm just saying I'm not buying that.
You wouldn't. The responsible thing in that situation would not be to disappear. It would be to
of course not.
File an emergency order of protection.
That's right. That's what you do. If you have the child, you believe that there is abuse going on, you keep the child, file the paperwork, and let them do their job. That's how that works. Then if the courts deem that it's not there, then they decide how this works. You don't get to be judge, jury, and all that either. That's how that's not supposed to be. But anyway, like you said, the responsible thing. So, Angel of Virtue, hello. Good to have you here. Or is it an entrapment to get Mrs. Proudfoot back? Yeah, like he thinks she come back like blackmail. I want to see your son, then come to me, then probably. That's a great point, Angel.
That's kind of funny that you threw a very specific word in there. Who said that, Angel?
Angel Virtue,
It's
yeah.
a very specific word in there that we've actually heard tossed around by other creators.
Very true. Very true. Good point, Angel. Thank you very much. Always love your input. All
Tell
right.
Burger what's up.
Hello. Yes. Michelle Noor, was there a pun intended? Because he is very cynical. I will agree with that. No, he didn't say the word kidnap. Okay, that's clarify that. But at this point, I don't know what the hell he's meaning. Moving on.
I get it. I'm hoping for nothing but a positive outcome with everything here.
Just gotta find it.
Yeah, I know.
I need everybody heads up, eyes open.
Have you reached out to any other organizations, or have any other organizations like search and rescue type of organizations reached out to you at all? Because it's still kind of mind blowing that Cajun Navy is gone now, and it's kind of gone back down to you running it solo. Has anybody else, any other organizations reached out to you at all?
We've reached out. We're waiting on word back. We're not the only people in the world that need help.
That's true.
So
That's very true.
We're just waiting our turn in the lottery system, I guess, for somebody to reach back out to us.
Equisearch at all?
They were here 2 weeks ago.
Could they circle back and come back and do another round for a week or so?
We're hoping. We've reached out.
Okay. Well, for those of y'all who are watching right now that have any connections to any other search rescue type of organizations, can you please reach out to them? It takes 2 seconds to send out that message to that friend, to that person who's the higher up, whatever it may be. Okay. We really need to get this young boy back home as quickly as possible. So please, if you can, reach out, because we got a lot of people watching right now, a gang of people watching right now. If you guys can please use your connections for the greater good, that'd be greatly appreciated.
We got some information for you.
Let's go.
All right. The rudder at Anchor High Marina has agreed to allow us to use their parking lot as a command center until searches are over and Sebastian is found. The address is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075.
126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee,
Yep.
37075. Correct?
That's
That is
weird.
correct.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat it again for everybody. Okay, what is that facility called? Just so everybody, if it has something written on the side of it or something
There
like
you
that.
go.
It's called The Rudder.
The Rudder.
There you
Okay,
go.
everybody. Of course, you heard Seth.
Sorry, my mouse wasn't cooperating. What's up?
Am I not mistaken that earlier in this, someone or Rascal had asked about the whatever's meet up and things like that, and the response was you'd have to just pay attention to the Facebook pages?
I do believe so. I do.
So, okay.
What you got?
Well, I just find that weird, right? That
Mhm.
it's clearly nighttime.
Yep.
Someone around you is in their pajamas. The lights have been cut off at the gas station, so I'm assuming it's nighttime, right?
Very late. Yes.
Why would you all of a sudden get a message saying that the rudder has agreed to let whoever meet there or whatever? Like, how? I guess my question is, how did you not know that already to answer that earlier?
I can agree. Definitely. That's strange. That is definitely strange. Faux show. Most definitely. I think he just received a text with the meetup info. Right.
That's what I think too.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're like so concerned about, you know what I mean? Like, how do
Yeah.
you not know?
Right. I agree. I do agree. Good points, folks. Good points. All right, here we go. Wait, how come he didn't contact Senator Marsha Blackburn. She is a big advocate on the Senate floor for missing and exploited children. And that's a good point there, Captain. I wonder why, unless he just doesn't know that. You know, I'm sure he probably doesn't follow a lot of governmental bullshit. So, but you would think somebody would let him know that.
So, I mean, I know we don't want to jump ahead, but I will say this because I don't know.
It's okay.
I don't know if we're going to get all of these interviews. Tony says in one of his mini tours that politicians, basically what he ultimately says, politicians don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Right.
I remember that.
Okay, so Thor, I'm not pointing fingers at anything or anybody, okay? The reason why I'm doing this is I'm going back to the very, very beginning of the case, like I did yesterday. This is part 2. You weren't here for this. I will be reviewing as much as I can on this case. This isn't to point fingers at anybody. This is to watch everything and see anything that we may have missed within the interviews that leads clues, evidence, conversation that was talked about things that we didn't catch. That's all this is. Nobody's blaming anybody. I'm not blaming anybody for anything. I'm saying that there's things in here that we're hearing that make you go, okay, that's really all. So there's every bit of this. How is this helping to bring Sebastian home? Because there may be something that's said. There may be something that's brought back up that could lead to something or some information to make it an understanding of what could have happened to Sebastian. That's what it's about. That's all. So, moving forward.
That's breaking news right now, just so you guys know. Please, if you're in the area, if you're 45 minutes away, if you are 30 minutes away, if you're an hour away, it doesn't matter. It takes 2 seconds to hop in a car and drive your butt down and help out.
There will be no searches on Sunday due to Easter.
Okay.
I want everybody to spend time with your family. You don't ever know when you're not going to have them again. So enjoy the time that you have with them. They're saying that they'll have searches tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. and that all other times it will be 9:30 to 6 Monday, starting on Monday.
Okay. So you guys know the Rudder. Okay. The place is called the Rudder. It's 126 River Road, Hendersonville.
If you're hungry, feel free to get something to eat.
It's a restaurant as well. So it's a restaurant called the Rudder. The address, again, just for everybody who's watching, everybody, even those in the nosebleed seats, okay? We need your help too. The address for the Rudder restaurant is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. The zip code is 37075. Again, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Zip code is 37075. They start tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. till 6 p.m. They're taking Sunday off because it is the holy day. It is Sunday, or Easter Sunday, I'm sorry. But they will reconvene back on Monday at that same spot, the Rudder restaurant, at 9:30 a.m. And hopefully that will be the headquarters or the meeting spot, the rendezvous spot from this point on, okay? Just so you guys know, all right? Again, please go and check those things out. If you can get down there, it takes 20 minutes. Get out there and just do 20 minutes of a search. That's 20 minutes that we can get closer to finding Sebastian Rogers, okay? Now, the other thing, though, too, I do want to bring up as well. Of course, there is a reward for any information on Sebastian's whereabouts. Can you explain a little bit more about how to add to the reward if they want to help add to the reward?
There's an attorney, which I gave you that information. I don't know if you can post it or not.
Yes, I'll pull it up.
There's an attorney in Nashville. This reward was put up by the businesses in Hendersonville. And if anybody wants to donate to the reward, the last time I checked, it was at $3,500. You would take in a check into the attorney. The attorney will give you a receipt for it. It goes into an escrow. And that's right there. James Brian Lewis. And then he'll give you a receipt. It'll go into an escrow account. If information leads to the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers and the rescue of him, either or, let's go with rescue, then they'll turn around and that's the reward that they'll give. It's at $3,500.
So if you guys can contribute, if you're interested in contributing and you don't want to do the GoFundMe, but you want to contribute in another way, you can do the reward. Okay. All the information is right here on the screen as we speak. So please go over there, check it out. If you can donate, that'd be greatly appreciated. You know, one thing though I'm curious about is, you know, when we talk about your GoFundMe, and I will be throwing these back up here, guys, again before the show's over and before this conversation is over, and the GoFundMe as well. That will be put back up here in a second. But I'm curious, the GoFundMe, speaking of that, I heard things that Proudfoots were upset with you about doing this to GoFundMe. What's going on with that? Is there anything you can, tell us about that? Why is there tension about a GoFundMe?
Chris, Katie spoke with me, and we agreed not to do a GoFundMe for finding Sebastian Rogers. And my sister asked if she could start a GoFundMe just for me to help pay my bills while I'm looking for Sebastian. And I told her that's fine. Just don't attach Sebastian to it at all. And she said, okay. And she didn't do that. And Chris got upset and threatened to get an attorney.
Okay.
And personally, I'd like to thank everybody that donates to that, because that is paying my bills. And I did take a leave of absence, and I haven't been back to work since the 26th.
And I will say, I am very surprised that sorry, I'm just putting this in here, the GoFundMe, just so it's here for everybody to see. Okay. But I am very surprised that you were able to take a leave of absence without any issues at all whatsoever. Yet we heard, I don't know if they're still on their vacay, but they jumped in.
Have a great day, Thor. Go ahead up back over to Dolly and T-Ravs. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you.
Into an RV and kick rocks. What are your thoughts on that? Because apparently it was because he needed to go back down there for work. What are your thoughts on that? I'm just curious.
I don't have any thoughts on that, man. This ain't about them. This is about Sebastian. They're adults. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. My son, on the other hand, is not an adult, and it's on the adult to find him, and that's what I'm doing.
Gotcha. Now, I know a lot of people have asked a lot of these kind of questions about Sebastian, but I do have to ask anyway. Is there anything that would, is there anything in particular that warms him up quickly, gets him very excited about things, or makes him become, something that would connect someone to him quickly? Is it music? Is it video games? Is it comic books? Is it movies? Is there anything in particular that if someone was to see him from afar, is there anything that they could use or do to be able to bring him closer so we can call 911 to get him back to you?
Just call his name.
Just call his name.
Call his name, and if he turns around and sandy blonde hair, he may or may not still have his glasses. He had them, from my understanding, because they're missing out of his mama's house. But if he responds to his name and turns around and you see that smile right there, or even if you don't, you just see him, he may or may not be smiling right now. I don't know what kind of state he might be in. Just call 911. Call 911 immediately. He's going to need help. He's going to need help.
A few more questions. I know these are tough, and I know you've answered these a couple times, but I do have to ask. Now, has he ever had any type of erratic behavior? Has he ever had any moments of rebellion at all?
Did you really just ask if a teenage boy had a moment of rebellion?
Yeah, I know that was a dumb question, but I got to ask it anyway. Would he retaliate in a way that would be like something like him disappearing, hiding away from?
Why can't you ever just answer questions? Why do you have to be cocky with everything? There's always got to be a secondary answer to something. Just say yes or no, bro. I just don't understand some of this. I don't. Anyway, moving on.
For a little while. So on and so forth. That's what I mean.
No, he's not done that. I mean, the boy likes to try to sometimes hide and scare you, but it's like, it's not one of those runaway type things. He's never been one that elopes. He's never been one that wants to be away. So, no.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I do have a question, and this is between you and me and a whole bunch of other people here, but
in the world.
In the world, but I do have to ask you this because it is something that has been thrown out there quite a bit. So I say this with all the love in my heart. Okay, just a precursor, but there has been a lot of conversation about you allegedly having some sort of insurance, life insurance on Sebastian. Can you explain that a little bit?
I've had a Gerber grow up plan on him since he was like 4 years old.
Okay. Because I know that that's something that a lot of speculation is brewing around that specifically. So I'm just asking because, of course, that's just something that people have been bringing up and having conversations about.
Understand? Yeah. I think everybody should have insurance on their children. And with the Gerber grow up plan, the younger they are, I think you can put I used to sell insurance in California. Right. I had my license for it. And I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn. And that is the cheapest you'll ever get it. And with Gerber grow up, the price doesn't change. So when he turns 18, his policy literally will double and yet he won't be paying more for it than when he was 4 years old when I got it for him.
I see. Okay.
Hey, Leslie.
You know, say he wanted to take money out against it after he's 18 or 21, say he needed, you know, something for school, for college, whatnot, he can actually borrow against his life insurance policy. Because it's not a term, it's a whole life. So he can actually use that kind of like a savings plan.
I see. That makes sense to me.
And here's the point. I mean, if you have a newborn child, what was it? I think he told me if you put $4,000 into an IRA for your child just once, by the time they're 50, they all have over $1 million in their IRA. And that's just a one-time deposit. There's other things I should have done when he was younger that now I know. You know, you should always be preparing for your children's future, not just your own.
No doubt. It's your legacy, right?
He sure is.
It's your legacy.
You know, one day he's going to be my age or older and be like, you know, my dad did a lot of things for me. I think I want to do the same things for my kids.
No doubt. I'm really praying for you, my brother. I am really praying for you. Is there anything else before we wrap up the show, this conversation? Is there anything else that you want to share with everyone out here before we sign off?
Thank you, everybody, for your prayers. Please keep your heads up, your eyes open. What if you all could see the person, could be the person that sees my son? It could be the reason that I get him back.
I'm praying for you. I'm praying for Sebastian. I'm praying for everyone that is looking right now. My heart goes out to Sebastian. My heart goes out to you, my brother. And you know what? My heart does go out to the Proudfoots as well. Regardless of what the court of public opinion thinks or how I feel or anything of that sort, I hope that if there is information that's being withheld by any parties or anyone around this particular case, I just pray that there is an Easter miracle and they find some moments to speak out and speak the truth. That's what I'm praying for.
What you're doing will be set free in the light.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Tomorrow is a holy Saturday. Today was a good Friday. It could have been better.
And speak the truth. That's what I'm praying for.
What you're doing will be set free in the light.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Tomorrow is a holy Saturday. Today was a good Friday. It could have been better. I'm praying for that Easter miracle.
Me too, brother.
Thank you, Pastor.
Anytime, Seth. You know I got you. You know everybody in this chat got you. Okay? We are team green heart emoji out here throughout all of these internet streets right now. All we want is clarity. All we want is transparency and the truth. And of course, finding this young man. That's all we want, just like you, right? So we are rooting for you, and we got you. What are you going to say, Seth?
I
So
agree.
that's all I want.
I
I
agree.
want my son back. I want my son found so I can have him back. Because right now he's lost.
Me too. I do want him found. And I think we all can agree in the chat right now. So Seth, I'm going to let you go so you can continue doing what you're doing. Please, I just beg you. I know it's going to be very hard for you to do this, but it's one small request, okay? One simple, small request. Even the good Lord rested on Sunday.
That was after 7 days.
After 7 days, I know, but you've been running ham. You've been going ham for days, for weeks now. So all I ask, so that you can be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to fight and keep soldiering on for your son, all I ask is you get just a little bit of shut-eye on Sunday or within the next 48 hours. You deserve it, and your body deserves it. We can't have a sleep-deprived Seth Rogers out here. We need a fully alert and ready and healthy Seth Rogers. So please, bless your body with some rest this weekend. That's all I'm asking. And I'm not sitting here saying, do not feel that you taking a 2-hour nap is letting your son down. In fact, that's helping your son. It's keeping you strong. It's keeping you healthy. So please do that for me. And for everyone else here, please. Thank you. I know. Just try. Drink some chamomile tea, something. Get all fancy with that ish. You hear me?
I think I have some chamomile tea right here.
That's the worst things you could be drinking right now, my brother. Okay? But
at least it's not alcohol.
at least it's not that. Thank God it's not. But I'm just saying, Hydrate. Water. It's clear, not that. Put that down. Put it down. Put that ish down. Get some proper sleep, my brother. Put it down. Don't you do that. Don't you dare do that. All right. I love you, man. I really do. Real talk. My heart goes out to you. I really want everything to change today, like right now, in finding him. I want nothing but positivity. And I just want the truth, just like you do, and finding your son. So I hope we do find him and find the truth, or at least some leads that get us closer to finding him. I do appreciate you sharing everything you did tonight. I know it's not easy, especially when you've done 15,000 interviews in the last 48 hours. But I know this is all for the good cause.
But, I just want to keep my son's name and face out there.
Well, that's why you have content creators like myself and the many other amazing content creators on this platform and on TikTok talking about Sebastian. Exactly. And we'll continue talking and bringing his name to light until this case is solved, until he is found. But Seth, I'm gonna let you go so you can go get some rest. I know you've been getting phone calls like crazy. I know you got a lot of things you got to do, many miles to go before you sleep. So I'm gonna let you go to it because I know that's important. Okay, but you stay blessed. Get some rest, my brother. Enjoy your Easter Sunday. I'm hoping for an Easter miracle. Much love to you, my brother. And we'll be talking soon. Okay, I'll be in touch. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem, brother. Stay blessed. All right. Talk to you soon.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that ends that one. Thank the Lord. That was a long one. Anyway. All right. So anything real quick to talk over with that one before we move to the next piece of what we're doing? Anything at all? With anyone?
Not for me.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Now we're gonna go. We did that one already. Okay. At this point, jump into this roundabout period of time to bounce forward where we were with some news releases. I like to throw those in there too to give, like we did yesterday as well. So
FBI, TBI, and a spread of Middle Tennessee agencies are back on the ground today searching.
Hold on, let me slow her down a little bit. Sorry about that. All right, here we go.
For Sebastian Rogers. The 15-year-old was reported missing on February.
Okay, so at this point, she's claiming FBI, TBI, and Sumner County are on the ground. Those are her words. At this point, I don't know. Hey, Duchess. Cherokee girl, hello. Baby Firefly, you were here, of course. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. All right.
26, and there have been no signs of him ever since.
Damn it, I keep forgetting this. Sorry, guys. This was April 4th. My apologies.
It's Peyton Kennedy, live at the command post now near Long Hollow Pike in Hendersonville with what crews have been focused on today, Peyton.
And Nicole, when Sebastian was first reported missing, we saw extensive official search parties here on the ground, but with no sign of him. That scaled back on March 4th. Now on April 4th, we are back here once again for an on-the-ground official.
All right, so March 4th is when the search, which I played that yesterday, I think. March 4th is when the search was scaled back a bit. Okay, and now here they are on the ground still on April 4th at this point. Let's see here. Dutchie's doing notes. I see ya. Okay. All right. Anybody? Nobody? Okay. Everybody. Here we go.
Search party. So here's a look at those efforts from this morning. You really couldn't drive far along Long Hollow Pike without seeing a search party working through the fields and properties along the road, or without seeing a sign with information about Sebastian and the number to call if you have details on him or his whereabouts. Again, that number is 1-800-TBI-FIND. Now, the command post is behind Long Hollow Church. It's not far from where Sebastian's mother and stepfather live and where the teenager was reportedly last last seen. Officials say that they are not ruling anything out in this investigation. This was originally announced as a 2-day search, but as to whether or not it will roll into a 3rd day will depend on what they discover today, if anything. We'll be keeping you posted all afternoon live here in Hendersonville. For now, Peyton Kennedy, News 2.
So yeah, that was April 4th. There was a search going on for 2 days. She claimed she didn't know if it was going to throw it into 3 days. This was after they had scaled back from a month after they scaled back from March 4th. Okay, so hold on a minute. I'm going to back up through some things here. Give me a second, please. All right. Apologies, folks.
At 5, today's search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers called off after volunteers.
This one was from March 30th. I had these flipped around. I was trying to play this one first, but that's okay. We're still getting it either way. There we go.
Volunteers out helping receive death threats. Thanks for joining us here tonight. I'm Lauren Lowry. The United Cajun Navy says they've never had anything like this happen before. Our Marissa Sulik spoke to the group today, forced to take a break.
This parking lot off Volunteer Drive is where about 50 people with the United Cajun Navy were supposed to meet today and look for Sebastian Rogers. But the nonprofit canceled the search this morning with this Facebook post citing security concerns.
It's almost innumerable.
Kevin LaFont with the United Cajun Navy says the concerns are death threats. They started out with the United Cajun concerns.
It's almost
Facebook post citing.
Okay, so here's the post that if you guys, well, we don't know this yet, but the Cajun Navy put up, okay? It says, for immediate release, attention all UCN search volunteers. Today's search for Sebastian has been called off due to increasing security concerns. And with the upcoming Easter holiday, the decision has been made as of this morning to pull back and regroup. This decision was not taken lightly. It is made with the safety of the volunteers in mind. We want to thank all the volunteers that planned to be out searching today. We are very grateful. We will continue to evaluate the situation and support ongoing local efforts. In the meantime, this does not mean the search is over. Okay, and I'm going to tell you guys, I have some theories about this. I'm not going to discuss today, because today's not about that. Because I have some other things that have played into, most recently has played out to make me think a certain type of way about this. All right, so my heart says they called the searches off 3 days in a row. Even when people were traveling from different states, they'd cancel the morning people were supposed to be there. Yeah, I agree. I remember that. So I don't know, okay? But anyway, on we go.
Security concerns.
It's almost innumerable.
Kevin LaFont with the United Cajun Navy says the concerns are death threats. They started after they switched searches from University of Missouri student Riley Strain to Sebastian.
It's 180 degrees different than our search for Riley Strain.
For the last week, the group did a ground search for the 15-year-old. They were about to switch to a water operation when they say countless death threats hit them online and in person.
We even had folks on scene saying that 15 years of doing this, I've never had a threat during a search for a child. This is ridiculous. Why is this happening?
The United Cajun Navy says the threats are so bad volunteers need security details, but they say this won't stop their search for Sebastian. They just need to press pause and go about this in a private way.
There is still hope, and the United Cajun Navy is not abandoning anybody, but we do have to change tack.
The United Cajun Navy tells me that they have been in talks with police about these death threats, but they tell me that they have not actually filed any police reports yet. In Hendersonville, Marissa Sulik, WSMV4.
Okay.
That's weird to me too.
It is, because it's never happened before.
Well, did they just say that they didn't file a police report?
They've spoken to them, but yes, there were no police reports filed.
Why wouldn't that just doesn't seem very responsible for a group who has volunteers, right? Why
Listen,
wouldn't you file a police report in
this,
case something happened? It's not
that,
on you.
that's what I was saying. This is how this works. If somebody threatens me, you, we're going to call, we're going to fill out a report. It's going to be filed because if something were to happen, it's already on file for them to know that this was already an issue. Okay.
Right. So especially for a professional, legit organization, right?
Agreed. I don't know about this. This was always a little. Then again, I don't know. This is brand new to me, so I don't know. Sketchy. I'll just say it's definitely offhanded. That's all. So I don't know, guys. It's very interesting. But we're moving on now to March 14th, folks. Okay, and March 14th, the behavior panel. I jumped ahead by accident, so I'm trying to stay in coordinated time spans, but I messed up, so that's my fault. Back on March 14th, the behavior panel, they did, a lot of people like them, a lot of people don't. I kind of like them a bit. I think they're pretty decent. So the behavior panel did a study, the way they do things, of Chris and Katie, I believe it was. And I was kind of interested in how they did it. So I figured we could run through that quickly. It'll be on high speed and so on and so forth. So it won't take too long. Let's see. Noni says if these threats were taken so seriously, they should have fought. Yes, I agree. I think we all agree on that one, Noni. Absolutely. It's a bit strange. Did you read me what I wrote to you in the back chat?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Check it out. I'm just saying too. It's nothing serious, but just made me think.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right. So there, no big deal, no biggie. Okay. So here we go with the behavior panel. Mr. Greg Hartley, Scott Roos, Chase Hughes, and Mark Bowden. I enjoy these guys. I do. All right, guys. Here we go. Wait a minute. Did I blow it up already? I did. Let me try this here. We'll go there and that. And we're good.
Today we're going to break down and analyze the behavior of the parents of a little fellow named Sebastian Rogers. Craig, let's tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, so Sebastian Rogers is a 15-year-old missing teen who is somewhere in the autism spectrum. We'll learn that from the parents as they talk about it. He was last seen on February 26th. He left the house with no shoes, took a flashlight only.
I remember, Sherry. Good point. Good point.
When we say left, we don't know how or when or with who or if with who. So we're going to watch this video and work through it. This investigation, this has now become an investigation. It was a massive search for several days. And we're going to look at the parents' first interview on 7 March of 2024.
So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
I know we're about.
This is something I'm quite interested in, by the way, you guys. Thank you, Michelle. I've asked this question probably 15 times now. I've never seen this behavior panel cover Seth. Why? I don't understand that either, because they covered these two. He's a parent. Why did you not? I don't get that. So I think it needs to be recommended. I'll be honest with you. I think it does. It needs to be done. That's just my opinion.
What'll happen if they do?
What? You gotta talk louder.
I said, I know what'll happen if they do.
What's that?
No, he's being an idiot.
I got you. Okay. What's up, ERT? I see you. Thank you for being here. And everybody else that's just jumped in, thank you for popping in with us. I appreciate you very much.
It's stupid.
Keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Always. He's going to walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so let's first start by talking about there's so much information, disinformation, misinformation out there about this case. What we're going to have to do is rely on what we can see. So what we're not doing is telling you what the facts are any more than we have learned from this channel or that channel. In the beginning, there were people saying that the father was left the night before. And then there are people who say had been in Memphis for 2 weeks, the stepfather. So there's a ton of stuff here. And what we're going to do is tell you what we see. Some of you are going to be irritated by it. That's okay. That's part of it. But what I want to start with is saying this guy's a tower crane operator. You know what a tower crane is? It's you climb up a really big ladder and operate a crane. You're moving stuff around over people's heads all the time. So if he's not as flappable, not as shaky, doesn't bother me because I think, okay, here's a guy who does something that's kind of high stress for a living. That part's one thing. But what I am going to do is compare him to him, not him to me or him to Mark or him to Scott or him to Chase. We're going to look at what we see in him and look for deviations. In the beginning, she's doing an adapter that is awfully close to what I usually refer to as transfer from a True Crime Workshop, where a person makes himself emotionally unavailable to you by some kind of movement, by too much overwhelming emotion, but she isn't unaffected. She's available. So don't take that out of your mind that just because she's swaying means she's doing something. It means she's comforting self because that release of nervous energy is comforting. There's a clear handoff from her to him. And if you don't think that's a handoff, you're not paying attention to what they're doing. That doesn't mean that she said, if I cry, if I laugh, if I do, you need to do this. It means that he sees that she needs that relief. Could be scripted. Don't know. But his language in there is awfully wooden and awkward, which tells me that this is probably when they were thinking about what are we going to say. He's going to say it's been an emotional roller coaster because the language seems awkward. It doesn't seem accurate or upfront. It's okay because that's what people do. There's also a couple of other little bitty pieces of body language, and then I'll go to something else, let you guys cover the rest. But he does that's fair, body language when he's asked the question that he should have considered about, I forget exactly what it is. Oh, yeah. When she says, there's still hope, right? And he's like, oh, yeah, there's hope. I should have said that, should have thought of that. That's when I seen that body language. There is, however, some really interesting body language when they talk about friends and when they talk about a lot of people coming back. He's going to have more friends than he's had in the past. And her lead into that, the stress on that word friends makes me wonder, was there some kind of an altercation about his access to people that she feels guilty for? She feels something about, because that comes up pretty strong in both their body language and in her stressing of the body language or of the word. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, and to mirror Greg, we're here to analyze the behavior only of Sebastian's parents. And first and foremost, I want to emphasize that there's an outpouring of community support for Sebastian, and our focus is solely on understanding the behavioral dynamics of what's going on and how it might contribute to Sebastian's getting back home. So this is not about assigning blame or guilt. So we're just doing an opinion here to help in any way that we can. So with this rocking back and forth, I think it's a self-soothing behavior that people very often exhibit when they're under a lot of stress or they're going through some high level of anxiety. And it's a way for our body to comfort itself in the absence of external comfort. And then there's a smile when she turns to her husband here. And this is likely disbelief, not some kind of joy or happiness about the moment. This is why we talk about context and when those behaviors occur. It's so important. And for now, I'm just going to assume it's baseline until I see more with this rocking and stuff. And when she says he's going to walk through that door, or no, he says this, when he's going to walk through that door, there's a lip pursing behavior right there, which is a little unusual. We see this kind of lip pursing. And this is most often a nonverbal sign of disagreement or disapproval. And sometimes it's like a person's holding back something they don't want to say, or they're expressing doubt about what they just said. And they're not looking at each other, and they're not responding to each other's statements. And I think this could be a sign that there's no rehearsal, but it could also indicate there's something going on between them, like some emotional drama, which I'm sure there is, especially if Sebastian's missing and they're both innocent. And in the videos we've seen like this one, where we do know the outcome, this behavior is more common in people who are innocent, but there could be more to see here. And I think this single behavior doesn't spell anything definitive. I'm not hearing his name mentioned yet, but if I hear minimal mention of a missing person's name, which you've heard us talk about before, and there's no other indicators, like big piles of indicators that indicate deception, it's just a data point. So I keep that in my back pocket until I see a cluster of behavior. Scott, what do you got?
All right, thanks, man. I agree with you. I'm seeing a lot of the same things you guys have seen so far. But right out of the gate, there's a little something with each of them that bothered me a little bit. Like we were talking about before, doesn't mean they're innocent, doesn't mean they're guilty. Nothing. I'm just telling you what I see. We're just telling you what we see. He shows no emotion toward her whatsoever. It's a flat effect and no grief, no concern. And he looks really rested. And so that rocking she's doing back and forth. We see this throughout all the videos we're going to see today. what we'll look for during this, pay attention. This is fascinating the way this works. You'll see them rock in tandem a few times, especially at the beginning of the first one to answer. As she's rocking, he'll start rocking with her. So he's matching her rocking. And I'm sure, like what you were talking about, Chase, the emotional thing between them is she may have just sealed herself off. She's probably in such a big upheaval of emotion. She's short with him. He's trying to be cool because she's worried about a kid, is what I would think. That's what I took out of that. Her eyes are red. She's not rested. She looks like she should look. And that upheaval emotion that we see, she's suddenly reliving that horror. I always talk about that on here, how we're not seeing that. So that's one of the things we're seeing with someone who we haven't seen with people who aren't innocent. She's got a new Kleenex. Now, if you remember, the last person we looked at that was crying and all that stuff, constantly wiping their eyes and doing their nose with the same Kleenex. And it's just this balled up little ball. Hers isn't, it's new. And notice how many times during these videos, she doesn't wipe tears and she doesn't wipe her nose. She only does it a couple of times because those are the times that she needs it. People who are faking this usually are under the impression, I should have tears coming out, so I'll keep doing this. And notice when she uses that Kleenex here at the first, where she just does it on the top of her nose. So I thought that was interesting as well. Not saying she's innocent, not saying she's guilty, but these are just things that I'm noticing anyway. And then she's not looking at him at all. Doesn't look at him at all, but he does look at her as they go through. So, all right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, very much the same. Look, time has passed since they had, notified the police, and this interview is happening. Maybe as much as, what do you think, Greg, like 8 days or something like that?
8 days. 8 days.
Around about that. Okay, so look, it's time for them to organize a story together if they wanted to. So look, they could organize a story together. What they can't organize is the synchronicity of their movement. That choreography would take a lot of rehearsal, and it's consistent. She rocks back and forth 3 times. He breathes in and out. There's this waltz timing going on throughout. You can't rehearse that stuff. They're absolutely in synchronous movement. That would suggest, just as you're saying, Scott, that there is a shared experience, a shared emotion. If there wasn't anything shared, it would be very hard to organize that subtle synchronous level of
one thing I did miss, though, was that they do look at each other in that one. For a second I thought we're looking at number 2. They look at each other for about 2.5 seconds on this one. So sorry about that. Sorry to jump in, but I had to make sure I said that.
Sure. They also talk about hope. Chase, to your point of there is something unsaid. There's a possibility here of a loss of hope and a sense of hope at the same time, having to balance the two things together, hold those two ideas. You've got to remain hopeful at the same time. You may be losing hope. So I think they talk about hope, though. There's some closed lips there from the male, from the father. He uses the idea of that boy rather than maybe she does as well. We're not often throughout this going to hear Sebastian named, often called that boy. I would suggest that's more likely cultural than them trying to distance themselves. It's more likely a term of endearment. That's all I got on that one. Early days, but looks to me pretty good from moment one, just on the synchronicity that they have together, which is
okay. That's the first round from these 4. Any questions, thoughts, theories, opinions, anything? Anybody? Welcome. Truth, thank you for joining us, sir.
I just have to disagree. There is no such thing in my mind as ex-military. If you've ever served our country and you
you're military forever, period.
You're military. And that mindset, especially for these two, 16 years, bro.
Right. Yeah, once you're military, you're military, period. That's your whole life.
Right. Those mindsets and those behaviors and those mannerisms, how you were, you don't let go of. That's so long.
The training alone is engraved into your mind. So yeah, it's always there. Always there. I agree, Clue. Big point. So it doesn't go away, which again, that's where I believe I got to be honest with you guys. That's where I believe that some of Chris's, how can I say that?
Toughness.
Yeah, I guess that's the best way to put it. His toughness. And I'll be honest with you, folks, considering this situation, Katie, although she is crying, she is broken down a bit. A woman that hasn't been through the military would be a blubbering mess on the floor, probably not able to speak, in my opinion. I'm not saying that's fact. I'm just saying that's how I see it.
well, I can say that the amount of time that Katie was in the military does not shy too far from Chris. I think they are very
Self-discipline.
strong individuals, and you got to keep in mind, like, I know people probably don't do like the background looks and everything and try to get info on these people because they just want to come on here and just throw up words, but Chris was working on projects that had to do with the DOD, right?
Right. Yep.
You have to have a level of professionalism, hardness to you in order to do that stuff. And I don't know. I feel like it's neither one of them were kicked out. They served their time to go and just not have any issues for that freaking long in the military. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you obviously are not a person who can't be told what to do, can't follow directions, can't lead a normal, productive life, and whatever.
The one
But they're
thing
still military. I'm just going to throw that out.
everybody I know that's military has nothing but the utmost, like, the most solid and sincere, true self-discipline that you can ever have. That's just fact to me. Sorry, Clue.
No, but it's like, I just feel like there's so much, like, I would never ever call like a service person ex-military. I don't like that. No, but like, if you serve this military, our military,
Mm-hmm.
like, you are still military.
That's life. Yeah. You may have retired, but you're still military. You always will be. What's up, Truth?
I was just wondering who the special guest up there that was talking. I've never seen that person before.
Oh, that's her name is what's my name?
Bone Quisha.
No, not Bone Quisha. She's off today.
That's my name.
Shanae.
Shanae. Oh.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
Okay. I was just confused. Thanks.
We call that person, yes. Absolutely. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining me. You had a long show today?
Yeah, we had a long show. I don't mean to interrupt yours, but we had a long show. And then we had, someone in the comments, like sometimes happens, so you give them the link up, and that went like it normally goes. And then Sarge came in and shared his new video that he directed towards Seth Rogers, similar to the one he directed towards Sebastian Rogers yesterday. And if y'all haven't seen that, it is
we'll be checking
worth
it out.
The watch. Yeah.
We'll be checking it out. Thank you, SRB. There's the link for anybody that wants to join right there. Thank you, SRB, for that. Yeah, we'll check it out here eventually. No problem. No rush, no hurry. It'll be there. But yeah, thank you for jumping in, Truth. I appreciate you. Yeah, they were both honorably discharged. They did their time. They did, they retired, whatever you want to call it from there. So yeah, absolutely. And again, that self-discipline is relating in these videos. I've seen it. That self-discipline, you're taught that. Regardless of what your emotions are, regardless of what your situation is, you don't cry. You don't react emotionally to situations in the military. You're a soldier. That's it. Whether you're in Air Force, Army, Navy, Marine, you're a soldier, period. So remember that when you watch some of their reactions to certain things, that makes sense. So
tough to organize, that they could have organized a story. That's all I got on that one.
Yeah, one thing to add, when we're all talking about this and synchronicity and all that, is couples get to a certain behavior mark. To your point, he knows what to expect. He knows that how many times she's going to sniffle, how many times she's going to cry, what she's going to. He probably has some of that already in his head from the amount of time they're together, and we do it on a subconscious level even at some point.
And couples are in sync when they're being honest. They fall out of sync during those times when we're pretending.
That's one of the things that bothered me doing this. As when we first started this, I'd made up my mind. I knew I had made up my mind about something in this, and I'm just not sure about it at this point. But that's one of the things that swayed me on it.
One of those tape replays.
So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
So right then and there, folks, did you anybody besides me understand what that was? That question was a joke to her. How are you coping?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm not coping. That's why she looks at him and kind of goes, like, what? Of course I'm not. She's not at this point. I think she's doing amazing, and she's always been amazing with this. And I have to say, I have the utmost respect for Katie because of how she held herself through all of this. Both of them, I do, be honest with you. So, that's why I think she looks at him like, I can't. Please answer for me, because that's why I think he does that a lot. I agree. So, moving on.
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna
Always.
come home.
He's going to walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom."
Now watch her body language, I guess we could say, as she's reliving this in her mind and explaining it. Watch that.
I love you. Say goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually...
As she's saying that, guys, as she finishes up, you see how she doesn't, her eyes don't move? She's back to that night, thinking about what happened, thinking about remembering how she felt when she went to wake him up and all that. That's all. That's my wife's takedown on this, okay? With her psychology degrees. I'm right there with her. You can see it. She's sitting there right now. She's not in this room. Her mind is in that moment when that happened. And how she felt. That thought of, where the hell is my child? This isn't happening to me. It's horrific. I can't imagine this. I just can't. This is just, I can't. Excuse me. Anyway.
Usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock? So were you instantly thinking something's wrong? Or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him." He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
And so at that point, is that when you call 911? Or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, "Is he on the other side of the bed?" The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, "Okay, well, hold on a minute." And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made a report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
There's one line in here that got to me when I was watching it, and it's, "When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there." Reminds me of a sheriff in Texas who said, "It'll kill you big enough to die." So some strange wording, but it's an outlier. So let's look into it. This could be habit, the way that she speaks and references this action, and this could be indicative of him being present or being there. I'll let you decide if you feel like jumping to something right away. A lot of people feel good about doing that. At this point in the clip and in the videos, I'm not seeing a typical amount of behavior here that would make me suspicious. And at the 8-day mark, they're still expressing some signs of hopefulness, which is good to see. They're looking at each other more here, as I would want to see. They're more willing to look away from the interviewer and connect during these critical parts of their recollection. And the stepfather, is detailing, going through a search of the house comfortably with added detail that we'd expect to see in innocent people. And in a case of somebody who's guilty, I would more expect to see that somebody would not want to go backward from the 911 call to add more details. And if you notice, that's what happens here. They go backwards. So he's comfortable doing this. It's a good sign. And when a piece of a story comes out that's rehearsed and false, the story is, it's super hard to go backward. And often you'll see people are more likely to be guilty, feeling this internal pressure to continue down the path of what makes them comfortable. And what makes them comfortable is something that they've rehearsed. So the father's using comfortable hand gestures that are timed with his speech. The mother is using her eyes and head comfortably to illustrate searching the house. And earlier, we talked about the mother's rocking back and forth and that we need to pay attention to it. This part here is where I wanted to look. And when there's a critical part of a story coming out that's deceptive, this takes up so much mental energy to be deceptive that the body would stop rocking to focus the mind on the story. She keeps rocking through it. And what I'll be looking for from a profiling perspective is when the rocking stops.
Okay, for those of you that don't get what he's saying, is that the way that Katie's doing her rocking, which is her comfort right now through this, is that what he's saying is if she was being deceptive, telling a lie, or putting a fake story out there based on what she's explaining, that it takes so much mental capacity to do something like that, that she would have to stop rocking to think about what she's going to say to be deceptive. But she rocks right on through it, according to what he's saying.
Blink rate, gestures, facial expressions, and movements are all in line with somebody being truthful and honest. One big thing to notice is that there's no focus in either of them on managing perception and exaggerating the sadness and grief. Those are the two big things we see in just about, I think, maybe 100% of these videos. Manage perception, exaggerate the sadness and the grief. We're not seeing those two big hallmarks. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, when I asked him to go to bed, he did, and there's a little bit of an exhale of laughter around that. So a release of tension around that. My guess is, and I'm speculating here, is you've got a male here reaching teenage, more testosterone, therefore more obstinate on the spectrum as well. So that can exacerbate the routines and you know, the sense of risk as well, doing things that are more risky. Obviously, we know that levels of testosterone, as they go up, we see less risk in the world. We'll take more risks the more testosterone that we have going around our body. That's why if you're a male, and a male will have a propensity on the aggregate to create more testosterone than a female, not every day, but most days, if you aggregate all males together. And that's why you will pay more for your driving insurance, especially if you're anywhere between 15 and 23, because you see the world as less risky the more testosterone you're creating in your body. So just a little behavioral thing there of we've maybe got a male here that is seeing less risk in the world. And so it's interesting to the mother that she asks him to do something and he does it. So, no blame though to the child. He's not a runner. He's a good kid. He's not mischievous. You know, often in examples where we do see parents involved in some way or holding back information, there will be some level of blame placed around the kid. Here, we've got no level of blame. Look, let's just look at the male here. We're not going to see grief in the forehead here because the guy's wearing a cap and he's shaded as well. So we're not seeing some of the areas of the body that we would like to see if we're to see grief, if grief is there at all. I don't know whether it is or not. We may see it in other parts of the face, but we're not going to see it in the forehead here. I don't know why. There's a deep exhale. I don't know why he walked out that door. Deep exhale there. So there's clearly a pause there before why he walked out the door. What's that about? I don't know. I'm not a mind reader, but clearly there's a pause for thought about the idea of him walking out the door. Is it a pause for thought about the possibility that he was walked out the door in some way or taken out the door in some way? I don't know, but certainly there's a pause. There's a moment taken there. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, Mark, interesting. You bring up the whole, we can't see his forehead, so we can't tell if there's grief. But I do see something interesting in the beginning. I see a grimace, kind of a grimace in his face and a deep swallow. We usually associate those with really strong negative emotion, usually. Now, it could be something else. But we just came out of the last video and into this one, so it's related to that last question around the kid. So I think it's still there. His blink rate is really low. I think part of that is his baseline. If we watch, he does a flutter occasionally, but when she starts to bring up so many people, I think this is a hot button for him. We'll find out later. When she does that, his blink rate jumps. It pulses right through the roof. And he goes into internal voices. She's talking and mills his hands. Now, here's where people automatically say that means he's lying. Well, for us, it means something's going on in his head. He's milling his hands. We don't know why. We can see it. We can't see his hands. We know he's feeling stressed. But
which interview are you talking about, Noni? CM interview? CM. What's the CM interview? Why is that not locking into my head right now? CM. Anybody? Oh, the interview room? I mean, I could. Yeah, I have no problems doing that. It's part of it. So yeah, of course, I'll do it. I'm not a huge fan, but that has nothing to do with it. You know, if he's doing something on this and it's going to help us with what we're doing, of course I'll play it. Show. All right, there we go. I wrote it down. We'll move into that one too. Thank you.
There's a missing kid involved. Mark, to your point, we don't know their relationship. We don't know any of that. One interesting and odd part of body language to me that does occur. She says, we had a really good weekend. And he's down to his left in internal thought and disengaged with his eyes. And then he raises his head and nods yes. Well, if he's not home, how does he know what that was? Or is he just supporting her is the question. So we'll look for a pattern of that, looking for where he's trying to endorse something versus just supporting what she's saying. We really can't tell. And I agree with you, Mark, when the mother laughs about he did go to bed, he's been defiant. Clearly, you can tell that. And here's an interesting one. I've tried to find out whether he was home, whether he was away at this time. She says, I went to bed. I, not we, I. So interesting. That means, sounds like he wasn't home. She would have to be very thoughtful and use the pronouns if she was going to cover that. And then let's see. If you listen to her cadence slow, Chase, I'm with you 100%. We always talk about these guys managing perception. If we go back and look at the Madeline Soto case, the stepfather managing perception, the mother managing perception, none of it. They're just going on about their business. And he's using big illustrators when he's telling the details of the story. Bray says larger indicators indicate more likely being honest. And then she uses big illustrators with her face. She's going from outside to inside. So those things are good. All those pieces start to look good. Only a couple of cues. Chase, yours, the word pattern shift is weird. I went to woke him up. And then the one with the endorsing with his head movement or saying, yes, we did have a good weekend. Can't figure out which it is. We'll figure out and watch as we go. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I woke him up and he wasn't there. I agree. I think that's cultural. Because people talk like that, and I'm from there, not Hendersonville, but from the South in this area, and spent many years, in that area. Know a lot of people in Hendersonville. That's the way they talk, and so I wouldn't think there's much to that. Maybe, I don't know, but that's the way I'm looking at it. What bothers me about this is he said we called 911, and then when the sheriff's department showed up, he said they showed up within minutes and here we go. So it's this lateral logic thing where you're presented with some facts and you assume the dad is home during that, like when all that's happening, when he couldn't possibly be home if she just found out and called him and then he came, and then when he was in, where was he? We found out in
Memphis.
Georgia?
Yeah, but
or
Memphis. But let's also realize this is a thing we deal with all the time. If that were the case, Wendy Adelson, and that whole thing would not be an issue. You don't have to have proximity to have involvement. So yeah, I think it's fair to still look at him as if, right?
Yeah. So it still makes me wonder, when I first started this, I was under the impression he was at home that night and then went to Memphis that morning. So I figured maybe he's the last one to see the kid. And I went down this road of looking at him from an entirely different angle and couldn't believe how relaxed he was. And I thought, this is a cold dude, man, because he's so relaxed. And so, but there were some things, if you look at it from that angle, you'll say, you know what? I think this guy there might be something up here. But if he's been in Memphis 2 weeks, then they don't hold up to that. So it could go either way. But anyway, back to the lateral logic thing. You're given information, but there's that one little piece missing. You don't get in there and look for that one little piece of information. You accept everything and move on without thinking about it. And that's what I had done. And I love lateral logic, so I can't believe that got by me. But they do, in this one, they don't look at each other or touch each other either. She's leaned back or leaned forward as a grieving person usually does. That's totally normal. He's leaned back a little bit. That's another thing that made me think about him some, but he's probably, he's not as emotionally involved in this as she is because it's not his real son. I know that sounds horrible, but there's a big difference there when you're mad at this, you say you don't get along with this kid's father And I don't know how long these two have been married. May not be very long. Maybe doesn't have a good relationship with the child, so that could be the reason for that. We're not seeing any comparable stress on him at all. He looks fairly relaxed, which makes me think he's so relaxed that he's not worried about thinking, I did this, I've got to watch it. Back to perception management. They're not doing any of that at all. It's like they don't care, because if you didn't do it, you shouldn't care. There's no reason to do that. So that's really interesting. His voice doesn't sound stressed. He doesn't show any upheavals of emotion or any emotions at all, really, as he goes through this. He does look at her a few times throughout the interview, but she never looks at him outside the 2 times that we'll see him look at each other when they go through here. But neither one has said the child's name yet. Doesn't mean anything. Some, in this situation may not mean anything, but we haven't heard his name yet, except from the interviewer.
One of those tape replays.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Say goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed. And when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong? Or were you like, he may just be already in the shower?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, "I can't find him." He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
And so at that point, is that when you call 911 or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
Within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars. They had cars from here down to the
main
road, as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that.
Chase, what do you got?
One thing I would really expect to see with these questions that are being asked is what we call target locking behavior. And this kind of pairs in with something called confirmation glance. And this one behavior I've seen in somebody who's guilty every time they have this behavior. And it's typically during 2 super key points here. And the first one is when a super critical question is being asked that can help them to shape their perception a little bit, when their innocence can be displayed. Second is during and just after their answer, to make sure that the interviewer believes it. And we're not seeing any of this here at all. When she's talking, he is comfortable looking at her. And this is more common in innocent people, where guilty people want to do two things. Number one is keep an eye on the interviewer, and two, avoid looking like they're influencing or persuading the other person by looking at them. I know it's irrational, but that's what the fight or flight brain believes. The mother and father or stepfather have an equal amount of exasperation with not being able to understand why he's missing. And the mother is comfortable guessing he walked out the door instead of introducing and injecting ambiguity and uncertainty about some course of events. So that's very good. So keep in mind, when we see small behaviors like Greg talking about him grabbing his arm just a second ago, one of the reasons we talk about clusters so much, pointing out one behavior in isolation is next to meaningless. We've got to have these little clusters of behavior for anything significant to come out of it. That's all I got here. Scott.
All right. Yeah, I agree. It's this in this video. It's hard not to go over the same stuff, so I try to knock out a bunch of the same stuff. But Greg, I agree with you. When you scratch his arm, it seems like something's up there. I think all that's happening here is he's trying to find something to say, so he'll have something to say. I don't think he's a big talker when it comes to tell us what you think about so and so. I don't think he's one to drone on and on. So I think for each one of these situations, he's just looking for something to say. He's just trying to be involved, trying to say something.
Scott, one thing I would add. I think it's really easy to pick a thing and lock down, and not just forget body language, the scratch. The whole point I was making is that, and then he opens up. So there's a difference. It's also the same thing. Why didn't you choose this question instead of that question? Look, people are under stress. They make different decisions. And this is the reason, like statement analysis, you got to be really careful with where you assign words to people based on where they're from and all that kind of stuff. Just a thought.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And then when he's trying to look more concerned than he's very concerned. Don't get me wrong, but he's trying to look concerned. And I'm under the impression that because he looks concerned for a second, then it goes away fairly quickly. Real emotions stick, even though he's feeling these emotions. He's not deep in it like his wife. And my father always said, if in a marriage, if one of you is in the ditch, in other words, one of them is down, so got a lot of stuff going on, you can't get in the ditch with him, or you'll both be in the ditch. So he may be one of those guys. It's like trying to stay out of it and trying to be I'm the guy here and I'm going to take care of everything. So that could be what we're seeing as well, which I'm tending it starting to look like that a little bit for me. But he doesn't really even answer the question there. It's just, he doesn't even answer it. And of course, she goes along showing the same emotional transmissions and transmitting the same thing that she has been at this point. So nothing's changed much for her. She's just showing us all the body language of a grieving mother. Try not to repeat stuff you guys have said. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, just one thing is that when he was talking about being up in that crane tower early in the morning, receives the call, he's got his walkie-talkie in one ear and his phone in the other ear. I kind of thought, wow, that's pretty early to be working. And then I realized Mrs. Atwood out the back here, she's got a tower block built behind her place, and I can see the crane as we speak, and it's moving around. And that starts as soon as the sun comes up. So I don't know at what time the guy must climb up that, in the dark, which wouldn't be a job that I would want to do any day of the week. So look, often we don't understand the working times of other people, what their work is like. And it's very easy if they're doing something which is outside of our scope for us to go, well, that's really odd behavior, until we look around and go, for their life, it's not odd behavior at all. That's all I got on that one. Let's have another.
I have a buddy. Check this out. A buddy named Kyle, and his sister, his sister Kira met one of those guys as he was climbing, going to the tower. She could see him from their window, and as he climbed to the thing, and every day she would see him doing that. Make a long story short, they got married. He'd go up again, down again, all that stuff, and she'd see him every day a couple of times, and they got married.
I don't know whether I see the same relationship for Mrs. Atwood and the crane driver.
Another Atwood incident.
One of those tape replays.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home.
No, ma'am. Okay. I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars. They had cars from here down to the main road, as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you'd been in trouble, but he hasn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Is there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? Understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the
we don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks.
Okay, so there's an answer to a question from yesterday. He has a Switch at his parents' house.
How you gonna be sitting there? I called your name 2 times.
I didn't hear you over them. I'm sorry. What's up?
Chris just said something really interesting to me that I have not caught before.
Okay, let me back it up.
He says something about there's questions that don't have answers. But
right, yeah.
Listen, just play that part again.
Okay.
If I can word it right.
Wait a minute. All right, here we go. Hold on.
I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
Within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars. They had cars from here down to the
main
road, as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that.
Know what you're talking about right there?
Yeah, but keep going.
Okay.
We are searching for desperately, and we just don't have that.
Is there anything?
Keep going.
Yeah.
That happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you'd been in trouble, but he hasn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
There you go, right there.
What about social media? Is there?
Okay. The $1 million question is where did he go? And the other $1 million question is how?
Why did he go?
Right.
And how? How is there a question about the how if he walked out?
Okay.
Does that make any sense? Like how?
It does. I mean, the generalized answer is that he walked out the front door. We got that. Yeah.
But I wonder if this is not being said in terms of how did he get away from the area?
Yeah, I that's kind of what
That's
I'm
how I
getting.
took it. Yeah, that's how I took it as well.
Me too.
I guess I see what you're saying because
The
that would,
generalization, like I said, is that he went out the front door. Yeah, but I think he's going beyond that. With this question, as in, okay,
did he
I
get
know
in the
he went out
car?
the front door. How did he get out of here? How did he disappear?
Right.
Did he get in a car? Did somebody grab him? Whatever. Yeah, I agree
Right.
with that.
Because we know why. Well, we don't know the why, right?
And that goes with where he says we have questions that don't have answers, and it's driving him crazy.
Right.
Absolutely, yes,
And
absolutely.
he said he walked out. So the only how that would be left would be how
What
did
happened
he
after?
get
What
out?
happened after he walked out that door? Right.
Hold
Well,
on.
how did he get out of, literally out of that area?
Mm-hmm.
Right. When was the date on this? How close? I know y'all probably said it, but how close to this to Easter is it?
This is March 14th.
So,
But this interview was. This is the behavioral panel when they did this, but the interview was actually from.
Yeah, they did this fast. This might have been their first on-camera interview.
This was the interview they did with the news team, the reporter, I believe. So that was way.
The thing that popped into my head as soon as I heard him say that was Seth saying, "You're not asking the right questions."
Okay.
I mean, he says, "Here are the two questions, the $2 million questions." Ba-boom, ba-boom, right? And then we have a time around the questionable time for some of us, right, which is Easter. And he said, "You're not asking the right questions," and then laughed. So maybe the question, and I'm just, throwing this out there, maybe the question isn't how or why, but who.
I think that could all be rolled into one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Seems odd to me. Go ahead.
You got anything else, Clue? Okay. All right. Here we go.
Anything that, anyone he could have contacted, understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks.
So I'm guessing that the Switch that he has, because it is a portable device that you just run into your TV system, he probably took it back and forth between both houses. Okay.
Well, his dad had one, right?
No, his dad had a PS3 and a PS4. The Switch itself, I do believe, is something that came from their house that he took with him when he went to Seth's house, because I remember them saying that he had that there, that he loves Minecraft, blah, blah, blah. That's my guess. I mean, I could be completely wrong. I don't know, but that's how I've taken this so far. Unless unless Seth has one too.
That's what I was.
Okay, Katie just said that Seth said he had one at each home. Okay, then. All right. Well, yeah, because Seth talked about certain devices that they took from him that he was kind of pissed about, right?
That's what I was referencing. I thought there was an interview where Fat Bastard was like, they still have his Switch.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Got you. That makes sense. Okay. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
On internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his game. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
we've combed every electronic. I
mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide. We've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, the $1 million question, or the other $1 million question, how? How did he go? And we get quite a cluster of gestures in the face there and gestures with the body. We've got kind of a closed lip frown, which turns up at one side, almost in kind of a contempt kind of way. We've got, well, certainly it's an asymmetrical gesture by any stretch. Hands go out in a shrug. There's a sideways look on that. Well, so it's quite a shift from what he's done before on how did he go. I would suggest what he's saying here is that he feels that's the question. How did he get out there? That's key. And I guess at this point, it's moving from a search to an investigation. And so I guess he's putting the stress on this. The how needs to be investigated, not the where is he. Where is he? They don't know where. They haven't found him at this point. We now need to go back and work out how did he leave. And it's maybe, I would suggest the stepfather is saying he didn't leave potentially on his own, or that's a possibility that needs to be looked at. If somebody's to think he's guilty of something, that's an interesting place to go. If you're guilty, to go, let's investigate this. Let's work out how he left, to put stress on that. If I were guilty of something happening in that house, I'd want people to be looking out, not.
I'm just saying. I'm up there with the behavior panel, okay?
No.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Talking about.
He literally just verbatim spat out what I was talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm about to go to school and get me an education to do this for real life.
You should become a lawyer.
No, I ain't gonna be no lawyer.
Oh, come on. You'd be a great defense attorney.
You could write cease and desist letters all day.
I'll give you $5. Who are these dummies? Yeah, who are these experts on the TV? God, dummies.
I'm guessing he took a phone call.
No, I'm
there
here.
you go.
Sorry, I'm here. Anyway, you good?
Apparently, I'm very good. Yes.
Jesus, talk about floating your own boat. All right. Moving forward.
Not in for stuff. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. There's a whole lot of adapting, and when they're asking him any reason, he's feeling awkward, you can tell. But this guy also, if we pay attention to him, most of his eye movement, the entire thing, is going to be down left, where we think of that as internal voice, as he's digesting questions and how things are behaving. I don't think it means he's calculating and doing all that. But he's now moving, and he's got a heavy internal voice, and his respiration's up. I think this is the crux of the matter. What happened to this kid? Where did he go? I think some of what you see in that kind of contempt or twisted face is when they call him a gamer. I think he's thinking, that might be a stretch. He plays a game and he does this. He doesn't have a tag. What would be interesting for me is we all know that people who are on the spectrum, those especially who are really profoundly affected, often can be very good at remembering exact things. I would check the father. He's used the word, he has no gaming tag. Father may have his own accounts. Kid may have ability to get into that, figure out how to make contact with people in a way that he doesn't understand. So I'd look at all that kind of stuff. But she's certain that this kid left. She appears to be certain. Now, we all know that when someone is missing, it's a lot easier to think that they left than they were abducted or somebody did something to them. So it's always a way of holding out hope. Chase, I agree with you earlier with his pursing lips when he was saying he's going to come home. We're going to see a little bit more of that later. I think this guy is a very practical, very pragmatic person in appearance, and maybe that's where he's at. But the dad's then goes to internal and emotion, as they're starting to say, how did he get out? That's when, Mark, I think you're seeing all that behavior. Like, I don't know. How would he get out of here? And I agree. He wouldn't come into my house and look and see if you can find how he got out. That would probably be the last place you want to go. When he does here's one thing that you shouldn't do. You shouldn't do when somebody says, hey, tell me whether you're innocent. And you say, you're cooperating with the police. That doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And that's the one thing. One of the first things I saw about this in the beginning was a little clip from him on one of the news channels that says, we're cooperating with the police. That immediately gets your hackles up and you go, well, we better go check and find out what's going on with this guy. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah. When talking about the father, she says, about the real father, she says he talks to his son on a regular basis. Now, a lot of times you'll see that and go, oh, it's something wrong. But I think the mother and the father, obviously, they're divorced. There's probably a little rift going on there. So when she's talking about that, she probably calls him his son. Yeah, you come get your son. You do that. That could be, it may not be. But I think maybe that's why she's using that instead of saying the child's name. He's adapting with his hands, and she's still rocking, and he gets in sync with her for a second. But his breath rate goes up. And it's fairly heavy for a second, but because I can't decide this one, like I told you before, I'd gone down a whole road that I've got more information. It's like there's no road there. And his eyes are darting around. So that makes me it puts me a little off there for that question there. Then he looks at her again and she never looks at him. Then he adds another cornball answer to that $1 million question. And the same thing for the second $1 million question. What happened and how, where'd he go and how? My question would be what happened and where is he? But, you may not think like that along those lines when you're in that position. And like you were saying, where'd the question about cooperating with all the authorities come into play? Where do we hear that? He just threw that in there. I didn't see any place to even spark that as he went through. So maybe he's, I don't know, maybe he's worried about that. I can't really tell. But his so far his innocence has been in question here. So why would he add that? That makes me suspicious there. And then again, toward the end, they start sinking together as they're rocking. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. And when he says it make more sense if we had been fighting, the statement is really revealing. There's a good chance parents who were involved would be far less likely to bring up any mention of fighting or anything negative. They tend to default to pretending that everything was perfect. Nothing bad ever happens. The dad also mentions him being in trouble, which is also a good indicator that he's genuinely missing here because it's not trying to pretend to be perfect. There's a strong confirmation glance after the mother says the word switch, and she's looking over to him right at that moment when she's talking about the Nintendo machine. This is most likely to see if the reporter, or she looks to the reporter to see if the reporter knows even what that is, because it's probably still a foreign object to the mom. So she's making sure the reporter knows it. Then they're talking about not having the answers. This is common. They're not introducing finality, complexity, or ambiguity into the situation. There's a huge difference between being at a total loss for what happened and what we've seen in other videos where the parents speak in terms of the case being unsolvable, all resources have been exhausted, everything that could have been done has already been completed. This is very different than that. So their behavior overall is apathetic and sad and not concerned with displaying emotion and managing perception. Those are the two big things that are missing here. There's not a lot of display of emotion, deliberate display, and managing perception. You keep in mind that nothing we say means anybody's innocent. And in all of our videos, people tend to think we're analyzing people or the case, but we aren't. What we're telling you in every video is about the presence or lack of behaviors. So if you hear somebody say anywhere on YouTube that they believe something and they don't point to the observable behavior into what they're saying, then you're hearing opinion about the person, not the behavior. So keep this in mind if you're watching anybody and ask yourself, do they refer to what they think to specific and something that's actually observable? And y'all talking about him going into the how, I would say with him talking to police in 90% of these cases, if you find out the how, that usually leads to where. So that might be something he picked up from the detectives. Mark, what do you got?
Ben.
All right.
I think we're all done. Yeah.
Okay. I guess you're leaving, Gray. Thank you for joining us, hon. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, the Microsoft.
Yeah.
Father is very much involved in Sebastian. Happened that day that you think back, and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside. Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. So,
Okay, so those two comments right there, I think, are quite important. Okay, let me play this back just a tinge here again, one more time.
I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble.
Okay, now they went over it for a couple weeks before today. The whole day, we had already heard they had a great day, great weekend, whatever it was. Everything was awesome. She just says he had been you know, he had been behaving, which alludes to there is bad behavior that goes on. Okay, and that's fine. But he was behaving. He was being good. There was no, and she says it would have made more sense if we were fighting. Okay. So that's something that does happen. And I'm going to venture to say when she says fighting, she just means that they're going back and forth because he's not behaving it the way he should be or something, so on and so forth. Okay. That's my guess at that. And then Chris is saying that he wasn't in trouble, which means he has a tendency to get in trouble probably a lot because of his behaviors and stuff like that. And again, that's understandable. He's a kid. So he wasn't in trouble that day. He had been behaving, so on and so forth. You know, that's what I'm saying. Okay. And, you know, he wasn't, they had a strict home, granted, but it wasn't overly strict in my opinion. It was about the same way I run my house from what I can gather. I mean, if there's anybody, any comments here, anybody?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how your house is, but.
Well, I mean, my kid, he's 18 now, but, you know, up until then, he had his chores that he has to do regularly. He has to do his homework. He has to clean up his room, which he never did, but he has
I'll
to.
tell you something that guy pointed out, the behavior person.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of answered the question for me. He said a lot of times these kids are able to remember very specific instructions.
Right.
Or something like that. So I'm like, again, back in my head where if someone told you to leave Sunday night, would you remember that?
Well, okay.
I think so.
Every child is different in their own way. Remember that's been said. Now, I will say one thing. Caden, my son, Caden will walk in here. You guys have watched him walk up behind me, and I'll say, "Hey, bud, can you go up front and see what your mom said, and then grab me a cup of tea real quick? Can you do that?" Sure. Caden will take my cup outside to the front porch and hand it to his mom, and then she'll go, "What are you doing?" And then he was like, "What the heck?" You know, and he'll grab the cup back. He confuses things in his mind a lot. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Even simple instructions sometimes.
But he doesn't with music though, right?
That's what I'm saying. If it's something something he likes or loves, something he's focusing his mind on all the time, then no, he'll do exactly what he's supposed to do. That's what I'm saying.
Like a vacation.
Yeah. I mean, anything's possible. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Video games, a video game tournament, or a video game vacation is crazy. You know I get what you're saying, and I know what I'm saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Something that is known to this child to excite him, to draw him
make him sneak out, take the risk of getting in trouble.
Which a lot of times with these children, they don't worry about consequence. They don't remember that consequence comes with getting in trouble. You guys get what I'm saying? They don't always remember that. Okay. All they can think of in their mind is what they have to think they have to do right now, because their mind tells them they really need to do this. That's
so
fact.
You're saying it would have to be something that was, you know, important enough to Sebastian where he wouldn't forget it, right?
That's what I mean. It couldn't be some nonchalant, "Hey, meet me outside Sunday." There's got to be a reason for him to do that. Okay. That has to go into play with it. She means if someone said meet me outside Sunday night, he would Sebastian remember. That's what the question is. That's a huge question right there. Would he remember, or would there have to be something to lead him to remember? And like Salty said, every child is different. I said that first, just because my son might not be like him. I'm just going based on my experience. You know what I mean? So he could very well remember. He could have a great memory. I don't know. My son has a horrible.
If that's the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you would have to next think, okay, who would have direct access to Sebastian to give him the instructions that he would need. And if we are to follow what Chris and Katie said, this is just an if, and that there was nothing found on the devices at their house of him going online, that limits the exposure area. Would you not agree?
I agree. And Spivey just said something that means everything to me right now. And if someone told him not to take anything with him except for your clothes you're wearing, a child may understand that as just the clothes, not your shoes. Some of these kids are very literal. Doodlebug will tell you, very literal. Okay. And I mean, when you say literal, folks, they don't get the little insinuation type things that typically would be gotten. Facts. So that's a great point, Spivey. That makes a lot of sense right there. Go ahead, Truth. I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to work it out in my head, guys. I apologize. Sometimes I'm a little slower. So then if that window shortens of who it could be, and I know that this has been kicked around, but do we know an absolute of how long it was between the last time Sebastian had seen Seth? I know some people say 6 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks. Do we have an answer to that?
I think it was the weekend before.
Okay. And so then that tells us that if you were going to plan something with Sebastian, if that's the case.
He spoke to him Thursday night, though.
Right. So you're seeing where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
The window of people that could have been exposed long enough to Sebastian would be narrowed down to teachers at school, students at school, and if obviously we're assuming that Katie didn't lure him outside, you know what I mean?
Well, wait a minute now. We got a whole bunch of other people because we have anybody he interacted with at the bowling alley at BJ's.
Yeah. No. That doesn't go along with this because it would have had to been somebody he trusted enough that he would have left the house in the middle of the night. There has to be trust there.
Well, do we not know? Yeah, right. I agree with you, but do we not know? Like, there could be somebody that he sees at the bowling alley on a regular basis that he may trust too.
Do we know if he goes there on a regular basis?
No.
I don't know that, but
that's what I'm saying. Like, well, we can't do that because if we do that, then anybody in that side of town could be. I thought what this was doing was kind of closing the window of possibilities down. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like, sure, there could be outside people, but if we're going to think that Sebastian had a plan, waited all weekend, or at least hours on hours to implement that plan, and then actually follow through with it and premeditate waiting for his mom to go to bed, which kind of supports when Katie said the second time that he said, "I'm fine, Mom, go to bed." Well, if he said it like that, let's say those are the words he said, that would make sense as to like, "Mom, go to bed." You know what I mean? Like, so I can go. Does that make sense? And if that's the case, I mean, it literally narrows it down to, I'm sorry, but Seth, it doesn't look good for you in this scenario. Even if it's not you, you talked to him on Thursday. I don't know the answer. I would love to ask Katie and Chris, like, did he talk to any other adults on the phone after Thursday? You know what I mean? Like, I think that narrows that down some.
I don't know. I mean, he just had him the weekend before and then spoke with him Thursday.
And I'm just saying,
like I said, like I know what you're doing. I agree with you, like trying to like narrow it down to different people. But I'm telling you, he liked people. And they even claimed that he'll carry on a conversation forever with anybody he meets that engages him. So there's that too. I don't know if they went to the bowling alley on a regular basis. I don't know if that was just something every now and then, or if it was something that they did to like, get him to do something every now and again. I don't know that. But if there was somebody there that he saw, that he interacted with, that he talked to, that, that could have been an interaction that made sense. He had his phone with him, I'm sure. Okay. You get somebody's phone number in your phone, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I don't know.
But they would have found that. Police would have found that by now, Dago. That's what I mean.
I know I'm saying some of these things and they're coming to me as I'm saying. So
I know they are. I know.
I'm just throwing it out there, like as I'm saying.
For sure. And the thing is with the parents, right? is like it wouldn't show up as an abnormal phone traffic on the phone, whether it's Katie, Chris, or Seth.
Right. So
And
I think yeah, you're right. And like you're saying, and it narrows it down. Salty said it too, to the parents and an online predator, possibly through one of these game systems, in my opinion, because they've had those game systems for how long now?
Oh, like since whenever they took them, I haven't heard that they've been returned. But yeah, it really narrows you down to and not parents, because let's face it.
Let's go down this road real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, but I have to say this before I forget it. If they have that switch still, I proved in one of my lives that switch will link you to online services, period. I know how to do it. I'll do it right now. If you give me a switch, you can do it. Okay. If they still have that, if somebody went into that and they went under a hidden IP address and all this other kind of stuff. Granted, I know they have the best people working this, but if you're bouncing an IP address to somebody's house in Connecticut and you're standing in Tennessee, what good's that going to do you? Eventually they may find it, but they could still be working that angle of that, trying to find who that person might be, which is why they still have that stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's real interesting.
Agree.
Very interesting. Now that I realize,
I don't think I read too much into them still having that stuff, just simply because it's still an investigation.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but I mean, that's a huge possibility at that point. Okay. I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm just saying that is something to think about, because they have had this entire going on 4 months now, not returned those couple specific devices. The other ones were given back. Okay. That makes me go, why did you not give that back now? What are you holding on to that one specifically for? What's inside that device that you found that makes you say, we need to keep this until we can figure something out? And I do believe they have some kind of information that they have. I feel like they do.
So here's another possibility. The story of I haven't gotten everything back is complete bullshit.
Yeah, that's
a possibility to evaluate.
Yeah.
And then that is possible. Just to make Ellie look bad because they pissed you off. I get that.
Well, I'm not evaluating motive, but I'm evaluating what we know as fact versus what we're told as fact, right? And when, just because somebody says it doesn't make it true.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. I think that even if they did have the devices, I think it would be in their best interest if they did have them. You know what I mean? Why would you turn them back over to either parent, especially to a parent who has already made it abundantly clear that he wouldn't respect their request not to show them to the public or let anybody look through them, or you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that would be just another level of invasion into Sebastian's privacy to a certain extent, at least publicly.
Say that end part again, Truth, that last thing you said.
Well, I was just saying, like, if they gave these devices back to Seth, then that leaves him in Seth's hands to do with whatever he wants to. And it's been proven that Seth has used different parts of this situation to A, profit off of, and B, make up lies and BS. So if law enforcement isn't releasing anything, it's just as simple as Seth could go say, look, we had these evaluated ourselves, and there's messages on there with Chris talking to Sebastian. You know what I mean? And they could put that out, and there would be enough people that would believe that, and them knowing that law enforcement wouldn't come and correct that because it would interfere with the investigation.
I think that law enforcement would jump on that and shut that down, though, don't you?
You could shut it down, but how many people see it before you shut it down?
Well, either way, I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what happens is if I see something that's crazy, right, Dago? So like if I'm flipping through YouTube and I see a breaking news story, right, and I send it to you immediately, now you see that. Well, if they delete that off, you and I saw it, but we have to explain to everybody else that we're not lying to them because we saw it, but it's not there anymore, right? So if they put that information out, enough people get it that it could cause an issue, and all it takes is one crazy person to really believe that one of them hurt Sebastian, and they come to try to take, revenge on in the name of Sebastian. Does that make sense? Like, you would create a very deadly situation.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I agree. I do get that for sure. Would you say straight talker? Hold on a minute, you guys. I'm sorry, trying to find it. Jesus, did you say something? Welcome, Just Me, Karen, and Debbie Clark. Good to see you guys. Oh, how am I not? Wait a minute. What are we talking about, straight talker? Did I missed something? I'm trying to follow the chat, but there's a decent amount of you guys in here, and it's hard to catch it all at the same time. Sorry if I'm not. Okay. I'll see it. I'll be watching for it if it comes in again. Hold on a minute here. Let me see something. Oh, okay. I see why you're saying "oh" now. Durr. I'm a dork. Okay, just a minute. Jesus. Okay, Steve, I'm not trying to do stuff like that in here. Okay, we're looking back to all this stuff from the beginning. I'm not calling anybody liars. I'm not saying anybody's this, that, or anything else. Okay, so that's not what this chat or channel is about right now. That's all. If that's what you're looking for, we're not doing that here, bud. So you might not want to be here. That's all I'm saying. It's okay to have your opinion on things, but I'm not calling anybody out specifically. That's all I'm saying.
And law enforcement did not say that publicly.
No.
Seth said law enforcement said that, but law enforcement has not said that publicly, Steve.
No,
they just haven't.
Matter of fact, they made a statement that said we think he may have outwalked the search grid.
Yeah.
Now, how does that happen if they have no proof that he left the house? Like
that statement that Seth made, we all went and looked for it. It was never made by law enforcement. He kind of turned what they said into something that he wanted to say. Good stuff, Steven. I'm glad you're enjoying it, bud. Okay. All right, moving forward.
So, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Is there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his game. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. We've
combed every electronic. I
mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide. We've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
So this big question mark. He's vanished.
Yes, ma'am.
No one can figure out where or why. All right. So let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And I mean, he didn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
All right, Greg, why don't you go first?
Yeah, so this one I'm only going to cover a couple of things. If we want to talk about the relationship between the family, there's certainly something going on here. But anytime you got a family with a step parent and all that kind of thing, there's going to be some kind of disagreement. But if you don't believe it, he tongue juts when they're talking about how good the relationship is. She uses a qualifier relatively, and she does purse lips. So there's something going on between them. There's some baggage back and forth. It could be around, I read that he's pretty stern about the use of the cell phone, and he says that here, says that we don't allow him to use it freely and that kind of thing. There could be disagreement with the father about that. And then you get to this baggage about where a child lives. So I'm not going to read anything into it. I'm just going to say you might even get different opinions from the father than you're getting from the stepfather and the mother, because that's the way relationships work out. You don't tell me. And then I've recently read that the child Sebastian was supposed to move back in with the father at the beginning of summer. Look, while we're at this, let's stop for just 1 second and say, do anything you can. Go look at posters of this kid, push these posters.
Yeah, we're discussing this as well. Yeah, you can send me anything you need to in the email, Steve, or anybody else that wants to. If you have something you want to send me, one of my mods will throw my email up real quick, and you can send it there, and I'll grab it out if we need to use it. Shiz, sorry. Almost said whiz. Yeah, this is a discussion. Of course, you're allowed to talk. We're just trying to keep it at a calm conversation without getting upset. I don't know what the problem is here, but I don't see one. So you think it's taken this long to go through the hard drive of a Switch? No, I don't think it's taken them that long to go through the hard drive of it. I think maybe if there was something that was seen in the hard drive, maybe an IP address that was under a VPN, that was under another VPN, I've seen where these people have hidden their IPs in multiple ways, thrown it somewhere in Connecticut, and then thrown it back to Pennsylvania, and then thrown it back to Ohio. I've seen they do crazy shit. So it could be that's why. But see, my understanding though, and that's why I have a little bit of a problem believing that wholeheartedly. They did bring in the Secret Service to deal with all of the electronic devices, right or wrong.
That's what the TBI announcement said. Yeah.
I believe that's what the card. No, that was FBI. Never mind. But I thought that's what the card unit was for.
That's the card unit is for the abduction thing, the response unit for abduction.
No, it's specifically on that TBI update said Secret Service.
Yeah,
I know that. Yeah.
So,
I was
Secret Service, I would imagine, would be like bam with that stuff and should be able to figure all that out. But there could be something that they have because there are people that know how to outsmart even them. I would imagine that type of a person would not be the type of person we'd be dealing with here, but you never know. They can find the ISP and he used VPN. Yeah. I mean, typically I would think so. So there's got to be a reason why they're still holding on to it. And maybe they have everything, and that is bullshit that they didn't hand anything back. I don't know. I'm just going based on what we were told. That's all.
You know what keeps playing?
Go ahead.
No, my bad. Go ahead.
All I was going to say was that it's hard to believe that they would hand back some devices and not all during an investigation, and the investigation's not solved at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they just didn't hand his back, and he's the one missing. So it makes sense that they would keep him.
Well,
right? They get.
But I would say this, right? To me, so you have devices taken from both locations, and let's assume that everything we're told is true. They've given them all back to one household. They've given most back to the other household, except for a couple. If they're still holding a couple, there is absolutely a reason. And the only reason that would be is because there's something they're still investigating with that device.
Makes sense. That actually does make sense. I can't argue with that.
It may turn out to be nothing, but that's what it tells me, right? Is there's something there that they're still looking into.
You know what keeps playing in the back of my head, and I know, Cletus, you've mentioned this before. I think it was a few weeks ago, included as well. You know, the case where that child was snatched out of the tent while the parents were in the tent.
Yep.
And everybody has only talked about two things: either him walking out, or
I'm stepping away for 1 second, guys, to grab my coffee. I'll be right back. Keep going.
All right. Or Katie doing something to him, right? With a few little theories in between, but the whole idea of someone coming in and getting Sebastian has, in my opinion, was kind of thrown to the side pretty quickly. Is there a reason y'all think that happened, or do you think that that is even a possibility at this point?
Hell yes, I just talked about that last week. What is you on? I literally said that. Oh, you're not talking about. Okay, I'll be quiet.
I just said Clue said this like last. I literally just said, no. Yes, I was.
My bad. I only halfway listen when you talk.
See, and I fully listen when she talks. Y'all see how this works? It's real, guys. It's real.
That's why I asked, like, is it possible that the code could have been seen being punched in or something, right? Because that's a very real possibility in Shanae's mind.
I mean, yeah. And then people say there's no way for you to sneak into the house, but then I would argue 100,000 reasons why there are ways.
Oh yeah, that's a lot. Look how big that is, and then the placement of the rooms and stuff. Not trying to put business out there, but I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah, yeah. And you would have to be intimate to knowledge of the house to know that the other doors were blocked or didn't have codes that were the same as the front. You know what I mean? Like there's some things you'd have to know there to be able to get in and out. You'd have to know the layout of the house, especially if you were coming in to know which room was him and not actually accidentally go to Katie's room. But those keypads make noise when people go in and out. Do they all?
Even if they do, if you're sleeping in your bedroom, like you got to be a light sleeper, which I am, but I don't even know that I would hear that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I would if I was asleep in a room with the TV on with the lights off. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I would hear that unless they had a chime thing in the bedroom. You know,
right?
I don't know if that's the case or not.
And it depends on like how tired you are. You know what I mean? Like, what did you do that day? Did you do more than you normally? Like, for instance, fiance, when he mows the grass, right? A pack of wild heathens could come up in this house in the middle of the night, and he would never know they were here because he's just exhausted. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she had been going. I mean, I'm just saying that there stands a reason. And apparently, a lot of y'all in the comments agree. Easy killers. But I just think that it's been something we've talked about the parents so much. We've talked about this, but when you showed I don't know I think it was you that showed it 2 months ago or something like that. The advertisement for the sale of the house, like the walkthrough. Remember what I'm talking about? It's like anyway, it's the video of walking through the house when it was up for sale. And so you get a great.
I didn't play that, the virtual walkthrough or whatever.
Yeah, somebody did. Somebody played it. But nonetheless, you can see kind of the layout of the house, and you could definitely understand why someone could probably come through your front door and you would never hear it if you were in the master bedroom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I gotta drop down real quick, y'all. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You're on your own.
That's what I'm realizing now. All right. I'm going to auction off Dago's channel now. Can I get an opening bid? Opening bid for Dago's channel. Where's the opening bid? I'll take an opening bid right now. Almost 10,000 followers to the channel. Any opening bid? Can I get an opening bid? One opening bid. Come on. I got $1, $2. I got $2. Give me $2. Give me $2. Give me $2. I got two. I got two. I got 100 pounds. 100 pounds. I got 100 pounds. Can I get 200 pounds? Can I get 200 pounds? 200 pounds. I got 200
Shut
pounds.
up.
Oh shit.
Thank
we got
you.
caught. We got caught, guys.
Sorry. Copy pot took too long. Anyway. Moving forward, did you guys have anything to say real quick before I start again?
No, she said she'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I know that don't mean nothing. Okay. Oh yeah, there you go. Good point. Mama Bear owns part of the channel, so
Mama Bear is the one who put me up to selling it. She's just trying to save herself now. She was going to take 100% ownership and not tell you.
She didn't have to tell me. She can take it all she wants all day, every day. I wouldn't say a word.
I don't know. Evie said 1 million roosters dollars.
Go ahead, Evie. You can keep that. Anyway. Hello, Mom.
Hello. Did I miss a bunch of stuff?
Not a whole lot. But we're just going through the behavioral panel now on Chris and Katie. It's at the end of, well, about halfway, almost to the end of it. So either way, we're good.
Cool.
So did you send anything, Steve King, to email? Let me look. Sorry. Hold up 1 second, folks, and then we'll get moving. Not yet. Okay. Yay. All right. Moving on. Back up. All right. Moving forward. Thank you for joining us, Mom. I always appreciate you. No problem. Take your time, Steve.
I was
Always.
at work.
Yes. Doing things the way we all should be. Breaking your back. Gotta love it.
Gotta love it. Sucks. I'd rather be here.
I know that. I know. Is there any news on Christopher Frankenberry?
I had a comment on one of my videos that he was found safe, or on my community post. I'm so damn used to uploading videos that he was found.
That's awesome. Good to hear.
Yep.
Those are the best answers.
That was said in my live this morning too. I don't know what time it was that someone came in. I
Good.
don't even know who it was that came in and said it.
Kimber sent that to me, so I hadn't even seen that he was missing. Nothing on Twitter, nothing trending on Twitter, not a peep from the TBI Metro, nobody on Twitter. And usually that they're good about posting stuff on there. I have had to call them before, the TBI, and I don't remember the lady's name that I spoke to, but I spoke to one of the ladies that handles the social media, and I asked her, and I was like, hey, so-and-so and so-and-so, she's been found, so I don't want to use her name. She's missing, and it's a family that I'm working with. And she was like, oh, let me get on that. Like 10 minutes later, she was on Twitter. So sometimes it happens. They slip through.
Yeah, they're busy too. Like, I'm sure they're always getting hammered with stuff like this, but that's good. That's good news. I'm happy to hear that. And hopefully it's true. Salty said she saw it on Twitter too. A couple other people saw it. So probably a true thing. So
yeah, Kimber sent it to me, and I posted it on Twitter, hoping I could ruffle some feathers to people to share it or look into it or something. So I was glad to see that this morning.
Been trying to tell you that, but you don't hear me.
Take those with you.
Okay, don't listen.
All right. Wow, teenagers are fun. I swear they are. Let's see. He was found safe. He was found safe. Good. I'm happy for that. Awesome stuff. Thank you for sharing that, Salty. I think that's it, guys. All right. Are we ready to move forward?
Yep.
Yes. Mom, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you there, Mom? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Dogs are gonna bark, so I've got my mic muted, but I'm here.
No problem. No, good deal. Okay. All right, here we go.
Through your social media network, do anything you can to help people find this kid, whether he's safe or whether he's not safe. Let's get this kid some help right now and do as much as you can. Social media is a powerful tool. Broadcast this across everything you own, and we may actually get some help for this kid. Chase, what do you got?
Totally agree. So the stepfather here seems to be eager to grab onto this big question that the reporter brings up. of not being able to find where he is. And since we aren't seeing clusters of other behavior, I think this is more likely out of a desire to appear innocent, which, keep in mind, you still see in innocent people who logically understand that they're probably a suspect. Then how would you describe his relationship? And talking about the biological father, this is a question from the reporter. There's a strong pronounced tongue jut there. And this indicates disagreement or maybe getting away with something, but I think we're seeing disagreement here more likely. And this isn't spelling out guilt or innocence. And most families have some kind of contention between biological and step parents, even if it's small. It could show up here with this tongue jut behavior. Again, tongue jut is not a cluster. So as he goes forward to describe this relationship, there's some disagreement and some signs that they don't get along all the time. But not only is that common, he's been openly saying it. He's open about talking about that and pretty open about the relationship not being perfect. And his blink rate when the biological father is mentioned also goes upward. And I would not say that any of this would indicate a likelihood of suspicion or doubt as to his involvement. And I'm glad they're strict on the internet usage. I wish I had started at a younger age for that. I didn't know how dangerous it was. Scott, what do you got?
How old were you when you first got on the internet then, Chase?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We remember because we were in the decades old when we got on the internet.
I remember when it started happening, and on the news they were talking about this thing called the internet, and they would spell out this HTTP, www, and all this whole thing you had to go to get mail from somebody or to go to some site, and you'd go. It was so archaic. But at the time, it was like, wow, look at all this. You know, and people now have just grown up with it like it's nothing. You know,
I remember an AOL Messenger account
with the
I
dial-up.
would be telling that dude.
I remember the first ever email that I sent on CompuServe.
Who is it to?
To Douglas Adams, writer of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He put his email address at the end. He wrote the editorial at the end of the first edition of Wired magazine in the UK. And I wrote him an email going, "Hey, Douglas, I've got email. It's really cool." And he wrote back saying, "Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it?"
Wow. My first one was to Bootsy Collins. And I thought since I had an AOL account, he would have one too. So I sent it to, Bootsy Collins at AOL.com, and somebody wrote me back, it wasn't him. And I was like, dude, so it wasn't him.
Well, my first one was Behind the Firewall. Chase, you'll know all those systems.
Yeah. Scott, what do you got?
Okay, sorry, man. Yeah, as she starts her answer, they start rocking in tandem again. So for a few seconds, so they're locked up. I think emotionally, they're feeling the same thing, although she looks dramatically different than he does. This happened a couple of times already, as we've talked about. So it's really interesting to see that happen. It's like matching and mirroring. There, you do things you're not conscious of that make you look like that person, or you do things with that person that you're not conscious you're doing. So the big when she says he says the big question mark, she says, big question mark, he's vanished. And the mother whispers like that. I think what's going on there is when, quite often when you get in these traumatic situations where it's so much trauma and you hear them say, well, tell me about whatever. And years later they go, I don't remember that week of what was happening. I don't remember what happened. I remember you being there, but I don't remember anything. I think that's where she is now. I think she's so traumatized. She's not gonna be able to remember what this interview, doing things like that. That's what that looks like to me. Because I've seen people like that before, or go through that. And then when you talk to them, they say, I don't even remember being there. I don't know what I remember that, but I don't remember actually being there. I was gone. So I think that's where she is at this point. And then after the second question, that's when he sticks, we see that little tongue thing come out. It's almost like some people do when they're angry. So it was kind of odd there. And then the mother, she relays this positive information about the real father, which is cool. And then the stepfather relays information that makes him, gives me impression that they probably butt heads a little bit, I think. Then he talks about the disagreements with what's happening with Sebastian at times, but then he explains he gets them worked out. The parents get them worked out as they see fit. But this answer, I don't know where this came from. There's nothing asked about that. But then again, I think it goes back to he's just trying to talk, to have something to say, to feel like, to be a part of it and to connect with everybody on that. And another thing that sticks out is that huge micro expression of contempt. When it comes up on that sentence, I'm in contact with him almost daily, because just as he starts that, we see it go up like that. And this side of his face go up. And I'll put a quick little screenshot in there because I pulled it out to show you. But something's at that point, something's not right there. I think something that's not right is, of course, there's competition, between the two fathers, the real father and the stepfather. There's going to be a little contention there. And so I think that's what that's about. And remember, we still haven't heard either one of them say his name yet. No, the only person that said his name is the reporter or the interviewer. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, simply a reiteration of everything that's been said here. Certainly the stepfather here becomes more alert the moment the biological father is brought up. I think that's reasonable given the politics of the situation here. It's not irrational to think that would happen to some degree. It's pronounced here because we don't see the father do very much anyway. He's not big, demonstrative with his feelings, so it kind of stands out a little bit here, but it's not out of the ordinary for the situation, I would say.
One of those tape replays.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
So this big question mark. He's vanished.
Yes, ma'am.
No one can figure out where or why. All right. So let's talk to you about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And I mean, he didn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh, he loves music.
An eclectic taste. An eclectic. I mean, from as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here. We've got Taylor Swift, and
he's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock, classic.
We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really
Well, I
get
say
into it
rap and
anyways.
things.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got T-shirts where they would write on his back. Every time the kids went around, they'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, even a fly, and he's like,
All right, Chase, what do you got?
Both of them are expressing truthful recall when they're listing all these things that Sebastian likes to do. They speak about him in present tense, like he's still around. This shows us a couple of things. Parents who know the disposition of a deceased child are more likely to accidentally default to past tense when referring to them. And parents who speak in past tense about a child who aren't involved can show that there's a finality to their feelings, like they no longer have faith in the child returning. So all the expressions here are genuine and unforced. And when they're both of them discussing his likes and dislikes, they are comfortable. All the facial expressions, the gestures, the movements match the syntax and the timing. They speak about all the things in present tense with genuine joy. And parents who are involved with a disappearance, even if they can look back fondly on a child's behaviors, are still having to manage perceptions and maintain deception, which keeps them from being this fluid and unconstrained in their descriptions. So this fear of being discovered mutes and muffles these expressions that you're seeing right here in this video that look very genuine to me, at least. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, the same. Look, very positive comments around the child. Only one negative one, which is about him being stubborn, which is then kind of laughed off, I think, in a very natural way. To be positive about him. And there's every reason why a child on the spectrum reaching teenage years is going to become more and more stubborn often in their behaviors. Not every child of that nature and not every child, but there is a possibility that this will be a thing for that family at the moment. They get really animated about the Sebastian's love of music. Clearly, that is a joy for them. It's they're proud, both of them. They're proud, especially the stepfather, I think, shows that real engagement with the son around that music piece. They're proud of his love of music and his engagement with the music. And I think the stepfather seems to show some kind of strong relationship with the son around that music piece. Not the kind of thing that I would expect from two people who've been involved in some kind of crime around the child. Again, do I know that to be true? No, not what I would expect. So you'd need to give me lots of other evidence for me to see that would show me an alternative to this. Show it to me so I could see it, hear it, touch it. We want evidence to the contrary, not just possibilities and ideas and imaginations around it. Greg, what do you think?
So let's first talk about clusters of behavior. And we always say you need cluster of behavior to indicate deception, but that's not the only thing clusters of behavior can indicate. You have to look for clusters that are positive, clusters that mean something else. And there's a great one here. The stepfather's all locked down. He's in internal voice and his eyes zone out. They go out of focus. That means he's thinking to himself. He's inside his own head working. What's consuming him? You could automatically assign guilt to that, but it doesn't necessarily mean guilt. Uncertainty. Other things, we can't tell that. What we can see is a cluster of behavior around ask about the child. What we would expect, and you both have just hammered this one, but what we would expect from a person who is trying to hide that they know the child is dead is not happy when they think about the weirdness of this kid who has all these, 14-year-old kids are mostly weird because they're trying to figure out what being an adult is while they're still a child. And this kid has got a lot of that. And they're amused by that. So he comes out of this absorption, this focus, this internal dialogue with a smile. When they're talking about him being stubborn, yeah, he's that. And you see all of that happiness. We know that a person who knows someone is passed, if you lose a child, you may never get back to the point you think positive things when that child is brought up, or when you think about the goofiness of things they did. But you certainly wouldn't be okay with it right now. Good indicator. So clusters can be good or bad. We can see the person consumed by something, and he doesn't come out of it into a negative, into a perception management, into one of those tools that we think people who have injured somebody or hurt somebody have. And he uses great illustrators when he's talking about, you love music here, you love music here, Pearl Jam, to look at that all these things together. So all of these pieces, and then real smiles as they talk about bugs and his panic when he would see bugs, they're amused by that. All those things are a cluster that usually would indicate that this person's not involved. So I'm going to call that one out loud and clear. And Mark, to your point, can I be wrong? Sure. I'm not 100% right. If you think you're 100% right as a body language reader, you have no clue what you're doing. Let's just call that out right here. That's all I got.
All right. Should I go?
Oh, I thought you'd go now. In that case, Scott, do you think
it always seems like I go because I talk first. That's why I'm last again. So I've forgotten. It's okay now. I'll be okay. So just not to reiterate all the stuff you guys went over, not to make it boring. The one thing that I think when they were talking about music, and they started talking about, he started saying how he doesn't let him listen to hip hop, and she says, well, he doesn't like that anyway. I think he was just putting that in there so to show that he cares about what he listens to, because I think music is probably important to him. Because a lot of people think hip hop's not music. Well, it's not his kind of music. But it may be one of those things where he doesn't want the kid out repeating what he said, in something that's rap. But he may just talk it and get his hind end busted.
One of those tape replays.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me.
All right. Anybody got anything after that review you want to throw out there?
Nope, not on that one. They pretty much covered it, in my opinion.
Yep. I appreciate the fact that they brought up the past tense and present tense in the first replay.
Very noticeable. I agree. Yep. And very important. Very important. Okay.
And I know I'm late coming in, but this is the first time I've heard about Uno, so I thought that was interesting. That's another one I can add to the list of things he likes.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, like I said, I know this was talked about before, but these are little things that we can miss here and there, so that's why I think it's important to do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to let them roll through this next one then. Yeah, I got you, Brittany. I wrote it down, the linguistics profiler. Yes, I got it. And we're gonna be going through Chris McDonough's version too, to see both sides of it, because I'm not one-sided, obviously. Even though there's some people that think I am not. I look at both sides of things always, truly. And that's true, Kelly. Kelly's true, and I'm not saying that to go against him, but he has talked in past tense. And that, to me, that's an important scenario. I think somebody that is involved in something, that has done something, that knows something, will talk in the past tense. You know, that's a psychological thing. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm not saying that that's always the fact, guys. Please don't think that. Okay, Terry, thank you. I will look at it, I promise. It just is, sometimes it does happen. All right, moving forward.
About Sebastian, how would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh, God, he loves music.
An eclectic taste. An eclectic. I mean, from, as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here, we've got Taylor Swift, and
He's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock, classic.
We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really
Well,
get
I say
into it
rap and
anyways.
things.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year he was, I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got t-shirts where they would write on his back. Every time the kids went around, they'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, even a fly, and he's like, oh!
If Sebastian is able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh, that we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. We just want our boy home. Badly. But
That mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying for his safe return quickly. What do you all want to say to the community?
Thank you.
with everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we have felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But
from the
don't
bottom of our
stop
hearts.
looking.
Yeah, please.
My son is somewhere.
This ain't over until he's home.
I'll go first on this one since I've been going last every time, just about. So I think she gives a heartfelt answer. That's coming right from the heart. That's a mother who's grieving right there. And he doesn't know what to say, so he goes in this cornball thing about the family and open arms and all that. But the thing that bothers me is when he says there's no malice. That's lawyer talk. So, and then he tells, I'll skip that part. So that probably says he's probably spent some time in court. Obviously, he has. And then when he says that, for the reason he would be in court talking about malice, makes me think he might have a little bit of a temper on him. But it's neither here nor there at this point. But it sounds like he's trying to convince the mother that he feels for the child. And then we see that upheaval of emotion on her. And that's the thing I always talk about. What's missing from someone who is innocent? You see that. And I think that was when she closed her eyes and she's rocking back and forth and talking in a real quiet volume. And then it hits her again, that horror of what's going on. And she almost loses it there. She shakes out of it, and then she ends up putting her hand into her mouth. Now, if it had been fake, I think what would happen was she would have done that and put her hand up to her mouth at the same time. But it was just, it was not even a thought, but it came up after that. I think we almost watched her lose it. I think we were really close on that. So I think that's real. But I don't think the dad knows what the word gratitude means with the way he's using it. So I think, again, that lets me know he's just talking and adding stuff in there just to have a lot to talk about during that. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I think this emotion is real. I'm going to probably be a little bit of outlier here, but I think the emotion is real. I can't tell you why. I mean, we can assume we understand why, but if it were not real, listen to the interviewer. Now, the interviewer, interestingly, has been using the past tense to describe this kid all throughout the interview because, that's what she does for a living, and she's gotten to that point. When the mother comes apart is interesting because they ask the question, if he can hear you. Now, I'm going to assume that that's because she's taking the gravity of the moment, but also assume if you had some part or feel like you had some part, even if it's just guilt because the kid is gone, you would have that same emotional outburst or emotional release. Because if you think you caused the person to disappear, if you think you did something that caused that kid to run away, and then something happened, you would feel a hell of a lot of guilt. So is it guilt? Is it feelings of sadness just from sadness? Can't tell that. What we can see is it's real emotion, heartfelt, and you can tell it by the person coming in. There's also one on his side that makes me feel a little uncomfortable, not the malice piece. Well, agreed, that probably is something he picked up from someone else. He says, we just want our boy here, but with a big old tongue shut. That's awkward. Now, that could be, Chase, you brought it up early, that he has a feeling of something, he's trying to project something else, but it's awkward. This is the single most awkward thing in the entire video to me. And it would not be if he just said, we want our boy home, but if he didn't do the tongue shut, I'd say, okay, just one weird pattern of words because he's had a couple. But it just makes me want to lean over and tap him and say, why do you say but? Why? Are you losing confidence in search? I would make it about something else to get him to talk. But look, guys, this is an emotional time for these two people. It doesn't matter what's causing it. But this area, I would focus on those two just to pay attention and listen to their words moving past this. And we will, and see if something comes back up to give us some indicator. So far, I've heard things like, we heard things about friends, and we heard things around in trouble, around resistant and spat, and so fighting. So there's probably been some baggage associated with this that would cause her to feel something. So I'll give her the benefit of the doubt there and say, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, you're right, Greg. The but is, whatever the weather, is certainly a loss of confidence. What that loss of confidence is about, given that there's a lot of a setup of needing hope, especially at this point, and it could be a loss of confidence around that. I don't know. Could be. It's a speculation that I'm having. Okay, so I would say you're absolutely right. The mother is close to not being able to contain her emotions anymore. It's affecting the interviewer now. We hear that interviewer's voice change when the interviewer talks about the community. We can hear that interviewer taking on the same rhythm and emotion as the mother. I would say the father has been in cognitive empathy throughout this, and he's now moving to emotional empathy. He's close to joining in with emotional empathy for the mother, close to having the same emotion. My assumption is he's been playing the role of strength and order during this, just as maybe Chase or Scott, I can't remember which of you said, if both people start taking the role of going down that well of emotion, like who's there to control that? You've got to have, if everybody goes down that route, it's complete chaos. Nothing wrong with going down that route, but in a partnership, you kind of need, one partner to hold on to the steering wheel while the other goes down that route, and vice versa. Who knows what happens with that stepfather outside of an interview, and what happens with the mother outside of that interviewer. The two roles could change instantly. Here's what I like about what I hear at the end of this. Don't stop looking, and the stepfather immediately comes in with please. Well, for somebody, if we're thinking here that this is somebody who's involved in a crime, you'd never jump in immediately with please. You'd hold back with that. You'd wait and see. This ain't over till he's home, and that stress on home. So look, I think for me, from what I see there, from the evidence that I see in this particular video, there seems to be quite a conflict here between the hope of getting the kid home and a reality at 8 days in as to but what's the likelihood at this point? Statistics never look good at 8 days. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, y'all had some really great points, really insightful points here on this. And I agree, this is what true grief looks like. When the reporter suggests Sebastian's watching, you can see it on her face when she's trying to come up with this. These expressions are almost impossible to fake. But if you're on the other side of the fence and you were thinking of maybe people are really good actors, hold on for a second. These actors that you're thinking of do several takes. They know the script. They prepare ahead of time for the script, and they prepare the emotions to display. And this reaction was instantaneous on her face in response to a question that she didn't know was coming. So when she says, "Oh God," there's the emotional pinnacle of truthful expression and genuine grief there. So just imagining him watching is causing this reaction, and the thought of being able to speak to him. I've watched 1,000 of these things, give or take, and I've never seen a reaction like this in a person who was guilty or involved. Never. And when she's saying, "I just want my baby to be okay," so often we hear people who are involved saying they want answers. Keep that in mind. They want answers to some of these questions. This woman doesn't care about how people see her. She's not managing her words and how she's being perceived. So when you're guilty and you know the disposition of a child, there's plenty of emotional and cognitive room to worry about how to come across. And when it's genuine grief, the desire to manage perception goes out the window. Keep that in mind. You can hear the emotional empathy, Scott, like you pointed, or whoever that was, in the reporter. And you don't hear this in other cases with the reporters, ever. Let's have another.
Boss me around when it comes to the videos. I'll get to the other.
Go to the next one.
We're going straight to 11? Or we're doing
next?
Think we're going
go to 11.
11.
Next video.
One of those tape replays.
If Sebastian was able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh gosh, that we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice, that we just want our boy home. Badly. But
That mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying for his safe return quickly. What do you all want to say to the community?
Thank you.
with everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we have felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But don't stop looking.
Yeah, please.
My son is somewhere.
This ain't over until he's home.
What do you want to say to our viewers? Anybody who's watching, we've got a lot of folks in this community and in other counties just throughout the state as well. What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And just if you think you see him, call him in.
Thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped from across the board. I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look.
Amy, you're okay, dear. Don't worry about it. Everybody gets me confused with all Mama Bear. My wife is not a YouTuber whatsoever. She's never on her. Cluminati is just a good friend of mine. Cletus is her fiance. Mama Bear is not my wife. She's just my co-host. If you see her, you're absolutely fine for asking these questions. I won't beat you up, I promise. Welcome to the channel, and I get asked these questions by everybody, so it's fine.
Could you imagine if you were married to Clue? Holy shit!
I would have probably taken myself out a long time ago. That's all I can say.
Oh wow, mental picture.
No, I love
that wedding.
She's a great person. I love her to death, but no. No. Anyway, great question, Tammy. It's okay to ask. Any other questions you have, please feel free. If you can't get me, you can ask any of the mods, but I had to answer that one right out of the gate. Thank you again for joining us. I appreciate you very much. And please, if you know of anybody else that might be interested in coming over here, bring them on over. We got plenty of room.
Mama Bear's a secret girlfriend.
Yeah, no. Mama Bear is like one of my best friends. She's another one. We could never be that way. We're like brother and sister. So
no, she's awesome. She is. She's awesome.
I love her to death. I'd do anything for her, anything on the planet for her. She knows that too. So everybody always better be good to Mama Bear. And Cletus is damn. That's all I can say. Cletus is a man's man, because that dude puts up with some shit and loves that woman with everything in him, and I respect every bit of that. I absolutely do.
Someone just said that Clue's not for everybody's taste. Yes, she is, as long as you understand common sense and reality.
Well, in other things too, but not everybody. I agree. There's Mama Bear right there, Tammy. She can't always be up here with me on panel, but she's usually in here in the chat somewhere. But that's her there. No, Mama Bear's got her husband, and I got my wife, and you guys will see my wife that are new trolling around back behind me here and there. No problem. Take your time, Mama Bear. You don't have to, but I appreciate it when you do. No sorries needed. No. You're definitely not being disrespectful. I've been asked worse. I promise you that. And if you have to ask questions when you're new, you don't know. You can't come in here and expect to know. That's just normal. So no big deal. No big deal at all.
It's just funny to some of us that have been here a little while, because those two, they go at it sometimes. It's more brother sister than it would ever be anything else.
Oh, always, yes, absolutely. So, all right, guys, we're gonna move along. I guess Mama Bear's gonna be popping in here soon too. So, thank you, Mama Bear. Can't wait to see you. And here we go.
Verbal at the moment because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk. Call his name, tell him to stay put.
He could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes, the search is never over until he comes home. That is for sure.
So smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Okay, for those of you, sorry to interrupt again. For those of you that are new members or members that have been here for a minute, if you are interested in the Discord, one of my other lead mods up here, I hate saying that. One of my other mods up here, Brandy, you'll see her in here, Brandy, big red letters, I think it is. If you email her, I always mess this up. I'm going to do it again. At momof350@AOL.com, momo350@AOL.com. I think. If I'm wrong, Sherry always fixes it for me. She will send you a link to the Discord and get you rolling in there if you want to be in there. That's for anybody I want you to be a member for more than like a week, okay? At least. And if that's the case, when you do go in there, I did get it right. Holy shit. You're finally sinking into my brain there, Sherry. Thank you. There's the link right there for you, anybody. You have to use it. Is it funny how many times? It is funny how many times that is. I know. Anyway, it's right there on the screen for you, Brittany. The only thing I ask of you guys, thank you, Mama Bear. Yes, I got you. Somehow keep your channel name in there so we know who you are. And like I said, we are very strict within the Discord, stricter than we are in this channel. If there's one sign of any kind of crap going on, we have to release. That's all there is to it. So we try to keep it calm, cool, and quiet in there as we can.
Did you say AOL?
Yes, she has an AOL account. Yeah, I couldn't believe that either. I'm like, how? I didn't even know they were still up. But hey, if it works, don't break it.
Isn't that the same? Doesn't Jesus have an AOL address?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
I do believe. All right, moving on. And I hope you got that info for who asked. If not, ask again. We will get it to you. Promise you very much. Thanks again.
Our community is amazing.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return for that day. Thank you both for talking with me.
Okay, so I got you. There we go. All right, Chase, what do you got?
So one thing that all of us look for in every video that we look at is change. How does a person change from one way of behaving to a different way of behaving? In this whole video, we don't see a lot of it. Both of their behaviors are consistent and continuous throughout this whole thing. And here's why this is so important. When you're innocent, behaving like you behave requires almost zero cognitive effort. No one's focusing on their behavior because they don't feel the need to. The camera being present might add a layer of stress here, but that's acceptable. And we can see the difference between that, I promise you. But being consistent through all of this, no matter how much training somebody's had, if you're guilty of something, I would say it's as close to impossible as it gets to fake at this level. And Mark, you're an actor. You've been to all these famous acting schools and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Can you help us just to understand like how hard this would be to fake at this level?
Here's what makes it really hard is when you're acting, the audience have to get it. You're communicating. So it can't be muddy. It's got to be a clear communication, which means you can't have lots of things going on in your mind. You've got to have a clear through line. And that's what makes really good actors great communicators, but not necessarily supernatural. You know, I mean, you know, they don't come across as natural. You go, God, they're a great performer, but that's not what somebody would do in real life. What you're seeing here is real life. It's muddy, it's chaotic, it's some of it is very, very subtle. Some of it's very, very clear. So none of this is like an actor would actually do. I would say acting is an art form, a communication and expression, and what you're seeing there is real life. 24 times 30 times a second right now. So hard to fake. And even good actors, they don't get awards because they were really natural. They get awards because they were very, very communicative. Hope that answers your question. Yeah. Chase.
Yeah,
Perfect. Look, here's what I've got on this one. She's got a clear strategy, which is urgent. Call his name. And the father jumps in with yes. Anybody, I would suspect, who is engaged in a crime in some way would try and put a barrier in the way of this. Like, here's why that won't work, or we've tried that. Or, they would put in barriers in the way because they don't want, somebody who's involved in a crime does not want the evidence to be found and will consciously or unconsciously put barriers in the way there. And look how the mother then acts out the son. If there's any change in baseline, Chase, that's one of our biggest changes in baseline, as she kind of takes on that spirit of the son and performs how he would perform in that situation. If she knew that he's not alive, she wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't perform in that way. That's her taking on that live son in her mind. Scott, what do you got on this one?
It'll be short and boring, so don't go over what you guys have got over again. We're seeing everything we should see. So in other words, what you guys are saying is we're seeing everything we should see. It looks real to me. It looks like it should look to me. Greg, what do you got?
Just a few things. A couple of that come out immediately is exactly what you said, Mark. Sometimes it's very muddy. It's not the clear thing that we expect. And add to that guilt. A child is missing, guarantee you there's guilt. And I don't mean that they're guilty of doing something. I mean, they feel guilt. Imagine yourself, if your dog escapes and gets lost, you feel guilt. Imagine that compounding many times over by an only child and by a child who is reliant on you. So there's going to be some of that. There are two things I'd point out here. One is when she says, call his name, he will, you see something in his face of concern. And I think that concern is maybe often the mother is going to think the child is more communicative than he might think because he was an outsider coming into the child's life. He may be thinking, well, maybe, but you can see something fleet through his face very quickly. It doesn't like grief or shame or any of that. It just looks like, I'm not sure about that. And then his nostrils flare. If you're about to cry and you're trying to contain emotion, often men will flare their nostrils, especially in the South where people are not maybe as emotionally broadcast as some other parts of the country where certain cultures may be more demonstrative. Old South is very contained, and you may be seeing that. I just see that. I think he's close to emotional at the very last thing. So nothing new. That's all I got for this one.
One of those tape replays.
All right. First of all, welcome, Mama Burr.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Hope you're not too tired.
Nah.
Good. So anybody got anything on this version of this portion, I should say? Yes, no, maybe so.
Pretty much, I agree with the perspective that they see.
These guys are pretty good, in my opinion. There's another version of this that we're going to be checking out that goes the opposite, that opposes it. And it's interesting to me to be able to look at it oppositionally, because there's things that you don't notice when you hear the opposition of it. And it's like, okay, I get that now. You see it in that way. So that's why.
Did they do this on any of Seth's interviews?
You know what? No. And I think it's something that needs to be done. And I don't understand why they never have yet. I don't know if it's because it took Seth longer to come out with an interview than it did for, these two. And at that point, but he came out with multiple. Why haven't they done it yet? I don't understand is what I'm wondering. I wish there was a way to say, hey, go do him, see which I'd be curious to see how they see him.
You can email them.
It'd probably be a good idea. Thank you, Joe. What do you think, Mom? Anything for you off of this portion?
Just if you email them, they take suggestions. Like they're open to suggestions. They're here for us. And no, not really. I mean, I respect them. I respect all 4 of them. They do phenomenal work. I mean, I'm not saying that they're,
nobody's
perfect,
ever perfect.
but
Yeah, nobody's ever perfect.
They do phenomenal work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do. I follow a lot of their stuff on anything, all cases that they've covered. So yes, I agree. So, all right. Well, I'm pretty sure because I know how Mama Bear is that she's already looking at that option. That's why she looked at the camera like that. I can see what she's doing before she's doing it, and vice versa. So anyway, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Steve. Where did you put it at, sir? I put the video, so I guess I didn't send it. Yeah, well, you can't post anything in chat unless you're a moderator. Yeah, we're gonna check out the Chris McDonough version too, Steve or Brittany. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. Let me check my email for a minute. Hold on. Let's see here. Your email isn't working. Okay. I'm trying to think of how you could do this. Okay, here's what you could do, Steve. Well, wait a minute. No, we can't do that. Okay, just type it in the chat what you want me to find, and we'll find it. One of my mods can find it. Just type it in the chat what it is, and one of the mods or myself will find it, and we'll go get it and bring it here since the email's not working. That shouldn't be a big deal. All right, so Mom's truth. Mama Bear said no already, so we're good to go. Moving on to the next portion. We're almost done with this, guys. Very much almost done. Okay, truth.
What do you want to say to our viewers? Anybody who's watching, we've got a lot of folks in this community and in other counties just throughout the state as well. What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And just if you think you see him, call him in.
Thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped from across the board. I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look, even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk. Call his name. Tell him to stay put.
He could be on the move, so keep checking our properties.
Yes, like the search is never over until he comes home. That is for sure.
So smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Our community is amazing.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return for that day. Thank you both for
Thank
talking
you.
with me.
Just one more thing.
All right, let's go around the room and talk about what we think we've seen. Mark, how's it looking to you?
Look, I mean, so much of it looks absolutely fine. I mean, not fine. There's a kid missing. Nothing fine about that. But my attention wouldn't be on these two at this point. My attention would be on, can we get some more information from the outside in terms of where Sebastian might be at the moment? I'm sure we'll be able to put a link down there. If you see something, if you have some information, you go to that link. Let's put our energy there. Certainly that's where I'll put my energy. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, let's talk about this Nintendo Switch for just a second, I promise. My son is 15, and we all use these iPhones here, and I put every parental control known to mankind on that phone. The guy that works for my company used to be a manager at an Apple store. He walked me through the whole thing. I didn't screw anything up. And he's like, oh, can I lay with my phone tonight so I can listen to an audiobook, turn the permissions on for Audible?
I did watch them cover Jen Soto, and yeah, like I said, I definitely respect them.
Entire phone unlocked the next morning. Whole thing. I tried it again, unlocked. So let's not discount that this switch could very well be getting on the internet, and there's other reasons for him to be on the internet talking to people and stuff. The testosterone is at like an all-time high in his life right now. And there's so many apps out there that like self-destruct messaging and stuff. So we're praying for him. And I think this video stands as a testament to how differently honest behavior looks. And if you go back and look at it, how wildly different it looks from some of those other videos that we've looked at. And if you have any information about Sebastian, please reach out, or any missing person. One call could bring a child back to their family, even if it feels like it's insignificant. And if you have any information about Sebastian, call 1-800-TBI-FIND. TBI-FIND. Greg?
Yeah, let's say that again. 1-800-TBI-FIND. Call that number if you have any contact with this guy. If you see anybody, if you think you've seen him, call, because they need every lead they can possibly get. Let's talk about some of the words used in this interview. And I agree with you, Chase. Let's compare this to all the others we've seen where we're laughing. Did you hear us laugh a whole lot in this one? Actually, it is kind of low key because we're not laughing. We're not like saying, look at that knucklehead. We're not usually laughing at the case. We're laughing at people's attempt to hide something that they've done. And we're not doing that, if you notice. They use the word fighting. They said in trouble. They said resistant. They said spat. They said, stubborn. Didn't like to go outside. What we hear a lot is there's likely been some altercation, not angry, fighting, hurting the child, but there's been this disagreement that's been escalating is what you hear. You'll have all the friends he can possibly have. And if you watch this whole video, you'll find the mother talking about friends and about him always wanting friends. So Chase, I'm with you. If a kid has access, and you said it earlier, Scott, I didn't grow up with all this stuff in my hands, so I don't think about IT things the same way a person who's had that in their hands since they were born does. So kids are a lot smarter at getting out of stuff. And it doesn't matter whether he's on the spectrum somewhere, how he learned to do something you don't know. His memory may be much better than yours. So whether he got access to friends that weren't friends, whether he got access to friends that got him out of the house, we don't know any of that. We can't read minds. We can't tell any of that. What we can see is there's guilt in this mother at places, and then the father occasionally, the stepfather occasionally. They don't know how to behave because they've never dealt with this before. And the only time, and we didn't cover this video, the only time we've seen the animation is around a case for custody in another state by the stepfather. We didn't cover that one. Go watch it for yourself, see what you think. But I think what we have here is a pattern that this kid could have wanted out, could have gotten out, and the mother certainly looks like she feels it. Now, last thing I'll say, we aren't expert at reading minds. We don't pretend to read minds. Is it entirely possible that one of these guys is like, sure, but man, they're good if they are. And that's what I'd say. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, this woman is a psychopathic genius if she's done this. And this guy, because like I said before, I went down the wrong road because I had some information that said one thing and it wasn't true. So I was like, well, this makes sense. Everything fell into place. But if he's guilty, then he's the coldest guy in the world that's ever walked the earth, man. I mean, this guy, wow. So, who knows? We can't get on and say, oh, they did or they didn't do it. Those kind of things. We can get all emotional and go, it looks like to me like, and it looks like to me like, and those will make sense. But we're just reading body language. So we're going to tell you what we see. All right, fellas. Thanks for another good one, and we'll see you next time.
Yep. Just one more thing.
So what do you got?
Hello?
Hello.
Okay,
I don't know
make
where
sure I
you
didn't make sure I didn't lose signal. I'm sitting out here by myself.
Nope. It disappeared as he always does. No, guys, the show's not over. Hey, Lucky.
He probably went to get coffee.
Again, he just did that, didn't he?
Well, if he's anything like me, he's done chugged that cup.
That could be. Steven, you're good. Just whenever you can, hun.
Whenever you can, what?
Oh, he said he had to renew his membership. He said I was a member, just been slow for me, and I said he's good. Just whenever you can.
Yeah, 35 minutes. After that, you blow up in the Discord. That's how that works. I'm just kidding. You're fine, dude. You just gotta make sure eventually somebody's gonna say something to you about renewing it. If you don't, that's all.
Yeah.
No big deal. Okay, so any last thoughts on that before we move on?
Nope.
Everybody, oh, I forgot he had a phone call. He says, Mom.
Not really. I just think it, they, like I said, they do great work. And I think it was important to also mention, for people that didn't maybe catch it, that, these reporters, I hate to say they're trained, but they do go through a certain training to be able to deal with trauma and not get emotional and not get upset. Even any kind of interview, whether you're a mainstream interviewer or just, when you interview a family here, you can't be that strong interviewer and let your emotions overrun because you hear that in your voice. So, I mean, I think that's really important for people to understand that this woman was sitting feet away from Katie and it literally affected her physically.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Yeah, I got to agree with him at the end. That he said they said they could be lying, they could whatever, but if they did, damn, they're good. And I agree with that because these people are trained to see what people are doing here. You know what I'm saying? And I see you guys in the chat there. What's up, everybody? Believe me, I'm asking your opinion when I ask them too. Don't worry. So, and because I want to know everybody's thoughts on this. But anyway, I do truly believe that because when they watched the Steven, when they did Steven Stearns and Jen Soto, they were a little bit off on some of that, I think, at first. But like Steven Stearns, they had pegged for what he was. There's no two ways about it. You know what I mean? So Stephen Stearns, whatever the hell, the monster. I should even say his name.
I don't say his name.
Yeah, right. Because he doesn't even deserve to breathe. He's an air thief as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, so there's that one. I think we'll probably have just enough time to run through this other one for today. Yeah, I got you, Kimber. Thank you, hon. Definitely. Wait a minute. Where'd that go? Doodle dropped me. keep brushing your hair, Doodle. You're pretty. Yes, of course. She kills me with that.
Hello, Doodle.
Yes, Doodle's
A
amazing.
retired homicide detective. I've interviewed thousands of people.
So. We're going to the next one, and I'm going to cover the linguistics one as well. This is the interview room with Chris McDonough. I can't help myself. McDonough. Show. And I can't help myself. It's a thing, folks. I'll explain it some other day. I've never been a monstrous fan of Chris's, but I do respect him for what he does, and I respect his effort and I respect his experience. Understand that. There's something that I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but anyway, I respect what he does as what he is. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to be rude or anything like that.
I respect you, so I will keep my personal opinion to myself.
I'm hoping everybody is gathering that I'm not a fan of his, so please understand that. But I'm being respectful of him for this, so I am not a fan of his. Some people are, and I respect that as well. You guys are awesome. I just there's certain things that Chris has said and done that I just don't agree with. Okay, and that's just me. I'm not anybody important, just as much as he's not. We're who we are. I'm sure he doesn't even give two shits about me either, and it's fine. It's fine. But you know, I respect him professionally for what he does. I'll say that much, and I'll leave it at that. Again, I'm just not a fan. That's all. Yes, he is very biased. I'll say that much. And that's one of the things I don't care for with him. But hey, you know, who am I? But anyway. So. Thank you, Barbie. I appreciate that very much. As I care about all of you very much as well. Oh shit, I won't be watching him then. Thank you. Well, no, wait, Brittany, you'll see. It's up to you. Please form your own opinions of this guy, guys. Please don't listen to me. Everybody thinks about things different. I don't want anybody to come behind me and go, just because Dago don't like him, I'm not going to like him. No, that's not always true. Look, Mama Bear, well, I don't think she cares for him either. So that's not going to count.
I.e. Doggo's going to run out of people.
Okay, I understand there's not a lot of people that like this guy, okay? But it's not really him that's doing this, from my understanding, is that he has, doesn't he have an FBI expert that he has doing this?
He has some expert up there that's doing it with him. I made it.
So we'll go with that. And remember that, okay? Just let's work through it. That's all I'm saying, guys.
Right.
We'll work through it. That's all we
We're
can
just
do.
trying to look at all sides.
That's it. And I'm trying to be as
unbiased.
Thank you, Mama Bear, for the
You're
other half of my brain. You guys ever notice that when she's here that I function better?
Yes.
Funny, isn't it? Because she's got the other piece of my brain over there that I don't have when she's not here.
Right.
That's right. Thank you, Sherry. That's what I was trying to say. It's not about Chris. It's about the FBI and analyzation. Yeah, moving on. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not working so well now. I'm trying to say things that I can't. So again, this is the interview room with Chris McDonough. Please drop his link. This is credit. I got to give credit where credit's due. And they do the same thing we just saw basically with the behavior panel. So, and it's going to be different. Okay. That's right. I'm Pinky. Mama's the brain. That's how that works. I'll be Pinky.
From serial killers to ministers. Welcome to the interview room.
Made a couple of comments on but Steve's not only an amazing those that gave all. Talk about missing Tennessee boy Sebastian Rogers. Many of you have been asking for
Okay, we're jumping up a little bit with this one. We will go back though, guys, as we continue on. This is from May 26th. Just so you guys know. And with the rest of this, we're going to go back. I just wanted to play this to go opposition for the last, okay? This is the expert he's using is Steve Johnson. This, of course, is Chris McDonough with the interview room. And Steve has a channel, I do believe, too, which is that Truth to Lies thing back there on his wall, if you want to check that out, too. And we're off.
Weigh in on this case, so I could have thought of nobody better to talk about statement analysis than Steve Johnson. He is not only a colleague of mine on the Cold Case Foundation, but he's the managing partner and lead trainer in a company called truth2lies.com. But Steve's not only an amazing human being, he spent 28 years in law enforcement, mostly as an investigator, and he has been voir dired in many court situations as an expert interviewer, and he's a certified statement analyst and has expertise in identifying deception, latent content, which is information hiding in plain sight. And tonight he's given us a little thing. He trains civilians too for corporate America, and he said if you use this code that I just put into the chat, you will get a discount on some of his civilian training. But he also trains law enforcement from all around the world on how to the psychological profile and verbal and written statements. And so I find that really fascinating that, information hiding in plain sight. I've always loved that. He's also a certified handwriting analyst and a certified voice stress analyst, which is a CVSA. He's a member also of the Cold Case Foundation. So he's got that's his short list, by the way, everybody. That's just his short list. So we're grateful to have him here very much. So get over to his website. It's down in the show notes tonight. It's www.
You're muted, dude. Nobody can hear anything you're saying.
Is this what you were looking for, Steve? This video I'm playing now? Because it's the only one I found in the chat. If there's another one, they got to let me know. I'll play that as well. But go ahead, control the narrative straight. I'll give you this. If the video aren't played, I'll respect it. But sheriff's office and sheriff saying what he said is straight from the horse's mouth. I have no problems playing it if this isn't the right one. I'm not trying to control any narratives either, so understand that. Doesn't matter without proof, Carl. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Anyway, moving forward.
www.truth2lies.com. Truth2lies.com. And so with that, Steve, I know I called you yesterday, literally full transparency here for everybody. He's been so busy. And I told him, I said, hey, have you heard about this Sebastian Rogers case? And he said, yeah, kind of, but I really haven't had time to dive into it. And I said, perfect. You would be the perfect guy tonight to take a look at this case. I have purposely, laid low. I've made a couple of comments on the lab over at Josh's channel with Dr. Picato. But I have not shown Steve this video. I sent him the links last night, and we both got permission from our wives to talk about it tonight. So I cannot wait to hear his analysis of what's going on in his mind about what's going on potentially in their mind. And we're going to talk specifically about the parents' first interview on the news. There are so many things going on in this case. He's been missing, obviously, since the 26th of February. So we're coming up on 3 months. My personal opinion, the authorities are working overtime on this. And as a result of that, I'm sure there's a lot of information behind the scenes. But I told Steve just before we went up here, I have the sinking feeling. Now, also, I just want to, before we kick this thing off, I want to raise a little awareness as to the importance of what we're doing tomorrow in this country. It is Memorial Day. And Steve, just before we went up here, I have the sinking feeling this is a Summer Wells 2.0, which has caused a lot of emotion out there. We're coming up on her anniversary soon. So Sebastian's a 15-year-old autistic boy. If you're not familiar with this case, which I'm going to be surprised if you aren't. However, Sebastian's
to realize the later, but exactly.
Sorry, it was dragging, folks. It got stuck, and then I drug it accidentally, so I'm trying to fix it. Thank you, Kimber. I appreciate it.
I think you're spot on. And interestingly, Summer Wells still has not been found, and I hope that Sebastian is, of course, but I love exploring the very first interview that anyone does. Those interviews, like the one we're going to watch tonight, we're going to analyze tonight, those are the interviews that are uncontaminated. In other words, the parents have not had time to react to things that other people are interjecting regarding the investigation. I mean, they are a little bit, but this is their first interview. Actually, the very first one would be the 911 call, and then this would be the second one. So we're going to get some good analysis out of this interview, and And our goal, my goal, and what I do in my space here is that my goal is to get inside their head and understand at a deep level what is the information. When you read in my bio about the information that's hiding in plain sight, that latent content. It's like latent fingerprints. They're there, but you can't see them until you apply the material, the tools, whatever it is, to make those fingerprints come to life. And then you see them and you can lift them and you can use
What you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop. It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone.
Let's hold it right there, Chris. Okay, so a couple things. First thing is that stepdad, his name is Chris as well. So stepdad Chris, he says, well, first of all, I got to note that mom did not answer, and I'm wanting to hear certain things from mom as a biological mother. I want to hear right away her expression of concern about her son and what he is experiencing at this time. He's been missing for 8 days. And I know that the reporter, she targeted, that question to what they have been feeling, but the feeling of any parent, the grief over their missing child is going to override anything that they may be experiencing themselves. That feeling of what is Sebastian going through? What is he experiencing? Did he find some shoes? Is he getting fed? Is he staying warm at night? All these, a myriad of things. Did he find someone to take care of him? Is he scared? Is he okay? And just a myriad of things. And that would override everything else. And so I'm wanting to hear that from mom right away, but she couldn't come up with anything. And I've seen that in other cases where and I should say cases where the parents actually had some guilty knowledge of the disappearance of their child. And when they don't come up with it right away, it's almost as if they were asked something that they weren't expected to be asked. And then because lots of times parents will go into once they're asked questions, they have a narrative, and that's what they think is just enough. Whatever's in their head, they think it's enough to suffice the questions that they will be asked. And if they're asked a question that doesn't quite fall in line, they're kind of at a loss of what to say. And so I'm wanting to hear mom express things about Sebastian, and she couldn't do it. What she did say is, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Chris, that refers to what she's going through, not what Sebastian is going through. And that's the thing that really caught my attention, is that she has put the focus on herself rather than her 15-year-old son. And he's autistic and he has special needs. And I just that just was abrasive to me. It struck me as not what I expected to hear from biological mom.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
No, you're on a roll. I'm listening.
Well, if you have something to say about that, because I'm going to go back to what stepdad Chris said.
Yeah, no, and the rocking, that sometimes is a stress relief.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes for people, they're releasing that tension and that energy. Because to Steve's point, they may have something.
Listen, guys, you may not agree with this. Okay, sorry, I was just eating a cookie. My apologies. Take care, Kitty. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. You may not agree with this, but we need to hear this too. Okay, it's important. We cannot be one-sided when it comes to this stuff. We need to hear both sides of a scenario and then play through what we hear, break it down, and then make a decision. You don't have to like it, but just, we're just respectfully hearing another version of this to be able to say that we've heard both. That's all. That is absolutely all. No big deal. We're absolutely 100% respectful, and we're just trying to be unbiased and give it everything a fair shot. As I have been looking at both sides of the fence with this, guys, I have the whole time. I don't believe in the way the Proudfoots were attacked, and that the way it came to them is what I would say. That's what my issue's been this whole time. But I still have both of these options open, guys, that anybody could be responsible for something or nobody. Remember that. So let's try to keep our minds open to this, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Going on that we don't know. And by the way, just for the record, in the beginning of this, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. We're not here to say, they're innocent or they're guilty. That's not what we're doing. We're analyzing from a professional perspective where both of us have testified in court as experts in our field. Steve is an expert in analyzing this statement analysis and identifying deception. It is much different in a criminal case than it is in the civilian court for a civil case, because in a criminal case, you have jeopardy and you have people that could lose their liberty. So they have a lot more to lose than just their house or their money.
That is absolutely correct. My doodle, as always, is on point. She says to be Team Sebastian, we owe it to him to hear everything. And I agree with her wholeheartedly. Thank you, Doodle.
So this is a different type of analysis that we're looking at. So I don't have any other thing, to dovetail into what you've already said so far, Steve.
Okay. Going back to the first thing that Chris said, he said, we're on a constant roller coaster of helpless and hopeless. Now, here's the thing about this, and some people, I hope you can see what I'm going to say here, where I'm going with this. That is
once this is done and we get through this, I will open it up and I will ask what everybody thinks. You can put your voices out there and then I'll take questions and so on and so forth. That's absolutely fine.
Portrayal of emotion such as you would read in a novel. It is something that, in other words, something that I don't expect to come from a de facto innocent parent. It is something that would be said to cover, because to cover up some guilty knowledge, let's say. It is something that appeals to the emotion of the listener, of the interviewer, of everyone out there listening to the news. Chris is appealing to that emotion. And I almost feel bad calling him Chris, because I like you so much, and I'm saying Chris, and I'm referring to this guy here. So
call me Mac. And we'll differentiate the two.
So the important thing is that the first thing that he went to was helpless and hopeless. And Chris, it's just that a de facto innocent person is going to have hope. They are going to hold out for hope. I know of cases where a child disappeared and the parents held out for hope that child is going to return.
I got it, Steve.
For over 20 years. And even when investigators finally discovered that the child had been murdered, the parents refused to let that into their vocabulary and declare the child deceased. For 20 years, they referred to him in the present tense and as alive and going to come back. And my point is that it's very difficult for them to let go. Now, this is a stepdad. It's easier for him to let go, for sure. And men in general can also let go easier than biological mothers can. But mom didn't answer, and so he went to helpless and hopeless. And that is not only an appeal for listeners to believe him, but it is an indication that there is no hope in his mind that Sebastian is coming back, and they're helpless. And in my mind, I'm thinking, are you kidding me? You're talking to the news right now. You should be portraying this. You should be so happy that we're on the news. And hey, everybody, we're getting the word out. Here's what he was wearing, and let's go out and find him. And it'd be like that. I would be very hopeful at that point that I'm getting it way out there to everyone. Now we learned that this interview came 8 days into the disappearance, and I'm wondering, what is the holdup? Why hasn't this happened before? And it's my understanding that the parents wouldn't do an interview. And is that correct to your knowledge?
I do not know that, Steve.
Okay. Yeah. So I won't touch on that then, but I would like to see the parents right away coming out and saying, hey, our child is missing and this is who he is.
I'm sorry, guys, to interrupt real quick. Something I haven't stated yet. There's a lot of newer people in here, and it's my fault. I should have said this in the beginning. I welcome everybody and anybody to my channel. My door's always open to everyone. It's a very amazing community. We're a very good, pleasant community for the most part. I allow for everybody's opinions in here, as long as they're based with logic and commonsensical, thought. Okay. I don't want people coming here. We don't victimize the victims or so on and so forth. Now, everybody has their opinions about the both sides of the fence with this case. I get that. The only thing I ask from anybody, the only rule I really have in here is to respect each other's opinions, feelings, and thoughts when they speak without attacking somebody. Okay. That's what I don't like. And I won't do that in here. I'll just, boom, you're gone. That's how I am with that. I just don't put up with it, okay? And respect my moderators when they say and do things. They do it for a reason. And anybody on my panel never is to be disrespected, period, okay? That's all I ask. And then, the second rule is to refer back to the first one. That's it. So please, if you will, You know, if you have an opinion and you disagree with somebody else's opinion, that's fine. We're allowed to be able to do that, folks, without walking at like trying to kill each other over it. You know what I mean? It's not worth it. So just listen to what is said. If you disagree with it, that's great. I, respectfully disagree. That's how we do it. If you disagree with what somebody says in the chat about what is said, again, just you can respectfully disagree. That's all there is to it. It doesn't have to be like a wrestling match or anything like that. That's all I'm saying. So thank you guys so very much. Welcome back, Molly.
Yes, and let's get the information out, but that didn't happen. And instead, we have this portrayal of helpless and hopeless, and mom not telling us the things that a de facto innocent biological mother should be telling us about the concern over her son. Instead, she's focusing on herself. So that's what we got. And so let's. Yeah.
And I guess we can call him CP.
CP. All right. Good deal.
And that way, folks don't get my name and his name mixed up.
Good. Thank you for that.
Which is the same name. That was a suggestion from the chat. All right. You want me to keep moving, brother?
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you very much.
I know more about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Yeah, my apologies. This interview initially was done March 4th. This breakdown by Steve and Chris was done May 26th, just so you guys know.
Oh, yeah. He's going to walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family.
Like I don't want to get anybody confused. This interview that was done with the news with these two was done on the 4th of March. The breakdown was done 2 weeks ago by these two here. That's all. So nobody's confused on it.
Relatives waiting to hug and love him, and
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So
Hold up right there before we get into the next part. It's interesting that interviewer, she's the one that she sensed that something was wrong. You can tell, and she introduced. Well, how about keeping hope alive? I'm sure that's in there somewhere, isn't it? And she wants to hear that. She's as an interviewer, as a working for the news. I'm sure she's interviewed a lot of different people and watched a lot of interviews, and she knows what comes out of the mouth of a parent whose child is missing. She's wanting to hear certain things, and she didn't hear it, and so I'm sure she's helping them out here. And it couldn't come out.
Thank you, Steve. I do try.
Again, why aren't we hearing that type of language out of her mouth? It's void. She's void of it. Yet at different times, we're going to see during this interview that she's very teary-eyed and she's sad, and I believe that she is. I believe that they're real tears. Chris, you and I both seen fake tears in interviews many times, and the fake emotion and whatnot. I think the mom is sad here. It doesn't speak to being sad. Doesn't speak to innocence or guilt. It's just she is sad at the situation. But if she really was concerned about Sebastian, those words about him would be coming out. She wouldn't be focused on herself. And so this indicates to me that she is more in a mode of self-preservation than anything. So I'm going to see how she does throughout the rest of the interview. And hopefully, I want to hear it change. I don't want to see at the end that she's went through this whole thing in self-preservation mode. I would like to see it change to where she's expressing more concern about Sebastian.
Okay, so I'm going to back up just for a second so that the audience can hear those points that you just made. And I agree with them. Agree with you 1,000%. And that sadness also could be. It doesn't necessarily mean, it's sadness towards the totality of the circumstances. It could be sadness that, if there's some type of jeopardy there, that this is kind
of. Okay, so we've heard what Steve thinks thus far. We don't have to agree with this, guys. He's not the be-all, end-all. We've heard another version of this as well. You go down the middle somewhere with this if you choose and figure out your own feelings on it, guys. You have that right, okay? I'm just telling you. You don't have to agree with this at all, because I don't, and it's okay. I'm still want to hear what he has to say. That's okay.
of a release of that stress, and that's where also the soothing of the rocking back and forth comes into this as well. So I'm going to back up just for a second. Listen to how this unfolded.
With family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him, and
That boy's gonna have more.
Now, the interesting part there is he keeps shaking his head no, yet he's talking about all the family and relatives coming in to hug him and stuff. Any thoughts on that, Steve?
Yeah, it's an indication that in his mind he knows that that's not going to happen, and the brain is so powerful, and what the brain knows is typically comes out physiologically and verbally, linguistically. What the brain knows reveals itself, and that's why the polygraph works, the voice stress analyzer works, and why statement analysis works so well if you're skilled at it. And so he's saying one thing, but that head nod is giving us a different answer that's really not going to happen.
Yeah, and if we go back, if anybody wants to see, we did an analysis on in Summer Wells' case. You can see it in the playlist early on. Steve caught so many things.
Honestly, Brittany, some pieces of it I do. I can understand why they're seeing certain things too. Pieces of it I do. I don't personally feel that they're hopeless or helpless at this point. I don't know why that's the feeling. We're only a few days in. What was it said? This is March 4th. So I think that's a jump. I don't think he's right on that, but that's me. Okay. So just saying, that's me personally. I don't know. We'll see what else is said.
In that situation, and it was indicative of the father talking on the news, going like this, going like this. All right, so that good catch. Hang on.
He's gonna walk through that door, and the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
I get the sense that she's really concerned about that question. I mean,
yeah. I love those questions. And for your viewers, if they don't know, that's one of the questions that you and I would ask in an investigation, especially with a missing person or a homicide. Hey, describe your last moments with your loved one. Describe that last day with Sebastian. And if there was something amiss, if something bad happened, it's going to make them very, very nervous, as you know. So it's interesting to see now with that question and where it focused her brain, what she says here.
So many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Said good night to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed. And when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
All right. So there's actually a lot in that. She doesn't realize she actually skipped over. I mean, she described that day and evening very succinctly, but skipping over a lot of information, what they did that day, other conversations. She didn't say a whole lot, but from in my perspective, what she did say was actually pretty revealing. So the first thing that she said was, one of the first things was that that day was pretty normal. Now, whenever I hear somebody refer to the day as being pretty normal, I'm on alert right away for it not being a normal day. I hear this most of the time when I hear the portrayal of normalcy, it has turned out to be anything but the norm. And so I'm on high alert now. Why would she say this? And I want to hear other things about in experiential language from her. We did this. We went here. We went there. I tried to get him to wear his new shirt. He didn't want to. He said, "Mom, I'm gonna wear this one instead." Little things, little nuances about the day. But we didn't hear those things. She skipped over a lot of those things, which is more times than not, when somebody portrays the day as normal, it's a way of saying, "Hey, you should believe me that it was a normal day and not ask me any details about the day. Just accept that it was a good day. It was a normal day." Or they will say some things that, and not in this particular case, but sometimes they'll portray it as normal, saying something in present tense, indicating this is what we always do on our normal day, and it allows them to not say what actually happened that day in a past tense. And so it's kind of two birds of the same feather here. She's telling us right away, normal day, but I don't hear the language of this is what we did, experiential language.
One thing I am going to have to say to this that I think is being slightly pushed to the side, that probably shouldn't be, considering what this is. This person right here, this mother of this one child that's missing, the only child that's missing, in my mind, in my opinion, and from what I'm seeing, is traumatized still from this. Okay. He may not be showing that, but she's, in my opinion, she's still traumatized to an extent. So I think that plays into how she's responding to some of these things too, and it has to be seen for my. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be seen. That's just an opinion I have, so I'm going to state that here. But going forward, we'll see.
So she went to I told it when I told him to go to bed, he did, and she kind of laughed. And what is that? It's a reference to him not going to bed. Him, times that he hasn't gone to bed. And so she's kind of laughing at it like, for once he did, or this time he did. And the problem I have with it is that it is a portrayal or a reference to something negative that Sebastian could have done. So I'm now on alert, and what she says next kind of seals the deal for me. And I don't like what I'm hearing here, because she says, he said, "I love you, Mom," and he went to bed. Now, saying I love you is something that we all do. I'll call my wife. I'll talk to her on the phone. I'll say, "I love you, babe." When I'm leaving, I'll say, "Hey, I'm running out. I'll be back soon. Love you." My daughters are here. When they leave, we're going somewhere. "All right, love you." We say I love you a lot, but we don't have the need to tell other people that, hey, by the way, I told my wife I loved her. If we're asked about our day, we just say, "Oh, I had dinner with the family, and oh, my wife and I went here, there, or to drop my wife off at the airport," whatever it is. And these situations are situations where we would say I love you, but it's the need here that she has to tell the world that, hey, my son told me he loved me. So that, on top of it's a normal day and this little hint at a negative reference that sometimes Sebastian doesn't cooperate with me, doesn't do what I tell him to do, a little laugh about it, I'm now alarmed, because more times than not, when I hear this "I love you" come out of their mouth, I know that it is often a time if a crime has been committed, that is typically the time that the crime was committed. This is particularly true in domestic situations such as this, domestic homicides, other situations similar to this. So I'm always on alert when I hear that the portrayal of "I love you." And the other thing is that what that does is, what she's saying is, I'm such a good mother that my son told me that he loves me, and that even elevates this even more. That why the need to portray yourself as a good mom?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm gonna respectfully disagree with this guy.
I am too.
He is
Right here
looking he's looking at this from a criminal standpoint. He's not looking at this from the fact that this is a mother that is tortured in her own mind right now because her child is missing. She is an emotional wreck. She's running on lack of sleep, lack of thinking abilities, lack of food. The fact that she's probably feeling so much guilt and beating herself up because her son is missing. Not only that, her mentioning the fact that he said "I love you," those are the last words she heard out of Sebastian. That is something that is very important to you, is the last words you heard from your child. So that is a memory that's right there. It's easy to recall. You're not going to sit in front of a reporter and talk about, "Oh, well, he got up and he went to pee at this time, and then he came out, and then he put the," no, you're not going to go into detail like that. You're going to very basically run across the day, pinpoints that you can think of, because your mind's going a million miles an hour. But I don't agree with
that's the problem,
what
though.
he's
He's a criminal.
here.
Right, he's a criminal profiler. This is the wrong situation for that. I mean, I see what he's trying to do. I respect
exactly
that. What you just said is what it is. That's not a cause for alarm. She's remembering what happened that day. She explained what happened that night. Okay, this is the last scenario that went down. So everything that happened, she put it in short form and said, "This is what happened." He said, "I love you, Mom. Good night. I love you, puppies. Good night." Boom, boom, went to bed. She snickered because, maybe he doesn't go to bed that easy normally. Okay. But he had a long day. He had a busy day. So he went in his room. I don't know if that's why, but he went to bed. So maybe she snickered because it just wasn't that easy normally. So be it. Whatever. Moving on. Okay. I get that part of it. But I don't think that's cause to be alarmed. That's my opinion, though.
I don't think so either. I don't think he's looking at this from a missing child standpoint of view. He's looking at it from his training, which is a criminal standpoint of view. And it just, I'll stop.
I understand. Miss Sherry says, I would hate to be analyzed if my child disappeared because I'd be acting a fool. How was the day? Right. I mean, come on. Let's this is a little strong for me, the way that this is being handled. We'll see how else it goes, but I'm right there with you, Mom. I do. I do agree with you. And you held your tongue. I was holding my tongue as long as I could, but I had to say that too. All right, here we go.
Try to.
I know. It's okay. Mama Bear, anything before we start up again? You got any opinion?
Nope.
What do you think? You think we're right, or do you think we're wrong?
I think we're right.
Okay. All right, boom.
That is something in the analysis field that we really take note of, that when there's a portrayal of being a good mom, and there are many cases. It's in the Summer Wells case, there's numerous missing person and domestic homicide type cases. We see this where there's a portrayal of being a good dad, a good mom, a good guy, and it's typically that portrayal comes around the time that if a crime was committed, the crime occurred, or right after, because they're rehabbing themselves now, linguistically, psychologically. They feel the need to rehab themselves, to make themselves look better, to feel better about the situation. And so for me, it's a pretty good indication that something nefarious, something didn't go quite right that night. And so for me, it's if something occurred, it was that night, not the next morning. So yeah, I'm concerned now at this point already.
So and everybody, so everybody understands what Steve's doing here is he's kind of, this is, you know, he's not dove into this case until tonight. I mean, this is literally the first time. So it's almost as if I wanted to present it to him in this video, you know, just fresh off the boat, for lack of a better term. And that is such a solid point about a domestic situation for our viewers to understand. You know, when you have the victim looking at the person potentially doing something to them, they go, but I love you. Okay? And yet they're being abused or whatever the situation is. And that's the point that Steve's making here when he heard that. And I missed it until you just pointed it out. That is such a powerful statement in context to the experience level potentially of a domestic situation going sideways. So I'm going to keep moving. Do you want me to keep moving?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? When do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock? So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just...
Oh, one other thing I have to say about that last segment, and Mally picked it up as well, and I had her statement up there, but when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
Yeah.
That statement, you know, when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. Well, what do you mean? Was he woken up? Was he not woken up? What, you know, where's that going? What's your thoughts on?
Are you kidding me? So we're going to break it down to okay. So what she means is when I went to go wake him up for school, he wasn't there. That's all that is. Again, like, that's kind of ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. He's looking at this like a domestic homicide. This is not a domestic homicide. This is a missing child. And to even bring up Summer's case is not a good look when you're doing this interview that has nothing to do with Summer's case, and nothing has to do with Summer at all whatsoever. But that's the only case that they can refer back to.
That's a good point. Like I said, Steve,
that is the only case they can go back to.
You're to point out her saying I went to wake him up and he was, or I woke him up and he wasn't there in the morning. She just didn't present the statement right. That's all it was. Again, she's under trauma. Come on now, like, this is ridiculous in some senses. Please think about this before you make statements like that.
It's incongruent, those two things. When I woke him up and he wasn't there, well, you can't wake him up if he's not there. So for me, that is something that's not experiential. It's something that what happens in the brain when there's any type of deception, which if it's not experiential, then you have a form of deception because she's portraying it as experiential, as something that actually happened. But what will occur in the brain is that there's so much stress there in the brain from the deception. The brain knows what actually occurred and didn't occur. And if she's now going to try to force the opposite out of her mouth, the brain is like, hey, we know this didn't happen. And it creates the stress in the brain. It transcends the body physiologically. And what happens is linguistically, we will often hear things like this. It will sound confusing. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't flow right. It will be incongruent like her words are. And
what about the stress of your child missing? How about that stress? Does that make you do the same thing? Oh, this is going to be hard. I can see it already.
And when I hear things like that, again, I'm thinking, wow, this is what's going on the heels of what we just talked about. And now I'm seeing this is called carryover stress. And in voice stress analysis, we would have carryover stress. She's still stressed about what she experienced that night. She's still having to answer questions about that. So she's still feeling that. And so it's coming out now, incongruent, confusion in the language, incongruency. It's classic.
Must be already in the shower. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house. And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
Actually, while we were on the phone.
Let's stop there, Chris. Before CP starts talking, there's some things going on there. Mom is she's indicating that she's certain that he walked out of the house, and I want to go back to something that's key there in the context of Sebastian missing. She said within 3 minutes, I was on the phone with my husband. So she brings that up immediately within 3. Now, here's the thing. He's out of town, so he can't help. But she says within 3 minutes, I'm on the phone with him. She has just brought him into this via a phone call. It's very important. Their conversation on the phone is very important. And I'm going to dovetail back to something that I didn't comment on in the segment just before this. But if you remember, she said when she was describing the night, and Sebastian went to bed and said, I love you, Mom. And then she says, a little while later, I wound up going to bed. Well, what that is a little while later means there's time that has spanned, that she's not going to tell us what she did in that span of time. And she's not saying how long it was, but she just says a little while later, that's going to suffice for her. We don't know how much time span, but we now know on the back end that she was on the phone with with CP for 3 hours, I believe it was, before she went to bed. And now she's bringing in now that she's on the phone with him again. This phone conversation with him is going to be really key in whatever happened to Sebastian.
Well, she qualifies it too, Steve, right? She goes, I can't find him. Well, what does that mean? I mean,
did you find it strange the way she said that?
Yeah, it was like she paused, she's thinking, you can see her gears going.
Yeah.
And let's play that back one more time for the audience and get a better context, even for both of us too. Let me go back here just for a second. And by the way, everybody, I hope you can hear this. I've got it turned up full volume. So if you can't hear it real well, turn up on your side over there, the computer on your side, just in case. I certainly want everybody to hear what's being said here.
Are you in the shower? I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him.
Yeah, I mean, that was just out of thin air. Within 3 minutes, I can't find him.
Yeah.
So,
within 3 minutes, give or take, she took a guess. It's not like a calculated time, guys. Give or take gives you time to or from. Okay. We're not allowed to guesstimate the time it took to decide to call Chris. She walked through the house, didn't find him. Okay. Within 3 minutes, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. That's pretty cut and dry, in my opinion, but okay.
But it's almost a contextual statement where, she's trying to put it into this anomaly of conversation where, I've been looking for him and I can't find him.
She's hoping it'll get accepted, that it's going to be accepted. But this has so many ties to Summer Wells, because this is so interesting. It's very similar to when Chris, you were at the house and Mom is walking you through the house, and you're down in the dungeon basement, and Mom walked you out the door where she's saying that she thinks that Summer was taken out of that door, that downstairs door, and she came out that door. And I use this clip for my training in the classes that I teach. But Mom comes out and she says, I came out here and I said Summer, and the context is incongruent with Summer being missing. If she really knew that Summer was missing, she would come out that door and she would yell, Summer. I expect the same thing here from this mother, Katie. I expect Katie to be saying, Chris, I can't find him. And I want to hear this, the frantic, the emotion of her being just out of her mind, frantic that she can't find Sebastian.
So she's supposed to reenact how frantic or non-frantic she was at that moment, right here and now, under the stress and and trauma that she's under, explaining this to a reporter? Is that normal? Does anybody else think that that's how you should be acting right now?
No. And plus, with military training, aren't you trained to kind of deal with these kind of things in a calm manner?
That's the whole point. Did they forget that they have military training? Hold on a minute here. Steve says sheriff's office said that we have no proof of Sebastian. No, they didn't ever leaving his house. He is not on any video footage in the neighborhood. That's true. Either Heather, the PI, said that on a panel. Chris has said the same. There is what law enforcement said. That is what Seth said right there. What law enforcement said is they could not find any proof other than, I can't remember exact words. Who had the exact statement? I can't remember it right now. But that was not stated by the sheriff's office, that they have no proof of him ever leaving the house. We went back and looked for it. That's not what was said. I'll have to find it and show it to you, Steve. And hold on a minute. Chris has said the same thing. Sebastian somehow walked out of his house with no proof of him. Well, that's true. That's not hard to do. You walk out the front door and then something happened. That's what the biggest deal with this whole case is. That's why all of us are at a standstill with it and have no idea what could have happened. What evidence would he have left behind by walking out the front door? The only evidence that there is, period, about this. Here's the other problem with this. If he didn't walk out the front door, there is no other option.
He can't go out his window?
I mean, he could have went out his window, but I mean, there's no other option of him. He had to have walked out of the house, is what I'm saying. He's not in the house. There's nothing in the house. Yeah, and her car never left. That was watched. That car never left. When the car left is when she's on the phone with 911, or sorry, the sheriff's office. Okay, they were there in minutes. There's been no trace of Sebastian found anywhere, folks. Somebody explain to me how. I'll go along with this. I told you guys before on both sides of this. If somebody can explain to me how this woman did something to that child and got him out of that house and disposed of him somewhere, and how before law enforcement arrived and went into what they do, I'm down. Let's talk about it right now. Please.
Okay, the windows were locked, but that doesn't mean he didn't unlock it and go out the window.
He very well could have climbed out his window, but that's the only reason why Chris has claimed that he went out the front door is because every other door in their house is locked with a key from the inside, and Sebastian didn't have that key. That's why he expects that he went out the front door with that keypad thing, okay? And it's no worries. It's no worries. You don't have to apologize, Steve. It's okay. We're allowed to be wrong. What I'm trying to claim here is that I went over this 1,001 times. That's why we're back here doing this again. In my mind, I have literally lost sleep over this. I was talking to Salty about this morning. This case is personal with me for some reason, folks. Very personal. Mama Bear has been with me for almost 2 years now. Brandy has been. Molly has been. Wisdom has been. They know when I'm real with something, okay? I've covered many cases. This case
has probably been the worst one for you.
It has affected me personally because I have looked at every aspect of what could have happened with this child. I cannot see how, if she did something, how she did it. It doesn't make any sense, and neither can law enforcement, obviously. Okay? That's what the problem is with this. What are we saying here, Mystery? But it is. Go look in Truth's earlier live. Stop it. Who are we talking about? And what are we talking about here? Okay, come on now. Truth or Steve and Mr. I see you guys are having a disagreement here. What are we disagreeing about? We're allowed to have a biased feeling. You're allowed to have your own opinions about stuff, guys. Please don't put out false or misinformation because that causes nothing but problems. I have no worries nor problems working through scenarios, issues, problems. We can do that. Okay, it's not hard to do. But drama creation is not okay with me, and I will stop everything until we can figure this out. If I was purring out false information, I wouldn't have apologized for being wrong and said proof. Okay, and we'll look at that at some point. All right, so just calm down. If it bothers you, Mystery, just ignore what he's saying. We will deal with it. If you don't want to see it, you can block what he says. That's fine. Okay, just calm down. Everybody, please. I got to get through this. This is hard enough to get through, so. All right, moving forward.
But that's not coming out of her brain. It's why but it's not there. And what is coming out is her perception of reality. It's what she actually perceived and the way that she perceived it. And it's like, I can't find him. It's like, like it's time. It's time for the next step in this. Is what I in my head,
that's not true. We want people here with different opinions. But you need to be respectful.
I do want people here. Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. I do want people here with different opinions, but you have to be respectful towards each other. The thing is it has to be based off of factual information. It can't be made up misinformation, okay? Because that doesn't do anything but cause more problems. You cannot put out something that's not true, claim it to be true, and say that that's a reason to believe a certain way. I just don't do that in here. I know there's other channels that will put stuff out that's false, okay, and say that it's fact, and say that's the reason why something is what it is. We don't do that in here, okay? I'm being as polite as possible with this, too. At some point, though, enough is going to have to be enough. That's all I'm saying.
That's not respectful, Mystery.
I don't see Mystery. Okay, that's not all caps. That's just like everybody else there. Backing up again. Let's see. Mystery typed no, I didn't in caps and stop in caps, but the rest of it is all normal. They're stressing that point. Everything else is written in normal type, so I couldn't see the things you're. Go ahead.
A lot of us are passionate about this case, including Dago, myself, and half of this chat. So nobody's attacking you personally. The best thing to do is if you're going to put something in the chat, put in my opinion. Okay. Put in my opinion at the end or before it. And that way you don't feel like you're being attacked if you're saying it in your opinion. Because we're over 100 days. And a lot of these people have spent every day after work or after their normal life or whatever they do during their day looking into interviews and watching lives and trying to be a part of the good cause and not the misinformation. So it's not a personal attack on you. It's just that a lot of us are very passionate about this. Asking questions and having an opinion is what Dago loves to have. But people in the chat takes these cases very seriously, especially parents and grandparents and people that are passionate about the missing. So as long as you use in my opinion or something like that, probably will go a whole lot further with people. And guys, we're all adults, and to respect the chat and to respect Dago for doing this for us and spending hours and hours and hours of going back through these interviews. I'm done, sir.
No, thank you very much. Mom.
Her mom kicked in.
That's okay. Mama Bear, anything before I go forward again?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Remember, guys, we are all adults. That is the most important thing. Please. Okay.
Having listened to so many of these, and so it's not congruent with what a de facto innocent biological mother, what should be going through her brain, and how she should be feeling, and how she would portray that as actually as what happened.
Love it. Here we go.
He said, "What do you mean you can't find him?" I said, "He's not in the house."
What's your thought on the breathing here?
My thought is that it's the same. It's just a continuation of the rocking, it's also a portrayal. This whole thing, I'm kind of jumping ahead maybe a little bit, but as I watched this interview, I made a note at the end of I'm making all my notes. And I made a note at the end that throughout the interview, I saw mom and CP stepdad spending more of their time and emotion or energy portraying themselves as victims rather than concern over the actual victim, who is their 15-year-old autistic son. And I think that is part of this breathing thing that I'm seeing here, is that is it's a portrayal of the emotion, how difficult it is. But I think that it's also combined with nervousness. She's obviously nervous about this. I would be, but what I want to hear is if it's actually if she's feeling nervous or stressed about her son being gone, I should be hearing, all of us should be hearing the words that correspond to that. We're not hearing that. And so it has to be something else. And so I go to, well, what else would cause that? Well, with everything else that I'm hearing in the language, I'm thinking, this is a nervousness because she is in self-preservation mode. She is trying to not say things that she shouldn't, that might give away what she actually knows. It's just self-preservation. And so she's trying to self-soothe to keep things under control. I believe it is nervousness, but it's not the nervousness that we should be seeing. It's self-preservation.
Yeah, that's interesting. Mally again came up with another good one. It's Lamaze breathing, right? Pant, pant, blow.
There you go.
So interesting. All right.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911 or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed?
Did he said while we were on the phone, I was there? I'm going to back that up for a second.
Back that up. Yeah.
Did I mishear that? Hang on.
One or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the
What was that?
That's a really good question.
Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that? Maybe I'm hearing something that I want to hear, maybe, but everybody else weigh in. Just listen to tell me what you hear.
When you call 911 or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed?
He said when we were on the phone and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? That's all it is. Jesus Christ.
The normal places he may be.
I can't make that one out for sure.
Can't make it out. Yeah. So, yeah.
He wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department.
See, immediately after that, and now he joins the conversation, meaning he joins the event.
Right. Yeah. That we is very strong, just like you said. He's in it. But interesting that he only puts himself in it after Sebastian is missing. Before that, she was in it. He kind of left her on her own, and now he's in it. And he said after that, we immediately called.
Okay, what's going on? What's up here? Ashiz. I don't know why I can't read that right. What is up that you're saying now, please? We have been. That's the problem. Say it again so I understand what you're saying, please. I'm sorry. Please and thank you. Or no. Okay.
911. And that word immediately is not necessary to say. Nobody would have thought to ask. We typically don't think to ask. did you immediately call? Because this is.
Are you going to respond? Because now there's people that this is distracting from the show. Okay, there's people that have left. Okay, and people can't concentrate on what we're watching and stuff like that. What's up? I'm only gonna. This is the last time I'm gonna speak on this. After that, there's other things that'll happen. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I've been very respectful, very welcoming, as I always am. What about shiz, or whatever the hell your name is? I can't say it right. I don't know why. I can't read it. Maybe I need glasses. Is there a problem, shiz? Thank you, Steve. That's appreciated. Are you going to respond to me or no? Because this has been nothing but distractions that we can't get through this. Okay, that'll be the last time that I do speak on this. Okay, thank you.
This is a missing 15-year-old autistic kid who, I mean, there's real reasons to be concerned that he's missing. Nobody would have thought to ask, did you immediately call? But he put that in there. Chris, it's an emphasis on, look, we did exactly what we're supposed to do. We're following the rules. We're doing what we're supposed to do. And I don't like it, actually. for me, that unnecessary, the use of that unnecessary word is a convincer. It's a convincing statement in and of itself that they did what they were supposed to do. And who portrays themselves as good people that are doing what they're supposed to do? Typically, it's people that have done something that they shouldn't be doing. Because the people that are de facto innocent and the actual good people don't have a need to rehab themselves, to bolster themselves, to make themselves appear better. They don't use a lot of unnecessary words like that. So that in and of itself, I know it's one little word, but added to everything else, I'm stacking things here, and it's just one more thing in the stack.
So yeah, I mean, this is in the 3 minute. Within 3 minutes, this is part of that 3 minute call. Within 3 minutes, okay, minute 4 starts, and this is the conversation, and this is how he's describing that, because he takes over from her description of that 3 minute call.
He does. Hey, one more thing.
Yep.
Sorry about that, but I wanted to be sure. One thing that struck me about this was Mom says within 3 minutes. Well, she said, yeah, I took a second. Now she mimicked what the interviewer said to her. Did you take a second? Or I don't remember exactly what the interview said, but she goes, yeah, I took a second, and I looked around, and then I don't remember her exact words, but within 3 minutes she's on the phone with CP. Well, CP's not there, and so what would we expect Mom to be doing at that point? Would we expect her to call him? How is he going to help? What would you be doing? You'd be on the phone with who? His friends, his biological dad. Is he over at your house? Running to the neighbors. Did Sebastian come over here? Looking outside. Is he outside for whatever reason? Or did he go to the garage? All these other things. I can think of like a laundry list of things that I would think Mom would be doing, and places she would be going, and people she would be calling to check. Not CP, who's out of town. Why did she call him? That makes this even more significant. She pulled him into this with that mentioning of a phone call, and now he takes over. And it's like, we did this, we did that. They are united in this, but it's not. What I would have expected Mom to do. I would expect to hear that I was frantic out of my mind, and I did all these things to find Sebastian. And when I realized, hey, he's nowhere to be found, I wouldn't be calling CP. I'd be calling the police. Can you get me some help here to find my son? And I know, Chris, if something happened to one of our grandkids or kids when we were younger, I know my wife would be doing. She'd expect me to be doing things, but she would be taking all these measures herself, and then she would be on the phone calling 911. My child is gone. I could be standing right there, and she would still say, my child, my daughter, my son, whatever is missing, and she would take ownership of it. And just assuming I'm there, but you see what I'm saying? Biological mother, there's a real strength there, and I'm just not getting that sense from her.
Yeah, and you know what else, to dovetail on your thought there? I hate to say this, but it sounds almost like an overlay of what Candace regurgitated. That immediately I called Don.
Yeah.
You're muted.
Beat me to it. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Nope.
I don't know what you did, but we can't hear you.
I bumped this stupid microphone
Okay.
again. It turns off. Anyway, the one thing that I can't stand with this, and I have to say it right out of the gate, that is constantly being, oh, for God's sakes, what the hell's the word? Why can't I think of this damn word? It's when you talk about something in relation to something else. You
compare.
Yeah, thank you. It's Jesus Christ. That's sad. That it's constantly being compared to Summer Wells' case. In my opinion, there are some likability to, there is a little bit to both cases, but not a lot. Okay, it's a different thing in some ways, quite a few ways. But again, that each case has its own differences. Why are we comparing this to another case to make decisions? The correlation to it, thank you, Marie, good word too, is different in the way it went down, in the way that things happen. Now, there is certain things, yes, that are the same, but we're looking at this case, not Summer's case, okay? No, that's not a good thing. It's not the way to do this, in my opinion. I'm just saying.
No, I agree.
I have no problems listening to the other side, folks. But when something so blatantly is being put out there in a ridiculous way, we're talking about bias. This, to me, seems like bias. I'm telling you. And it's not only because I somewhat believe them, because I don't wholeheartedly, truly, fully believe them, guys. I've said that before. I don't. Here's my problem. She very well could have done something. I want you to show me how. Please. Because that's what I've been staying awake night after night trying to figure out. And he proved to me that he was there, because it's been proven that he wasn't. That's the other problem I have, because I wanted him to be there. That made sense to me. It doesn't. None of it does, guys. That's what I can't figure out.
Nope.
Can who tell me what? Can someone see? Oh, you finally answered. Okay, I see it now. I'm sorry. Where was the? Where's it at? I think there's a delay. Okay, there probably is. I'm sorry. If there is, that happens a lot. Okay. I see that you answered. No problem. And thank you for that. I see you now. I see you right there. Thank you for answering. If you can hear me, I see you and thank you. And we don't know, you guys. She may not be explaining this, how this exactly happened that night, that morning. She very well could have been running through her house screaming, Sebastian, Sebastian, where are you, Sebastian? Why are you not answering me, Sebastian? What the hell?
Yeah, why are you hiding? This isn't a time to play tricks anymore.
That's it. Okay.
Things like that.
Yelling, screaming. That very well could have happened. She's sitting in an interview right now. She's not going to reenact it. It's not like playtime.
Right.
Okay. She's explaining what she did in a very quite a calmer fashion. That's normal, folks. That happens. To expect her to go through this, did you want her to jump up and run around and show you what she did? Come on, let's be realistic here. Does he know about top chat versus all chat? Maybe that's why he can't. No, I'm seeing you in the StreamYard. I see you though, Ashiz. I do. It's okay. There might
He's
be
fully aware of live chat versus top chat.
Yeah, I've been doing this a minute now, but I'm not mad. I'm not mad. There's got to be a delay. Somebody explain it. I'm not mad. That I see you answered. Everything's good. We're good. Everything's fine. Yippee. Let's have cake. We're good. Okay.
Lord have mercy. Maybe I need to go back to work.
Nah, I'm gonna go to work for you. I just want to make sure everybody can see and hear me, right? There probably is a delay. Shiz. Because you're picking things up after I'm saying them, so that's okay. It's fine. They are talking. The behaviors are similar, allegedly. Got you. Doodle has the cake. I knew you would. How about anybody pull out the cake? That was quick too. Damn, Doodle.
Right?
Everything is good. She was waiting for that. All right, guys. I hope everybody is calm and relaxed now. Thank you, Steve, for calming down. And if you can hear me, thank you. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, and this, Summer was gone. I called Dawn. Well, the day I heard that was like a huge red flag for me. It was like, well, wait a minute, your husband's out of town. Dawn, he happens to be out of town. Okay, in this conversation that we're having here, right?
Yeah.
It just happens to be that both men are out of town the day their children go missing, and in this case, stepson. And yet the stories are extremely similar. The environment's different, but they're very similar. And in this situation where,
all right, let me explain the reason why Candace called Dawn when it happened with Summer. It was because that's what Dawn insisted happened. Anytime something happened in the Wells home, Dawn insisted that Candace call him before anything else was ever done. That's a fact. He said it himself. That's why that happened. It was insisted upon, okay? So that's why.
Like men don't go out of town for work. Oh, both men were out of town when their kids went. So?
That's a good point.
I used to prefer mine go out of town. I'm just gonna put that out there.
You don't have to become a member, Steve, by any means whatsoever. If you don't want to be here, please don't. I'll be honest with you. Hey, Sarge.
Hey, Sarge.
Okay, moving forward. We ain't gonna.
he starts carrying the conversation here. He takes it away from her for a second, and then he interjects himself into the narrative of that conversation. Where, here we look there, etc. And I would love to get this tape enhanced to see if he did, put himself into that search mode with her. But most parents, to your point,
Kill your echo, dude.
They're going to pick up the phone call 911. My son's missing.
Yeah.
I need your help. My son's missing. Okay, well, hang on for a minute. No, hang on. I got to call my husband. Just a second. No, stay on the line, ma'am. Stay on the line. Okay, we have people are en route. I'm going to back this up one more time. There's the log for you.
When you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed?
See, now when you listen to it again, it sounded like as I was there. Was that I was there on the phone? Was is he present? I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box here.
He may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department and made a report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside.
Called the sheriff's department and made the report.
I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone.
Here we go. This dovetails back into what she said. She called CP and she goes, he's nowhere to be found. Like, what did I say before? That here we go. We're going to the next step, and that's kind of what he just alluded to. Like, oh, here we go. It's the next step, and now they go into all this detail about how many cops were there and they were all the way down the street. But yet, where was that detail when it came to what she did to find Sebastian? I mean, she did have this little second thought, like, oh, by the way, I did do all these things, but it wasn't in the beginning. It took a bit for her for that to come out of her brain. And we certainly didn't have it when she was describing the day and the evening, all the different things, experiential memory, your last moments with your son, the last day. Those things become very dear to you. And if it's the last day, something happened to them, they disappeared. You remember those last moments more so than the normal day. And so I'm not hearing it's opposite.
Yeah, there's a disconnect here. There's a disconnect. I mean, my circumstance. I mean, when Karen and I lost our son, I was standing at the teacups with our niece in Disneyland when that phone rang, and we got the message that our son had passed from the police in an accident. And I can tell you that is ingrained here and here. I can tell you exactly what emotions came over me and how they flooded my mind, my body. I'm not seeing this. This little boy, 15-year-old autistic son, and they've had 8 days now to process this. 8 days.
Okay, since this is a huge issue, I have a question, guys. I have a question. Good to see you, Sarge. I hate to even put this in the universe, but if okay, with everybody that's in here, right on panel now, because everybody else left us, that's okay though. Mom and Mama Bear, everybody in the chat, I want everybody to be honest about this. Don't play a game and put it in just because of what you think. Okay. Be very honest and think about it for a minute. If you have a child, that child goes missing. I want you to put in a chat if you would contact your spouse before you dialed 911. If they're not there, whatever, say they're working. Okay. Would you contact your spouse before, during, or after you dialed 911? Because it can be done all three ways. If you, no, I shouldn't say it like that. Would you contact your spouse before or after you called 911? Put a 1 in the chat if you would, and a 2 if you wouldn't. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I would probably contact my wife and grab another phone and do 911 at the same time. That's on it. You know, actually, I would probably contact my wife because my child's older now and say, hey, do you know if he had somewhere he had to go before I dialed 911? Because that does happen at this point. Okay. We've done this before. And as soon as she said, no, why? I can't find him. Boom. 911. That's how that works for me. Okay. In our family. That would have been what I would have done normally, because I think a lot of people would do the same. Just in case they know something I don't know. You know what I mean? And again, I think most families grab that person that supports them, that they support as well, in times like this to understand how to function right, because your brain doesn't work correct when you have this issue happening. I'm telling you, it doesn't. When my daughter went missing, I completely detached from reality. I'm being honest. I did. I went nuts. And we were both in the house together, my wife and I, the creature and I, at the same time. So I didn't have to call her. She didn't have to call me. But I detached from reality. I went nuts. I flipped out completely. So what were you trying to say?
I was going to say, I can relate to how Chris and Katie are with each other. Like, if I was in that situation, my husband is the more calm and level-headed in a chaotic situation. I mean, he rolled his truck in a ditch, climbed out, called me, and in the calmest voice, like nothing ever happened. Hey, babe, I rolled the truck. They're going to take me to the hospital just to get checked out. And I was like, excuse me? So I can understand the dynamic between Chris and Katie completely.
I'm the same way.
And I would call my husband first because he is the calm one in that type of situation, because he would be able to calm me down and be able to think rationally about where he might be or what needs to be done next.
That's exactly how me and Brandy are. We're the same way. I'm the more grounded, calmer, more relaxed person. She, in turn, would call me first and say, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I don't know what to do. What do we do? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I dare somebody to say there's something wrong with her for being that way, because it's not. That's normal. These are normal reactions, you guys. Just because Steve Johnson thinks that it's not, or Christian McDonough thinks it's not, that doesn't mean it's not, guys. It's normal for us to rely on somebody else that's in our life every day of our lives to keep us grounded and to help us to handle a situation. That's part of what marriage and life is. Okay. So anyway, I'm just saying. So let's see. Let me go real back up here a little bit. There's 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Of course, there's a couple people that say I'm exempt from that one. It's okay, Sherry. I understand. And it doesn't even have to be a spouse. You know, if you have an older child, an older son, and you're alone, you know, you might call him first. Just saying.
Doodle.
It never fails for Doodle to jump in and say what she says. I don't mean just the sheriff, Linda. I mean, like, would you call 911? Would you call the local police, or would you call your husband or wife if they're at work? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a normal reaction. Sorry, Mama Bear.
That's okay. No, you're fine. And Marie, he's not a toddler. What is that? What do you mean by that? I mean, we know he's 15. He's a teenager. So,
which is why I would imagine that she would call him and say, "Hey, what do you know something that what you know what I mean? You look for another excuse before you go to the worst reason." I don't know.
So when my son went missing, I advocate for the missing, and I called my old man first, and he was in Texas doing hurricane work. And when you put this from a woman's standpoint of view, and I'm not speaking for all women, I'm speaking for myself as a woman, he is my protector. He's the one that's supposed to be there for me. When something happens, that's where your brain goes, is to call him first and say, hey, I can't find him.
Right.
What do I do? Because you need that extra push to sanity, that extra push to be able to think clearly enough. Shit, call 911, call the sheriff's department. Here, let me do it for you, since you probably can't even see the phone at this point.
Can I say something real quick to that, Carolyn? These guys are professional at recognizing. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. They're professional at recognizing deception based on criminal investigations. One, based on the fact that that's what they do. Two, and number three, people that do this for a living every day of their life look at every situation in life the same way. Don't tell me I'm wrong. I have my biological father, my grandfather, and my uncle. All three are police officers. Two of them were detectives at one point. They do the same things, and I guarantee you, I know that they look at life, everyday life, the same way. It's part of what happens to their minds when they become who they are. So, and they're not taking into full account. Understand something. Everything about these two. These two aren't the normal, everyday, run-of-the-mill family of two with the family of three. I'm sorry. These three, I should say. I'm sorry about that. Man and woman with a child. These two are both 16 years military. Okay, together. Both of them. They retired from it. So they're very, very, very what the hell? I can't think for shit today. Very structured on a daily situation. Daily life is very structured for them. It always has been. And very, how can I say this? I don't even know how I'm trying to explain this, but I don't think they're taking that into account. Okay. These aren't just everyday people. This is definitely not Dawn and Candace Wells, for Christ's sakes. Okay.
Amen.
And they keep comparing them to them. No way in hell can you compare Dawn and Candace Wells to Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Jesus, no. But you're right. They are definitely trained, Carolyn. That's 100% truth that's what they look for. That's the point. So with that training, they should be able to differentiate and read between the lines on some things. This sounds to me like nothing but bias. I hate to say that, okay? Because even the behavior panel, when they did this, they looked at the possibilities that they could be lying and or this or that they could be doing this or doing that. These two aren't looking at anything other than this is what it is. This
And have you
sounds more
seen the
biased
first
than
part of
anything.
this? Have you watched the first part of this video?
I thought this was it.
No, I'm talking about the very intro of it, like the few minutes intro. Chris says Sebastian's name, his age, and that he's missing from Henderson, Tennessee. So how much did they actually look at this case before they just said, oh, we're going to go live and talk about this case?
wow.
That's sad. That's sad. Since we have to break down and ridicule every word, Chris, really? Okay, we'll see if it keeps going. I'll shut up now. We'll see if it changes. Maybe. Who knows?
And to your point, Steve, I'm not seeing that. It's like, oh, here we go. Let's move. We got things to move. And he's a former military guy. He's a former Navy guy. So for him, maybe it's like, saddle up. Let's move. We got things to do.
Could be. But Chris, as you're describing, you remember you were at the teacups when you got that news, and I'll bet that what flooded your mind was your last conversations with your son, the last time you were with him. I bet that was like forefront in your mind.
Yeah, and I didn't believe it because he was just at our house, earlier, and it's gone. To your point. So you're right. I mean, here, I'm not. It's just like this disconnect.
There's a big disconnect here, and it's troubling.
It is troubling for me too.
Called the sheriff's department and made a report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes, they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home?
No, I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's, you know.
She feeds him, the reporters. I wish these reporters would stop feeding a narrative. Just say, where were you and what happened? And let it run. That's what cops do. I mean, a good interviewer anyway.
Yeah.
Because he dovetailed right into that conversation.
Yeah.
They need to
sure did. And that happens way too often. I wish more people would take training like my classes or similar and learn to ask the right questions that will elicit the information that's very usable.
I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where it could possibly be. And then we went from there and led to calling the cops. And here we are now.
Within minutes.
He said it again.
He did. Which, yeah, it elevates the sensitivity of that too. That to me, that kind of solidified in my mind that is in his head. It is more of like, well, on to the next step. This is what we talked about. This is going to happen, and now they're into the next phase.
It was rapid fire. They had cars. They had cars from here down to the road, as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it just, I think he's...
See, she's given him a multiple choice. And ladies and gentlemen, take Steve's class because that's not how you interview. Okay? This is a news interview, but this is not a law enforcement interview. So
she's not a law enforcement officer. She's a fucking reporter.
Exactly.
Sorry. I'm getting irritated with this. My apologies for my language, guys. This is a news reporter. This is not a oh my God. I'm going to shut up. Moving on.
I'm really curious what they told law enforcement 8 days earlier. I guarantee you they're not going to line up.
For sure.
Probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out the door.
He's a good kid.
Hold up, Chris. Let's talk about it just for a second. I know we got a lot to cover here, but she asked him the reporter asked specifically something to the effect of what's going through your mind. Are you thinking he's at a neighbor's house? I mean, she offered that possibility to the parents. And what did mom go to? She went to him being a runner. Well, she said, my son's not a runner, but I'm wondering why, out of all the possibilities, are you going to, he's not a runner? And then she says, he's never run away before. It tells me in her mind, there's no other possibility other than that he ran away. And it's, again, very similar to Summer Wells. They had their narrative. They had this, Summer Wells' parents knew what happened, that somebody came up on their property and took her. And Chris, you and I, from all our investigations, we know that in a case like this, you don't know. You don't know if did Sebastian walk out? Did his dad come and get him? Was he lured out by someone else? Did possibly did he get internet access that we didn't know about? Did he, a friend? Did he go to a friend from school? There's so many possibilities, but yet they're not getting off that. And so she says, I don't know why he walked out that door. So she's telling us that's the only possibility, that he walked out that door. There's nothing else on the table. That's the only possibility. And it's just, again, incongruent. It shouldn't be that way. It's not what we expect.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. DLR, right? Does not look right.
Right.
Or sound right. So far.
He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately, and we just don't.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back, and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset, or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside? Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood, he was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you've been in trouble, but he hasn't been in trouble.
Okay, right there. So, interesting that mom says he was in a good mood. He was behaving. Again, a subtle reference to the times that he's not behaving. And I get it. He's a 15-year-old boy and autistic, and I'm sure it's a handful. But when they're missing, it's very common for the negative things to not be at the forefront. They take a back seat.
Thank you, Sherry.
To all the good things about the child. And so here she brought it to the forefront. But she said something to the effect of, I don't remember the exact words, but even all the people that we know or whatever agreed that he was in a good mood.
Let's go back for a second and I'll replay it for you so we can all hear it one more time. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood, he was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or you've been in trouble, but he hasn't been in trouble.
Yeah. So interesting that even all the people that we've been around agreed that he'd been in a good mood. It's that agreed is it caught me by surprise, actually, that
Diana, I understand your frustration, but we're trying to see this from a different angle. I'm willing to listen to anything. I may not agree with it, and we don't have to agree with it, okay? I'm very surprised that as a professional, doesn't seem to be seeing it. Like I said, the behavior panel, they expressed it in both ways. This isn't happening here. Everything that they're saying, they're saying it's a negative thing, that it's all deception. And that seems to be wrong to me. I'm sorry that's not how this would be looked at or should be looked at. Okay. That's all I'm saying. So
I think he's still hung up on Summer's case, and he
yeah,
can't get past that.
This is all being related to the Summer Wells case. That's wrong. I'm not even a detective, you guys. Okay. I'm not. I'm a investigative reporter per se. That's what I would be classified as, because that's what I do. I report investigative information from cases, okay, to the public. That's what I do. I research, I investigate things, I look into things, I work things out in my mind, so on and so forth, as a detective may, but I'm not a detective. And I can see myself, I'm not a professional by any grade, that's wrong, that they're not looking at this other than with the tunnel vision, that everything they're doing is deceptive. Come on now. Let's come on now. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying that they're not being deceptive in some ways, maybe. Who knows? I can't imagine this entire interview is all so far. Everything's been deceptive. Come on. That's all I'm saying. This is not Dawn and Candace Wells, because that's what we seem to be going back to, guys.
Right.
This is Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Two different people, two different cases, two different children.
Two different lifestyles.
Two completely different lifestyles. Thank you. Thank you. So we can't look at it like this. I have no idea, Kimber, but I'm thinking that myself. Yeah, I'm trying to finish the video, Carolyn, but I have to stop, and that's part of what we're doing here too. Right. Again, thank you. Thank you. Again, I've screamed this to the moon and back, guys. If it's not the parents or law enforcement would have had some form of a lead on, and if they do, they're acting crazy waiting this long to act on it. I understand that. Okay. Thank you so much, Barbie. And I do agree with that. Thank you so much for the super chat. God bless. We appreciate that more than you know. Chris needs to stop comparing Summer's case to Sebastian's. Yes, ma'am. All right, on we go.
Means you've been talking to them, and was he or wasn't he? Why does there have to be an agreement that he was in a good mood? To me, this is more of a narrative building type of situation, building the narrative that he was in a good mood, that he was happy. That's the story they're trying to sell. The soggy bread, Chris, that they're trying to sell, is that he was in such a good mood that he wouldn't leave on his own. He wouldn't walk out that door. He's not a runner. You should believe me, because even everyone that we were around agreed. So if you didn't believe me before, you should agree now, because everyone else agrees that he was in a good mood. You see how they're building that narrative, and she's selling it. That's what that is there. And then you have Dad or CP saying, well, Mom said it'd make more sense if we'd been fighting, meaning she brought it up. I wonder why did she bring that up? And then CP saying, or if he'd been in trouble, but he hadn't even been in trouble. And it's just a subtle reference to, hey, Sebastian gets in, we fight sometimes, he fights, he gets in trouble. And I know it's minor, but it's troubling for me in the context that he's missing.
Do you
I
have
know
kids?
when the kids are missing.
What's up, Mama Bear?
I said, does this dude have kids?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just want to say thank you for doing this every time, because I've been at urgent care. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, True Crime. I hope you're doing okay. I was there yesterday. We'll see what happens here. Hopefully we can get through this, but thank you so much for that. And I hope you're okay. I hope everything's all right. Keep you in my prayers for sure. And guys, this is a little step off of what we're doing with this, because we went back and then forward, and then we're going to go back again. So tomorrow we'll pick it back up, obviously, where we're supposed to be with this. But this is something that needs done. You know, we did the one comparison. It's good to put them both out there. So I will say that much. Everyone's been comparing Summer to Sebastian, despite their economic status being completely different. Sebastian is an upper middle class child, wealthy homes. There is barely any. Agreed. Very much agreed. Completely different lifestyles, and which will deliver completely different circumstances, folks. Completely different circumstances. The financial aspect to this alone and the way that these two families live makes the situation different by it all in itself. If you understand what I'm saying by that, okay? Completely different. So I hate that they're doing that. I do. Thank you, Steve. That's a very good comment.
Like this, those negative things take a backseat, and what comes to the forefront is all the good things about them. And you're right, this is, like you said, it's a disconnect. And it's troubling again, disconnect.
Yeah, and in their mind, they're projecting into his mind that if he gets into trouble here, oh, well, then we could understand him being gone.
Good. Yeah, I agree.
You know, because what they're doing, right? I mean, they're transferring everything into Sebastian's mind of, you know, but then they project him as, well, he doesn't get in trouble. But if he did get in trouble, we would understand him being gone here.
You know, Chris, now that you say that, I've been kind of getting the sense here that Sebastian may have got in trouble that night, may have not liked what was going on. There may have been some kind of argument or fight. It came out of their brain. They introduced it. And so that may have been the catalyst for Sebastian. If he walked out that door on his own, or they put him out the door, then it's a form of justification. And those that have guilty knowledge have to have more times than not, need to justify it. And the subtle implication or inference that Sebastian got in trouble, would fight, would misbehave, those little inferences now are becoming even stronger to me, that there's a good chance that that night that she portrayed, that day she portrayed as the normal, that he was behaving. I told her I loved you, told my mom, he told me that I loved you, Mom. I'm thinking that it's probably, I mean, I'm not 100% there, Chris, but I'm pretty close, that it was probably just the opposite that night. And there was probably an argument and something that didn't go well. So I still don't know, did Sebastian walk out on his own? Was he put out? Was he taken out? You know, I don't know. I can't say that, but I'm not liking what I'm hearing here.
So, $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how?
What about social media?
Hold on.
Welcome, Will, to the sauce. Thanks for becoming a member. We appreciate you becoming part of the family very much. Thank you, sir.
I stopped it too. Go ahead.
That should have been your tagline for the show, the $1 million question. As I heard that, I thought, well, the $1 million question is, where is he? Where is he? But Dad's $1 million question, or CP's $1 million questions are justification questions. Well, why? Why did he go? And how did he go? In his mind, there's no question of where is he? That really is the $1 million question, but not to him. It's how can we justify this? That's the $1 million question.
Yeah, and the shrug. It's like, yeah,
done.
Yeah, okay. And here we are. After the 3-minute call.
Right.
You know, here we are. Now they're 8 days into, well, that's the big question. Yeah, here we go.
I don't like it.
Yeah, same.
Is there anything that, anyone got contacted? Understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? That was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Twitch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on the internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. So, I mean, his phone's locked down, his computer's his game. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
we've combed every electronic. I
mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided.
That's an interesting statement. We've cooperated with all the authorities as far as.
There's a link in chat, Kimber, if you want to jump up here with us. By the way, I forgot to offer it to you earlier. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. I want to back that part up just a little bit.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks on the internet. I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. So, I mean, his phone's locked down, his computer's his game. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
we've combed every electronic.
I mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided.
That's an interesting statement. We've cooperated with all the authorities as far as.
Yeah.
Everything they've asked. Well, okay.
I was gonna have you stop it there too. I'm glad you stopped, because he qualified it. It's like as far as. But did that even need to be stated, that we've cooperated with authorities? This is your child. Why? We all assume that you're cooperating. that only begs the question: what are you hiding? Why even introduce the possibility of a lack of cooperation? Why do you need to say that? It's not necessary to say. We just expect you're cooperating. Of course you're cooperating. No one would thought to ask, and now we're asking. Wait a minute, that's a head scratcher. Is there a possibility you're not fully cooperating? And now we let you break it down even further. Like, well, you just qualified your cooperation.
There you go.
So it begs the question: are you hiding something?
There you go. Okay. So first of all, not all parents cooperate with law enforcement.
I
Second
know.
of all, it is an important thing to say we're cooperating with law enforcement, because by this video, this interview, not video, sorry, I misspoke. This interview, these people had already been attacked on Facebook in
I know.
Facebook groups. So of course, their mind is going to take them to, yes, we are cooperating with law enforcement, because there are parents that don't cooperate with law enforcement, and then they do in the beginning, and then you hear a month later, oh, the parents ain't cooperating no more. They've lawyered up. No pun intended.
Excuse me, how quick did and this is nothing, how quick did John Ramsey and his wife lawyer up?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I know.
excuse me, did I say that?
It's true though. But here's the thing. That almost tells me that they may not have followed any bit of this case when they started to break this down. I have to say that. Okay.
No, I'm telling you, within the first few minutes, he says Sebastian's name. Look, it ain't even part of the video, but I was so angry when I watched this the first time. I screenshotted it, put it on Twitter, and tagged him, and was like, "You didn't even look into this case. You got details wrong right off rip." That, you know, I just
and
don't
I'm
feel like.
sure. Go ahead, hon.
I just don't
Let's
feel
all
like they
talk
had
it.
any business doing this.
No, I can agree with you. This
No,
don't
you're
apologize at all. Don't apologize, none of you guys. This is the absolute most biased thing I've seen yet. I'll be honest with you, it really is.
Well, the thing is that if did you send that email, Mom?
Thank you for that, SRB, and thank you to anybody that does do anything with the wish list we have here. It does help with my equipment and my coffee. So thank you to anybody that jumps anything off of there. Again, thank you, SRB. Go ahead.
Hold on, Dago's worried about his coffee. He gotta have his coffee. Did you send an email to that place?
Excuse me?
I thought she was gonna send an email to them about an interview about doing a thing for
Behavioral panel. Did you send something? Okay.
I didn't know. I forgot. I got into the.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. She was wondering that, I guess, but don't worry about it. It's okay. That's fine. We'll get it done too, because I really want to have them do one of set too.
I think it's only fair that, because we need to, if we're going to go back to the beginning, if we're going to do all of this information, excuse me, I burped. If we're going to do all of this information, then it wasn't a loud one though, y'all. I think that if we're going to do all this,
we wouldn't have known if you wouldn't have told us.
Right.
Shut up over there, my husband. He's got to get in on everything. If we're going to go back to the beginning, then I think that we should. That's a good idea. The behavioral panel should look at some of his interviews as well, and that's not throwing any shade, but to get an honest, clear picture of both sides.
Yeah, and we can also pull up Peter Hyatt's version when he kind of did his thing, because that's important too.
I can't remember his name. There's another lady that worked with him that has given her opinions as well.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll get, guys, we have days to do this. Don't worry. There's no hurry. We have days to do this.
Because they've passed out opinions like Tic Tacs.
Right. And by the way, Shiz, why can't I speak that today? Switch has a whole bunch of stuff. I found it out where you can open up a Switch device, and then I went to my grandson's and checked, and yes, you can. I did, Terry. I saw that. Thanks, hon.
See, here's another. Oh, I'm sorry, Dago.
You can get online any way you want and look up anything you want, just like any other computerized device. So,
well, and see, here's the thing: if he got close, and here's another thing I'm thinking: he didn't have internet access, but say he had a device that they're saying but if he had a device that was not necessarily locked down, and we know he had internet access at his dad's, but if he got somewhere where there was open Wi-Fi and had his device, you have to think about that. You know, like free Wi-Fi and it connected. He
Yeah,
clicked
if
the
there's a
button and it connected.
McDonald's next door, he could tap into McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Starbucks, any of those. I mean, places
Yeah.
that have open Wi-Fi, you have to think about that.
Yep. And they're talking about parents, cooperating. I'm sure Don and Candace and Grandis and all them really cooperated really well.
Girl, they're drinking.
I don't know. I came in at the end of that one, so.
But yeah, but I mean, they have been attacked on social media, so I get where they say we are cooperating with law enforcement. I would want that out there, definitely.
Yeah.
They have done everything that law enforcement has asked them to do in this case. Everything, including not going out searching. Taking the recommendation of leaving and going with Chris when he went back to work to get away from the house for a while to be safe. These are all law enforcement recommendations and things that they're saying to do. The only person that hasn't done the things that law enforcement has asked him to do is Seth. And I'm not saying that to be a dick. These are facts, folks. But anyway, that has no bearing on I see your cake, Doodle. She keeps throwing it in there every 5 seconds. There's cake, there's cake, there's cake. Moving on.
You're pretty. Go brush your hair.
I love Doodle so much. She's so
I love her
good.
too.
So good at breaking up the monotony and everything in here. She's so awesome. All right, let's go. I'm going to step away for a second to grab my coffee. I can still hear everything, though. I'll be right there.
Well, and that's to tell you thought. It's interesting. They go from what the likes are of the Sebastian, he likes to play Twitch, to we're cooperating with the authorities. I mean, it's almost like this, he jumped into a different train track immediately to tell everybody, well, we've let him have access to all of the information in their, our computers and his computer, et cetera, et cetera. But what's interesting is the authorities have said that nobody's been cleared. And that unfortunately includes them. And they said that at the 2-month mark. So maybe that's where the concept of as far as has a little more weight and a little more power. Maybe there's other things that there hasn't been a lot of help with. I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking, right? I mean, you've been in this situation 100 times where we've talked to folks that have said A, B, C, and D, and it's E, F, and G, and you go, right. I'm not buying that yet.
This is actually the fact that he said that is a statement to portray himself in a good light.
Thank you. No shit, Sherlock.
In a good light in the situation.
I've got it.
And that is unexpected, and it's something that we often see in the situations where we hear that from people that have some guilty knowledge in the situation. He shouldn't be having to portray himself in a good light. Mom shouldn't have to be portraying herself as a good mom. You see, we're seeing a pattern here, and I think it's going to continue on.
$100 says you clip this and into your classes.
I'm not going to take that bet.
All right, hang on. Here we go.
Still just don't have any answers.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
So this big question mark is vanished.
Yes, ma'am.
And no one can figure out where or why. All right, so let's talk to you about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
Right? And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And I mean, he didn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In two different households, and the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Almost.
Is he talking about biological dad or Sebastian?
He's talking about the father.
Yeah.
And which is an interesting description there, because he's letting her talk, which is good, right? Because her ex, yet he kind of colors in number 5.
Hey, Mom, can you pause that?
Everything's great,
Unfortunately, I don't think I can.
Perfect. But later on, it just.
Oh, he must be back.
Oh, okay. Wait, I was going to answer a question. Hey, yes, Bama girl, on Ellie's part, that all parents are cooperating. That's what Ellie has told us, that all parents are cooperating. That's what we've been told. That's what we've been told by law enforcement. And they, but Chris and Katie said they were cooperating, and they were, and they've done what law enforcement has told them to, but they said that early on because they were already being attacked on Facebook at this point. They were already being attacked on social media at this point.
See, and I was wondering, she was saying Twitch and Switch. Those are two different things.
What's
But
a
I know
Twitch?
she was
Switch is a game.
Right, but
yeah,
what's
it's
a
a game
Twitch?
console. Twitch is
Twitch is a platform that's kind of
Yeah.
like YouTube, where a lot of gamers use Twitch to live stream their gaming and stuff like that.
Did she say Twitch?
She said, I think she was trying to say Switch and said Twitch first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's why I was
So you
wondering.
can tell she was doing this to try to tell her what the hell it was to think of, because I'm the same way. If I can't, remember what I'm trying to think of, that's all. Hey, Salty, it's good to see you.
I don't think her rocking is indicative of anything, in my personal opinion. I think she's just self-soothing because she's so upset and she doesn't want to fall apart on the news, just completely have a complete come apart on the news. I think she's self-soothing is what I think she's doing. I'm not them. I'm not them, but that may be how she, we all have our own ways of self-soothing when we're like that. We all have our own ways of doing that when we get that upset, and her child is missing.
There's trauma. This woman has been through trauma. This is a traumatic experience. Facts, okay? It's traumatic. Thank you, Sherlock. I appreciate you very much. And did somebody drop a $20 something
That was
that
Sherlock.
I did? Oh, where's it at? There it is.
Caroline, she may have to go pee. They've been there a while.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sherlock, for that as well. That super chat. God bless. We appreciate that so very much. So very much.
Because
Well,
I
Caroline,
rock when I rock when I have to pee too.
I'm glad you're still here, Steve.
I don't think that's what it is. The rocking rocking is indicative of comfort. Understand that, folks. When my wife watched this video with me the first time, the first thing she said is that's how she is comforting herself. That is how she's keeping herself calm, because she's rocking. Okay. And the very first question that was asked of her, where they said to her, Katie, how are you doing? How are you holding up? She about dropped right there. That's why she looked at him and kind of made that, I can't do this type thing. Okay. She is in trauma shock, folks. That's why Katie didn't speak for a long time, because she couldn't get it out without crying. I'm going to tell you something, folks. If this woman was the evil, mean, horrid person that a lot of people have made her out to be, you think she'd be sitting here sad, crying every time she thinks about something? You watch her days out and think about, I'm probably thinking about her child. Where is he? Is he okay? I miss him. He needs to be here. This and that. All of that stuff is probably going through her mind at one time.
Right. Is there something that I missed? What could I have done different?
Now, yeah, and don't forget, and I'm going to say this, I hate saying this because I don't want her to do this to herself, but she's probably blaming herself for this as well, because she was there and she didn't stop it, couldn't stop it, doesn't know what happened or whatever it is. I'm going to say this once again, guys, one more time. Sorry, I keep cutting people off, but I'm still, I don't see anything that they did to make them suspicious of doing anything. I don't see anything that Seth did to make him suspicious of doing anything to Sebastian. Okay? I still have them both on the table as suspects, though, until law enforcement says they're completely not. Okay? When law enforcement completely clears them, then I completely clear them. And they haven't done that yet. But they also have said they don't see anything that says that anything happened from them or him.
And Terry Martin made a good point. As babies, and as we are babies, we're rocked when we're. I mean, it's just a thing when we're babies.
It's a natural comfort measure. Yes, it is.
It's a natural comfort measure. We're rocked. You know, we're bounced. You know, you bounce a baby. You walk with a baby. You bounce them. You rock them. You know, that's how you soothe the baby. So that's something that's kind of.
It's actually not that rare, though, Shiz. It's actually not that rare that a 15-year-old goes missing out of nowhere. I could bring
It's very common.
I could bring mom sitting right here. I don't want to do this to her, and I'm not going to tell her to do this, but she could probably go get numbers and names of people that do it all the time. Okay? Don't do that, Mom. I don't want you to do that. I'm saying you could, because that's what she does.
And we just had a.
It's very common for 15-year-olds to go missing.
I'm gonna tell you something.
And it's very common for 15-year-olds to leave.
I'm gonna tell you something real quick here. I check this all the time because I've been following this last summer, where I flipped out. Okay. In the month of April, in the state of Ohio, in the city of Youngstown. Okay. Not Youngstown, Cleveland. Sorry about that. The city of Cleveland. There were
30?
No. This is new. April. It was April. 64 children between the ages of 11 to 17 that went missing in the month of April in Cleveland, Ohio. Is that rare? Some of them are runaways. A lot of them are runaways, but they just disappeared without a trace. Nobody knew what they did. Not all of them.
I'm sorry, Dago. I was just interrupting you.
I do it all the time. Don't apologize.
And Steve, we really don't have any suspects because law enforcement hasn't give us any suspects because no crime has been committed. This is not a criminal investigation. This is just an investigation into a missing 15-year-old child. There's no criminal investigation, so we don't have any suspects. We were just reviewing we were going back to the beginning and reviewing the information without all the noise. We're trying to tune out all the noise.
Well, today's a little different. We got off track because we wanted to see both sides of this. Okay, but here, and to answer your question, Shiz, I'll just call you Shiz. Yeah, a lot of probably a quarter, 25% of that 64, yes, zero sign. Just poof. Victoria sent me a list of people that just disappear every year without a sign, without a trace. They're gone. Nobody knows what the hell happened. A lot of people refer to that 411 shit, okay? I can't get into that yet. I'm just telling you, it does happen, Shiz. It happens. Believe it or not, as crazy as it is to realize it, it does happen.
Shiz,
a lot of times there are signs. I'm sorry, Kimber. A lot of times there are signs and what happened and how there are. With a lot of them, yes. But out of 64 children between the ages of 11 and 17, 25% of that, poof, without a trace. I wish we could explain it, but I can't. It does happen, though. It very much does.
Shiz, we just had a 20-year-old go missing in Nashville. I talked to Mom last night, and she put the Arctic Fox. He's another great advocate for the missing. He also had the flyer up, and Mom put the flyer up, but he was found, but he was 20 years old, and he also had autism. Fortunately, they did find him, but he went missing basically just poof. They couldn't find him. He was just missing. He was supposed to check in at a hospital because they couldn't handle him. He was supposed to check in at rehab facility. They couldn't take him because he had a pacemaker. They dropped him off at the hospital. He didn't go in the hospital. Poof, he was gone. No sign, no trace.
Oh, okay. Here, I said that I don't really have a suspect, but I'm leaving the Proudfoots and Seth on the table as possible, okay? Because they have not been cleared by law enforcement is all I'm saying. I don't personally suspect anybody because I have no idea. I truly feel that Sebastian walked out of that home on his own, and it was either grabbed by somebody in a crime of opportunity, or there was another situation where he could have been lured. But that's truly what I feel happened. Or he went outside to chase a cat and was grabbed at that point too. That's what I think happened truly at this point, because I can't see anything else that makes any sense. But at the same time, I'm not willing to say that Chris and Katie are 100% cleared of this at all. Okay? Because we don't know. There's still some things that could not have been told the right way to this. Only people that know that are law enforcement, and they're investigating it as we speak. And when they're ready to do what they have to do, if there is something there, they'll do it. Okay? And that's all I'm saying. But you didn't disappear, and they could have found you. You weren't just missing with nobody seeing you, nobody on camera or anything. That's
Right.
that's what I was referring to.
And say something. They did see him leaving the hospital, but after the hospital, there was no trace of him. There was absolutely no trace. He was missing since the 31st of May, and they just found him today. There was absolutely no trace of him. So they may have had the hospital footage that he didn't go in, but they never. Yeah, they found him. They found him.
Yeah.
That was at Christopher Frankenberry.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's good. So that's a good thing. Yes.
But the hospital footage didn't see him go. They may have had him leaving, but they didn't. He was.
No, you're
just like
fine, Shiz. You're
gone.
fine. I don't think you offended anybody that I know of. You didn't offend me.
No,
I was
I'm not offended.
I was just explaining to you. I have seen that. You know, I've advocated. Well, I don't want to say advocated, but I've gone crazy about the missing in Ohio and in Cleveland. Last summer, I went nuts one night. I ended my live at like 6 or 7 o'clock at night, and I went reading, and I was like, "What the hell?" And saw that there were 40 kids within a 14-day period of time that went missing out of Cleveland.
That was my reaction when I woke up the next morning and saw he went live the third time.
I went live at 11 o'clock and said, "What is going on? Where are these kids going?" I called he's a joke. The chief and Cleveland Metro Police. Well, you can't really get excited about it, sir. They're runaways. What does that mean? And I said, "Are you serious? Do you realize that a runaway can turn into an abduction in 1 second?" Well, we understand that, but we don't have the resources to go looking for all these runaways because they get a hair across their ass. Excuse you?
What?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
be
what he said to
surprised.
me. Don't waste your time, sir. No, bitch, you're wasting my time. Bye.
Doodle, the one thing I can say about the cameras, I don't know what kind of range a Ring doorbell camera has on it, but I do know that I don't know how their neighborhood is, but my neighborhood, we have them low, fancy little street lights. And unless you're right by one of those street lights and
I get it, Steve.
and there's no porch lights, you know what I'm talking about, Dago, the low street lights.
Yeah.
If you turn your lights off around your house, and unless you have one of those street lights at your house, it's dark up in here. So I don't know what the range is on a Ring doorbell. So I don't know if you would be able to see. So I can kind of see how maybe it didn't see, but
The police reenacted that to try to see if it would pick them up on a Ring camera, and they didn't. Okay.
well, yeah, Doodle, I get that too, honey. I totally get that. No cameras anywhere since he's been missing, none at all. That's just
right.
100 days and absolutely no sign.
You're absolutely right.
No camera has caught him. That bothers me too, Doodle. I mean, you know, it looks like there would have been something somewhere, some kind of camera.
That's why I truly believe, and then I'm going to get this video rolling because I need to, but that's why I truly believe. That's why I struggle with still, I told Salty this morning. I still struggle with that woman coming in here telling me that the psychic said she saw him in a home with an older woman that had a son that was maybe in his 20s or something like that, that was taking care of this woman, and they took him and they have him in that home. And I was like, okay, and I blew it off back then. It's never left my mind. I can't, and it's local. It's very close to where he lives. I never said another word about it until just recently, and I cannot let go of that. I can't let go of that.
And SRB, if he got out of that 5 mile search radius, if he walked out of that 5 mile search radius that they did, there's still a whole lot of woods north to cover. There's still a whole lot of woods out there.
And I know I've brought this case up several times, but it just goes to show you how quickly things can happen. And Mom will know the name right off the top of her head. The little girl that the FedEx or UPS guy grabbed.
Oh
He
God.
delivered a package and grabbed her and took her. I cannot think of it. I can never think of it. It's such a different name.
I can't either. I know what you're talking about, though.
I mean,
Know
that's
me,
just
Mom.
how quick, things
Mom,
can happen.
are you there, Mom? Athena Strand?
Yes. Thank you, JC.
Welcome, JC. Mom must not be there right now.
Hi, JC.
Yes, Athena. I mean, that's just how quick,
Well, wait a
delivery
minute, Steve.
guys dropping
Hold on.
something off and
Steve, hold on, Steve. I didn't say I believe. I don't support psychics in YouTube. Okay, I'm not downing them. Don't get me wrong. Okay, I'm not downing them. I don't go to them for answers to my questions, and I don't look to them to solve crimes. I don't downgrade them. I don't degrade them. I'm not saying they're bad people or nothing like that. I would never listen to a psychic on YouTube. I mean, one of them did help with the Vallow case. I get that. I'm not saying I believed that. In fact, I blew it off when it was said in my chat. The statement that was made from that person about that scenario has stuck with me, is what I'm saying. That possibility of that scenario is what stuck in my head, not the psychic thing itself and not who it came from. It's just that scenario is stuck in my head, that somebody close to there, an older woman with a younger son that's an adult, possibly grabbed him. The son grabbed him and took him to the house, and they're holding him there, is what the issue is that's stuck in my mind. And it's very close to the neighborhood, which would make sense to me. And they have him locked down inside this home that nobody can get into. And again, the police have no reason to look at this to get in that house. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I definitely don't follow psychics. I don't run with psychics. I don't support psychics. That's not my thing. But I want to make sure it's understood. I'm not trying to be disrespectful about it. It's just the scenario. The scenario that was presented is something that's like, wow, that does make some sense. That scenario could be something. And it would make sense as to why nobody sees or has seen anything. If he grabbed him, if he walked out of the house for whatever reason, this guy grabbed him and took him, coerced him to, hey, I got video games of this game. You ever played this? Yes, let's go check it out. Once you get him in the house, that's it. He's locked down. He doesn't get back out. It's a thought that I couldn't get past, the scenario of it. So please don't ever think that I'll never bring a psychic on this show. I promise you guys that. I just don't do that. And I'm not downgrading them, guys. I don't want anybody to get offended that I don't dislike psychics. It's not the way I run. That's all. So let's get this out of here.
Unwrap some of the two ready to strangle one another.
Well, and again, this is a continuation of him portraying himself as a good guy. I communicate with him almost daily. It's more of that portrayal, and I'm gonna give him a break, because I want to hear about good relationship, but it needs to still be contextual, and still I want to hear more things. But most of what I'm hearing is CP kind of like rehabbing himself, if you will, for whatever reason. Maybe he's been lambasted a little bit in the media up to this point. I don't know, but he hasn't needed to portray himself as a good guy, which is, again, troubling. You shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, the whole clarity of focus, to your point, should be on Sebastian. I mean, we're going on here. There's not this, 8 days later, it's almost as if it's like, okay. I mean, 8 days later, and and I've, in our situation, and I only speak from personal experience of, I can't believe this. This can't be happening.
Right.
It's like this fog of life, and here it's like, yeah, all of his friends have been interviewed, nothing. We turned over, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I love the soggy bread. I'm not buying any soggy bread right now.
Right.
I think we have a soggy bread emoji too, everybody.
What?
And she keeps feeding them a narrative.
Yeah.
Reporter.
I don't know if she's doing it because she's sensing that she's not getting the right information, or if she's doing it to try to save the interview. I don't know. I would love to talk to her about that, but she's definitely feeding them, and she's adding a level of contamination to their answers. But yeah, even with that contamination, we're still getting some great information as far as finding out what's going on inside their brain, what's up there. But yeah, a good interviewer should not be feeding. It's something that law enforcement should never do. I get it a little bit more when it's media and they have to keep things going, make the show, the interview a little sexy, if you will, appealing. And so she's trying to save it, I think. But I get the sense that she's not hearing what she wants to hear from parents of an autistic child that's missing.
So Ava says that she lives in the neighborhood. I don't have a confirmation on that, but I believe you, Ava, if that's what you say. That would be also interesting. But here's the good news: is they were interviewed by the police long before the reporter. So hopefully they're taking notes.
Yeah, for sure.
Sebastian, how would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh, he loves music.
An eclectic taste. From, as everybody knows, Eye the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here, we've got Taylor Swift, and
He's got a big crush on her. Country, rock, classic.
We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really get into it anyways.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got t-shirts where they would write on his back every time the kids went around. They'd mark a mark on the back and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, even a fly, and he's like, oh!
That's not too, because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But just describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things, or his mindset.
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track and he is just on it, and he is all about it.
but I mean, he's very smart.
He
can play chess. He can beat adults in chess. So
he loves playing games.
What about navigation? Like, did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
That is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
I think the man who bought all the snakes knew the house layout from coming over to buy. He came back a lot after 3 p.m. to let Sebastian see the snake, arranged to meet at.
I totally forgot about the snake.
So did I. That's interesting. Shit. Did he come? Does anybody know for a fact that this gentleman or whoever came back by multiple times?
I haven't heard that. And remember, the woman that had the snake, they posted a picture, Brownie. Remember, they posted a picture of the snake on Facebook and said they still had the snake. And as soon as Sebastian came home, they would give him back the snake. Remember?
Yeah.
I think I don't know if I'm in past or future. I can't remember.
I barely remember the snakes being talked about. So
Me either. But that's an interesting theory, though. See something.
But I mean, that's something that could simply get overlooked.
It is, because it's not as important as anything else. That is quite interesting. Thank you for that. See something. See, that's something else that we haven't talked about, looked at, thought about. It's interesting. It was a friend of Chris's, right? Thank you, Sherry. Okay, thank you. See something. That's something else to look into. Just saying. Thank you very much.
All right, before you get started, I gotta hop off here.
It's 8 o'clock. I figured as much. It's okay.
Yep. I don't have to work tomorrow. I gotta take my car to the dealership at 11:30. So depending on how long that takes, I should be home the rest of the day.
All right. Awesome.
Woohoo!
Mama's got a day off.
I know. I had 2 off yesterday.
Wow. And then you only had to work today and then you're off tomorrow?
Yeah.
Did
Wow.
you?
Like
That's
4
good.
or
I
5
can.
hours, maybe Friday. That's it.
That means we'll have you here
Next
tomorrow
week.
too.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
And
Awesome,
maybe
Mom.
some Friday.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Yeah.
Yeah. The teenager's out of school, so I can. She
Yes.
takes a couple days, so that helps.
There we go. Well,
Yep.
get some good sleep, Mama Bear. Thanks for joining us.
All right. I'll see you guys soon.
All right, hon. Bye-bye.
Bye,
Good night.
guys.
Oh, wow. Did you turn that into TBI, that tip? See something by chance? That would be a really good idea if you haven't. Moving on. Good job. Good job, Cecil.
Does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville. Oh, wow. Okay. So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes. Okay.
Familiar
I mean, if I
routes.
took him another route, going
He
this way,
takes
he would
it.
not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows how to get to his daddies. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, oh, we're going this way, we're going that way, and keeps the same thing. It works out. So
Let's talk to, because earlier, Chris, you and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you. What, if any of that, do you want to address? What do you want to say to any of these people?
Just that you don't know, and I don't wish you to ever know.
I would say it like this. Everybody has an opinion, you know, and it's perfectly okay to have that opinion, but you're not in the situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
Okay, Chris.
Terry Martin, I got your email. Thank you for that very much. Appreciate that. It's interesting to look into.
Hang on a second, Dago. SRB, you had that question about didn't Sebastian walk the neighborhood alone? I know there was one time that one of the neighbors said something about that he hid under his car or something, that Sebastian had hid under his car.
One of the neighbors said that he caught Sebastian underneath his son's truck.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what it was. Yes.
But Katie and Chris didn't find that out until what? After he went missing?
They found it out after, because Katie, when I was talking about it in here, Duchess was in here. They hadn't heard about it. It was in the audio we were listening to. Katie said she never knew about that. She was kind of pissed because she was never told about it. So
yeah, I would have been kind of PO'd about that too.
She was listening in here. Katie was listening through Duchess telling her, listening to us in here when we were talking about it, and it pissed her off that they never said anything to her. So there we are. I'd be pissed too, especially if the neighbor did. I mean, the neighbor probably didn't think it was a big deal. He's probably like, "Hey, bud, what are you doing?" And Sebastian probably got spooked, got up and ran, and that was that, you know. But you should still tell people that this happens. Like, that's just not cool.
SRB, I don't know if he walked around the neighborhood or not. I can't remember.
I've never heard that he did. My understanding was that he didn't like go out very often. Every now and again, he would go out and walk around the neighborhood, this or that, I guess. But that's, you know, I can ask Clue because she talks to Chris and Katie both quite often just to see if it's a regular thing.
Well, now I think he did go home sometimes in the afternoon, you know, just for like a couple hours maybe until Katie got home or whatever. I can't remember. I don't know.
He would get out of school. Sometimes he was there for a little while, like a latchkey kid, you know, for a little while. He was 15.
Right. So he could have, you know, he could have took a little walk.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. And that could have been when he found him underneath the truck. And my guess is that he was chasing a cat. There's cats all over that neighborhood, according to a neighbor across the street. And he was trying to get to a cat. The cat went under the truck. He was trying to get to him to pet him. And, you know, that's what he saw, in my opinion. It is possible. Yeah, SRB, definitely possible. Chris and Kate caught him outside before. Yeah, that's something else I heard as well. He has a big fondness of cats. Fondness, for lack of a better term, sorry. And,
it would take a 16-foot long snake to consume somebody. Just popping in the combo in chat.
We don't have those kinds of snakes around here, guys.
No, you're talking about an anaconda that
Yeah.
it's still very uncommon for an
Mhm.
anaconda to actually eat a person.
And if there's an anaconda around here, it's going to stick out somewhere like a sore thumb. They're not going to be able to hide real well.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't know about the swamps and shit over in Tennessee, but I still don't think it's going to hide very well. I'm just saying that's a little bit much. My anaconda. Okay, dude.
Doodle.
Whatever. Never. Moving on.
Fourth or fifth time, I think that she said, you know, like something to the effect of, I hope or pray that nobody ever has to go through this. And again, we've kind of talked about this before, but it is focused on herself and not Sebastian and what he's going through. So it's just, that's kind of like, because she keeps repeating it, it's, to me, that is what she has in her head is what is the soggy bread that people are going to buy, the reporter's going to buy, it's going to sell her emotion. And so she keeps repeating it, but it's void of what Sebastian is experiencing. I still haven't heard that. I've heard some things that he's, you know, that he liked and his music and all the things that he liked.
I do believe he's very smart, Steve. I believe he's very smart. Honestly, that's my opinion too, just based on what I've heard. So, very smart.
Likes but not what they're feeling about him at this current time and what he's experiencing at this current time. I still haven't heard any of that, and that's exactly what we should be hearing from, you know, de facto innocent parents.
Well, and I agree with you 1,000%, because what they're doing is they're buying empathy from the story.
Yeah.
To the community. It's like, I mean, how many times have we had that guy walk in, you know, with a buddy? And
I saw
say,
you were
Hank,
waiting on the
look around and
interview to
talk the
finish.
detectives. And then in the middle of the interview, they turned the Hank.
I'm sorry. Did you say something, Kimber?
Salty asked if we were still here. I told her hi. We were waiting on the interview to we were waiting on the interview to finish.
Yeah, we're gonna be done as soon as this interview's over, Salty. I promise. We've had a lot of distractions today. That's all. So we're about done.
The interviewee turns and says, "Well, if you don't believe me, go ask Hank. He's
Right.
in the living room." And so what he's doing, and just my opinion at this point, she's buying empathy to everybody watching the story to say, you see, there's nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Move along. Everything is cool. But to your point, what she's not doing is, my son left the house without his shoes. He's on the scale, the spectrum. He has autism. I'm just afraid. I'm scared what he may be experiencing. I don't know how to deal with this, you know, and that is the emotion that you get when it's more in line with, you know, the car on the right side of the road and there's no line for the collision.
For sure. Good way to put it. Again, and once again, very similar to what we heard in the Summer Wells case.
Almost verbatim. I mean, it's kind of scary, to be honest with you. And I know this is going to sound crazy, and I'm sure the trolls will take it. I'm wondering if they watched some of that.
I was thinking that earlier. I was wondering that same thing. I just didn't say it, but I wanted the same thing. You would think if they watched some of that they would have learned how not to do things. But, you know, human nature is a funny thing, and that even people that, well, let's say, I'll mention this once in a while in my classes, that I'm teaching you about detecting deception and other information in the language. And even those that learn how to detect deception, they can't stop it in themselves. So even someone that's trained, they go out and commit a crime, they some kind of infraction or whatever, and then they're questioned about it, because that human nature is so it's so strong in the way the brain works, that the same thing is going to come out of their mouth. They're going to give away all the same clues of deception. You're going to say all the same things that, and as the people that they've been studying how to detect deception, you can't stop it. It's just the way that the brain works. And so here we go. Even if they have studied it, they can't change it. They can't change the narrative. They don't know how to. And very few do. And it's very difficult to actually change the story enough to make it believable. They can't do it.
Oh, here's an interesting comment. In their very last YouTube interview, they mentioned Summer many times.
Oh, no kidding.
Wouldn't that be interesting, right?
Wow.
I wonder what the context is. Is it, you know, and they went through it too? Let's see here. Katie elbows Chris when he's talking about Biofather. Yeah, interesting.
Huh.
We all love Sebastian. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's keep moving here.
So,
just be kind to people. I mean, that's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation? The previous.
Thank you, SRB, very much.
That is ongoing in another state. We requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all you have to do is ask, I'll tell you. But because of that, you know, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. You know, I just people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
If Sebastian is able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh, gosh. That we love you so much.
Look at the way he's looking. Down and to the left.
Well,
and this comes after the heels of that conversation. It's almost like bleed over stress, on the CVSA,
yeah.
right? Where he had just talked about the custody problem from another situation, and now she's going to talk about, that one of the things I think we'll tell the audience, when you do a CVSA, it's computer voice stress analysis. It comes out looking like a block or like a Christmas tree. And on the second question, which would be an honest answer, is your name Chris McDonough? If you're still thinking about the other question that was just stressful, it'll also come out like a block. So we call that bleed over. And I think he's kind of like, I didn't like that question now that it's out there, and she's going to pick up on Sebastian here.
Yeah. Chris, hold on though. There's something very important though.
Yeah, I missed it.
This is biological mom. And reporter just asked, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear if he watches this? Now, remember when I referred back to what my wife would say if something happened and she would say, my daughter is missing, my granddaughter is missing, my grandson, it would be mine. She would take ownership. Well, listen to what she said. She didn't say to Sebastian, I love you. She included CP. She said, we love you. And what this is it's something that I
awesome.
I want bio mom to say, honey, I love you, and come back and loving mom. And he's going to come home to loving mom. But she is aligning herself with CP, with her husband. He's the stepdad. And I'm not quite sure why she's doing that, but for whatever reason, she needs to associate herself with him. And it takes me all the way back to the phone call in the morning right away, called my husband. And the night before, when she skipped over time, she goes, and a little while later, I wound up going to bed. Well, in that time, she had a 3-hour phone call with CP. She's on the phone with him a lot during this situation instead of finding Sebastian. And here again, I don't know exactly if
Terry, please tell us the cop was directed to a mannequin that morning and it had a heat sensor, needs something. Okay. I don't know exactly what happened with that, Terry. In the audio, we heard that they thought they saw someone standing in the woods. When they got up on it, it was a mannequin. They detected something with the FLIR, I guess they were using. And my opinion on that, I've used those. Fire service, we use those a lot. Okay. That there could have been an animal or something there that picked up the heat signature, and that was the confusion of it. Okay. But there was never anything else, anything more let out from that, Terry. That's all I know about it. But that's what we heard within the audio. Unfortunately, there was nothing else that came out of it. I wish there would have been to explain a little bit more, because it was kind of weird to hear there's a mannequin standing in the woods, and but we also found a mannequin standing in a barn window down the road. So, I mean, in Tennessee, it must be a thing to have mannequins around. That mannequin, though, understand something. People use those for scarecrows. They use those for target practice. They put them in the woods. I see them at the tree lines out here for target practice. Things like that. So it could have been something like that. That's all I know, but I don't know other than that. Thank you, SRB, for that. But I'll see anything else I can find on it. I'll let you know if I do, Terry. Okay. The clue's going live now. I take it that's where everybody's going. Okay. I guess it's time to end this. We've been live for 6.5 hours anyway. I'm not really getting much out of this other than one-sided anyway.
Terry, okay, so Truth Not Feelings told you there wasn't a mannequin there. Law enforcement said there was a mannequin there. Law enforcement said that. So
we were told that never happened. No mannequin was there by Truth. Okay, well, that was just based on the audio that we heard the mannequin was there.
yes,
I don't know.
We heard the mannequin was there on the audio by law enforcement.
Right. So
that's by LE. That's by law enforcement. That was there that day.
It was radio to radio communication that they found a mannequin in the woods. I don't know any more than that, so I don't know where he got his information. I'll have to ask him what it's about, but I don't know. Anyway, like I said, guys, I think we're going to be done with this, because we're not getting any more than we're getting out of this. It's going to continue to go on like this, and it's about over anyway. So thank you guys for joining us today. Appreciate it very much. And Diana, thank you for that very much.
Terry, who told you were crazy?
And I appreciate Mom, Kimber, and everybody else that joined me up here today. Thank you very much for joining me. Everybody in chat, thank you very much for joining me.
No, there was one. They said there was one in the woods and one in the barn.
Hold on, Kimber. What'd you say, Mom?
I was super late, but thank you for letting me come in, and fashionably late
Oh, it's
hanging
always,
out with you
always
guys.
an honor. Yes, it's always an honor to have you here. Thank you very much. Kimber, thank you for jumping up when you did as well.
You're very welcome. I'm just gonna go drink from the bottle right now because, man,
All right. Well,
ADHD has kicked in high gear in here.
have a great night, Kimber. Thank you, Mom. You too. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Everybody in
Bye.
chat, thank you all for joining us today.
Love you,
We'll
Kimber.
get back.
Love you too, sweetie.
We'll get
Bye.
back. We'll get back to the rest of this tomorrow and go back to where we're supposed to be with this. For sure. And everybody have a great night. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Of course, if Clue's going live, I'm sure I'll see you guys all there. I didn't get that other video, Steve. The only one I had was that one there, and I don't know. Hold on, let me double check real quick before I go anywhere. No, I don't see it, but we'll continue looking for it to find the one you're talking about. We will figure that out. Okay. Again, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate everybody's input, time, and thoughts on everything. As always, we'll go back to where we're supposed to be for part 3 tomorrow. Maybe we'll get a little further so we won't have this delay and all that other stuff. Appreciate you all so very much. Much love to you all, guys. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Again, thank you to my mods. I appreciate that. Thank you to anybody that may have donated to the channel to support in that way. If you did, God bless. Thank you so very much. It does help so very much. You have no idea. We never expect it, but we do appreciate it, guys. I love you all so very much. Have a great night. Again, good night and God bless, and I'll see you soon.